Chapter 1333. In the morning hall, Guzi looked at the empty morning hall. It was only Baiye's body in a coffin. Little Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Guzi looked at Baiye's body with a gloomy expression. Looking at the coffin beside him, Guzi fell silent for a long time. He closed his eyes as if he was struggling with his heart. Guzi's face showed a pained expression. After suffering for a while, Guzi's face became peaceful again. He gently opened the coffin lid. Inside the coffin lay Ruoyun's body. Guzi picked up Baiye's body and gently placed it into the coffin with Ruoyun's body. The two of them joined the coffin. Although this was just a dream, joining the coffin for the two of them was like a huge ritual. It was a ritual in Guzi's heart. He had completely let go of this resentment. The moment the coffin was joined, endless gentle white light shone. The entire morning hall gradually dissipated. Guzi closed the coffin lid for the two of them. Phew! He let out a long breath and watched the coffin slowly disappear. It was as if the knot in Guzi's heart was slowly unraveling. Guzi showed a trace of relief. At this moment, Guzi's body emitted waves of black chi. It was as if the resentment was dissipating. How can this be? My body? Guzi exclaimed. You are the manifestation of all my resentment. When the resentment dissipates, your power will also weaken. It will become weaker and weaker until it disappears. A sudden voice sounded. It came from Guzi's body. It's you? It's you? You're awake? Guzi exclaimed. It should be said that it was the dark Guzi who exclaimed. As he spoke, another image appeared behind Guzi, in a pavilion in the forest. Bai Huang sat in front of a stone table. Guzi knelt in front of Bai Huang. Guzi, how long have you been my disciple? Bai Huang asked in a deep voice. During the last calamity, my family suffered a disaster. The heavenly fire burned the tribe. It was you who turned the tide and saved my family. My parents and siblings survived because of you. I admire you, so I begged you to take me in. It has been 30,000 years. Guzi said solemnly. Bai Huang looked at Guzi. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Bai is grown up, Bai Huang said. He wants to be independent and establish a dynasty. He told me that he needs your help. What? Guzi asked in shock. Teacher, I, Bai Yi, have extraordinary talent and wisdom. I've already taught him everything I know. Moreover, the Bai clan has all kinds of talents. They don't need me, right? Guzi said awkwardly. I agree. Bai Huang said in a deep voice. Guzi frowned. After a moment of silence, he finally said, Yes, everything this disciple knows is taught by Master. This disciple agrees. I want you to swear that you will assist Bai Yi for the sake of the common people. You will not betray him or hold any grudges against him. Bai Huang said solemnly. A look of difficulty flashed across Guzi's eyes. In the end, he bit his lips and said, Yes. Guzi endured his resentment and entered Great Qin. They endured their hatred towards Great Qin and worked hard to support Bai Yi's incarnation, continuously nurturing and finding talents for Great Qin. Everything about Ing was the most glorious side, while everything about Guzi was the dark side. The more he held it in, the more uncomfortable Guzi felt, until one day, Guzi came to a valley alone. Roar! Ark! Guzi's pained roars came from the valley. Why? Why should I help that little bastard? I hate him. This is Master's decision. Without Master, there would be no me. Master has treated me so well. I can't go against Master. But I hate him so much. Bai Yi bullied me back then. Now that Bai Yi is dead, his son still wants to bully me? Why? This is Master's decision. Guzi said in two voices. It was as if his thoughts were split. If this goes on, my personality will split. I'll go berserk. Guzi cried out in pain. Heart-severing technique. Sever all my dark thoughts, hatred, and resentment. Now that I've entered Great Qin, I'll do my best. Sever. Boom. A huge explosion sounded out in the valley. The black aura coming out of Guzi's body was suddenly severed by a white light. The black aura gathered and gradually formed another Guay-Guzi, a dark Guay-Guzi. One Guay-Guzi had a gentle expression, while the other Guay-Guzi had a savage expression. Keek, this is much better. I don't have to carry your burden anymore. Ha ha. Dark Guay-Guzi laughed savagely. However, Guay-Guzi waved his hand. Boom! Countless dragon veins rushed over from all directions. Leaving you alive will only be a disaster. Guay-Guzi said in a low voice. You dare to kill me? I am you. If I die, you die too. Dark Guay-Guzi said disdainfully. I won't kill you. I'll seal you. Guay-Guzi said in a low voice. What? Your strength is inferior to mine now. I don't want to wait until you're strong enough to defeat me. So I'll seal you now. Guay-Guzi said in a low voice. No, I'm you, and you're me. I'm the true reflection of your heart. You can't avoid it. If you avoid it today, you'll continue to complain and resent me in the future. You can't avoid it. Sooner or later, you'll resent me again. It's a resentment that can never be severed. Ask your heart. Dark Ghost Guzi said coldly. Seal. Boom. Dark Guay-Guzi's face twisted as he recalled the past. Guay-Guzi's voice came from inside his body again. Why can I wake up? Because you're getting weaker. You're getting weaker and weaker. Die. You and I are one. I'm enough. Teacher's kindness is as great as the heavens. No, I am indebted to Teacher, but why must he control my fate? Why must I be the subject of my enemy and be humiliated by him? Dark Guay-Guzi said angrily. He is not an enemy. He's an enemy. The two Guay-Guzi's voices argued. After a while, the two Guay-Guzi's voices fell silent. I'm going to find what Bai-Yi is hiding in the depths of his heart, Guay-Guzi said in a low voice. As he spoke, he charged into the darkness in search of little Bai-Yi. Little Bai-Yi fled in the darkness. The black-robed man chased after him. Little Bai was terrified. He ran in all directions. Finally, not long after, Little Bai shook off the black-robed man. He hid in a small corner and panted. Find what's mine? What's mine? Little Bai panted as he tried to recall. Little Bai seemed to have an impression of something, but he couldn't remember where it was. He walked and walked for who knows how long. As he recalled, Little Bai's body seemed to slowly grow bigger and bigger until he gradually became an adult. After walking for who knows how long, Little Bai suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at a painting in the distance. It was the painting of his family that Little Bai had been staring at in his dream. Was he back to where he started? And there was another figure in the same spot. Guay-Guzi. They seem to have walked there at the same time. Yes, it seems to be here. I remember now. It's here. I hid the thing I sealed away here. Little Bai quickly walked forward. Guay-Guzi also stared at the painting. After experiencing a mental journey, Guay-Guzi was no longer as irritable as before when he looked at the painting again. There was no more resentment for Bai in the painting. Little Bai was standing in front of this painting when I was dreaming and staring at it. This painting must be very important to him. Is he missing his parents? But this is a dream. If he missed his parents, he could have just thought of their image. Why would he dream of another painting? Unless this isn't just a painting. Guay-Guzi said grimly. Guay-Guzi reached out to pluck the painting. It's here, it's here. Bai also looked at the painting. Bai didn't seem to be afraid of Guay-Guzi. Guay-Guzi reached out to pluck the painting, and Bai did the same. Whoosh! The painting suddenly expanded to a size of 100 zhong. Guay-Guzi paused, but Bai tore it apart. The painting had two layers. The outer layer depicted Bai's family, while the inner layer was densely packed with words. Rip! The outer layer was torn away, revealing the countless words inside. Bai and Guay-Guzi stared at the painting together. Some kind of image seemed to be projected on it. A scene appeared in front of Bai. It was something sealed in the depths of Bai's heart, in a pavilion on a mountaintop. Bai Huang stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Bai stood behind him. Little Bai, if Guay-Guzi betrays you in the future, kill him. I taught him everything, and I've taught him to you. With this, you can easily kill him. Bai Huang closed his eyes and sighed softly. What? Why? Martial uncle taught me so much. Why would I hurt him? Bai Li shook his head. Gui Guzi is my disciple. I taught him for so long. I naturally don't want him to die, but this is fate. Bai Huang sighed softly. What fate? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Bai Li shook his head. Gui Guzi's fate is the same as yours. I never expected that both of you would have the same fate. Fate really knows how to play tricks on people. It has already arranged for both of you to be mortal enemies sooner or later. Only one of you can survive with the same fate. Perhaps now is not the time for it to erupt, but once it does, one of you will die. Bai Wang said with a long sigh. Impossible, impossible. Bai Yi cried out in shock. This is the so-called scapegoat. Either you die for him, or he dies for you. There's no other choice. Fate can't be resisted. This is fate, this is fate. Bai Huang said bitterly. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Gui Guzi's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Bai Yi's sealed memories. How can this be, master? Gui Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. He and Bai Yi were fated to be enemies? Bai Huang asked Bai Yi to kill him, but Bai Yi didn't. Bai Yi indulged him again and again. Bai Yi had something to restrain him, but he never used it? Never? He hated Bai Yi. How preposterous! How preposterous! How can this be? Gui Guzi roared. On the other side, Bai Yi's sealed memories appeared once more. Ing stood alone at the peak of a mountain, his hands trembling. Today, 16th uncle rebelled and was suppressed by me. 16th uncle's family was exterminated? How could I do such a thing? How could I kill 16th uncle and follow Great Qin's laws to exterminate his entire family? No, 16th uncle treated me so well since I was young. Why? Bai Yi said as he trembled. I've forgotten my feelings. That evil power is constantly erasing my feelings, my family, and everything about me. No, I don't want it to be like this. I'll forget everything. I'll forget everything. 17th uncle, my cousins, and martial uncle? Ying's body trembled as if he was recalling countless memories. In his memories, little Bai Yi, you're so annoying. Take this. Fairy child's horsetail whisk. I knew you were naughty. Gui Guzi handed over a toy horsetail whisk to Bai Yi. Oh, thank you, martial uncle. Martial uncle is the best. Bai Yi cheered as he hugged the horsetail whisk. Little Bai Yi, you're causing trouble again? You even burned down the Baitang family's house? Your grandfather is angry right now. All right, don't pretend to cry. Just say that I burned down the Baitang family's house. Gui Guzi said bitterly. Oh, martial uncle, you're the best. Thank you, martial uncle. Bai Yi cried out happily. The beautiful scenes in his memories. Ing clenched his fists tightly. I can't forget all of this. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to hide it in a place where no one knows. I can't let that evil power find it. It can never find it, martial uncle. Ing clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice. Looking at the image, looking at the happy little Bai Yi, the truth was revealed. Heavenly Emperor, this old servant was wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant was all wrong, all wrong. Gui Guzi suddenly knelt down in front of the image in grief. This old servant was all wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant cannot absolve himself from the blame, even if he dies 10,000 times. This old servant has sinned. This old servant has sinned. Gui Guzi lay on the ground and cried loudly. The black chi around him was constantly dissipating. All of the resentment was quickly dispersing. Everything in the image was telling Gui Guzi that he was too narrow-minded and too sinister. The Heavenly Emperor had been so kind to him, but he had repaid kindness with enmity time and time again. This old servant was wrong. Gui Guzi howled. On the other side, Bai Yi was deeply shocked as he looked at the countless words. So I've always hidden this purity in my heart. Bai Yi stroked these words with his hand, cherishing them very much. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. I finally found it. It's been hiding here all along. It's been hiding in your heart all along. A sinister voice came from behind Bai Yi. He turned his head abruptly and saw the black-robed man who had been chasing after him. The black-robed man stretched out his black palm and gently twisted his fingers, full of the joy of victory. "I finally found it. Let me take it away. Take away your last bit of purity. I finally found it," the black-robed man said excitedly, his body overflowing with black chi. Chapter 1334. I finally found it. Let me take it away. Take away your last bit of purity. I finally found it, the black-robed man said excitedly. The black-robed man walked towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi's face suddenly showed panic. "This is my last bit of purity. This is my last thing," Bai Yi shouted in horror. Very quickly, Bai Yi rolled up the picture scroll filled with densely packed words. However, the scroll was too big. The black-robed man was in front of it in the blink of an eye. "You've already exposed it in front of me, and you still want to take it away? Bai Yi, do you still remember the promise? Do you still remember me?" The black-robed man said eerily. As he spoke, he grabbed the huge picture scroll with one hand. Rip! With a sudden rip, 1/10 of the scroll was torn off. The torn part seemed to have been taken away by the black-robed man. The words on it all disappeared. "I forgot something again." "No, I don't want to forget. Don't forget." Bai Yi shouted. "Ha, forget, forget. These useless emotions are useless to you. You know it, useless." The black-robed man laughed. "No, this is my most important thing. The most important thing." Bai Yi shouted and quickly rolled up the scroll. Rip! Another part of the scroll was torn away by the black-robed man. The words on it quickly disappeared. "It's useless. Do you still remember? Since you made that choice, these are useless. Useless emotions. What's the use of these people's emotions? What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Why do you want to help them? Keeping them will only make you suffer. Keeping them will only make you lose the most important thing to you." The black-robed man shouted. Rip! While Bai Yi was collecting, he quickly destroyed a large part of the memories. "Bai Yi, you should be colder. Don't care about their life and death. Don't care about these emotions. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? You only need your lover, your family. That's enough." The black-robed man shouted. "No!" Bai Yi cried and rushed to collect these precious memories. Rip! Another large part of the memories were torn. "Bai Yi, you don't need friendship. You don't need friends. You only need what you want. All the services you need, all the hard work you need. Only then will you not regret it." The black-robed man shouted. Rip! Nearly half of the painting had been completely torn apart by the black-robed man. Bai Yi hugged the remaining half and turned to run. However, just as he took 2 steps, he turned his head and saw another painting. It was the portrait of the family of 3 that he had previously concealed. Bai Yi, Yun, and baby Bai Yi. Bai Yi bit her lip. With one hand holding the emotional memories and the portrait of the family of 3 in the other, she quickly ran into the darkness. "Run? You can't escape, ha." The black-robed man laughed loudly. The black-robed man's body flickered, and he flew into the darkness to chase after Bai Yi. Gue Guzi chased after him, but failed to catch up. In the darkness, Bai Yi was running fast. The black-robed man flew behind him. "I see you, Bai Yi, little Bai Yi. Give me those memories. Let me destroy them completely. Let me drag you to hell." The black-robed man shouted savagely. No. I will never give you these memories. I will never." Bai Yi screamed in horror as he ran. "You can't escape. You can't escape. Haven't I erased all these years? Haven't I destroyed them all? Just a little bit, just a little bit. Give it to me. Give it to me." The black-robed man quickly chased. Bai Yi fled in panic. However, the black-robed man seemed to be getting closer and closer. He didn't know how long he had been running. "Ha!" The black-robed man laughed loudly. He suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi and grabbed the memory scroll in Bai Yi's hand. "You can't escape. You can't escape," the black-robed man shouted proudly. "No, I can't give it to you. This is my most precious thing. You demon, you demon." Bai Yi cried. "Crying is useless. I am indeed a demon for your entire life. However, you're unwilling to give up. Originally, you could have chosen these beautiful memories to weaken my power. However, you didn't. You sat and watched me grow stronger day by day. You still can't bear to give up on me. Then, Let me completely destroy your beautiful memories. Completely destroy them. The black-robed man shouted. No, I can't do it. Bai cried. If you can't do it, then give up these memories. Give up these emotions. Give them to me. Let me destroy them and drag you down to hell with me. The black-robed man shouted. The place where the two of them were standing suddenly became a bottomless abyss. Countless evil spirits roared below. The two of them were standing on a floating rock. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into the abyss. No, no, I can't forget you. Bai cried. Give it to me. If you can't forget me, then give me your memories. Give me these emotions. Let me erase these memories. Let me destroy your life and fall into hell with me. The black-robed man yelled as he pulled the scroll. Bai's cries grew louder. Father, don't. Bai cried. A gust of wind blew, lifting the black-robed man's hood. It was Bai, the evil force in Bai's heart. This black-robed man was Bai. Bai had left a shadow in Bai's heart before his death. Those are useless emotions. Those are useless friendships. Those are useless friends. What's the point of having them? Give them to me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Bai's face was ferocious as he dragged the memory scroll. Father, stop! Bai roared as he wept. The father and son dragged the memory scroll. Bai's tears flowed uncontrollably. A strong reluctance caused Bai's body to tremble. In his other hand, he unfolded the picture of a family of 3. Bai hugged the happy reunion and carried the baby Bai on his shoulder. It was a picture of a happy family. Bai's tears didn't stop. He couldn't hide his reluctance. His body trembled, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. He looked at the picture with reluctance. He looked at his father with reluctance. Bai's sorrow was indescribable. I'm sorry. I can only leave you. Bai cried. As he spoke, he gently let go of the picture in his other hand. The picture of the family of 3 slowly fell into the abyss below. They fell into hell where 10,000 evil spirits roared. Father, mother, Bai cried as he watched the picture leave. Boom! 10,000 evil spirits roared and tore the picture to pieces. The black-robed Bai's hand also let go of Bai's memory. He watched as Bai fell into hell below. As he fell, he stared at Bai on the floating rock. Bai hugged the last of his emotional memories and watched as Bai fell into the abyss and into the sea of evil spirits. At this moment, Bai made a decision. He gave up on that evil power, gave up on the shadow in his heart, and gave up on the seed of darkness that his father had left in his heart before he died. However, choosing to give up on this shadow was extremely painful. Father, mother, Bai lay on a floating rock and wailed. Boom! Bai fell into the abyss and was instantly torn to pieces by the evil spirits. The darkness in Bai's heart had finally been removed. However, this removal was accompanied by endless pain. Due to the disappearance of the darkness in his heart, the entire dreamland world was illuminated by a brilliant white light. Everything seemed endlessly beautiful, like a heavenly dream. The abyss also disappeared, the place where Bai had been turned into a grassland full of flowers. Only Bai still hugged that memory and cried in grief. In the distance, Guzi slowly walked over. When the two met again, the dream realm was suddenly filled with endless light. It was so bright that nothing could be seen. The dream realm disappeared, and the two woke up. Heavenly Sea. Countless people stared at Yin Chuan and Guzi, who were tempering their hearts. Zhao Afong, Mo Yushi, ZZ, and Miao all watched anxiously. 3 days ago, Guzi had cried for the first time. 3 days later, tears fell from his eyes again. 2 days later, Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with tears. His face twitched, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. No one knew what they had experienced. Everyone watched this scene in shock. The two's willpower was unwavering. Crying? What had they encountered in the dream realm? Meow. Why is Yin Chuan crying like this? Meow's nose also began to ache. Boom! In the distance, millions of nightmare demons exploded and were instantly annihilated. They're about to wake up, Zhao Afong immediately said anxiously. Not only Zhao Afong, But all of Great Jun's officials also looked worried. All the previous examples of tempering their hearts had greatly changed after they woke up from the dream realm. Would the Sage King and Gue Guzi's temperament change? Would it? All the officials clenched their fists. Outside the heavenly sea, Wu Jiong, Yuan Tiangang, and other peerless experts waited with rapt attention. In the roaming Jade Palace, Sect Master Tong Tian also stood up. On the heavenly sea's waterbed, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi slowly opened their eyes at almost the same time. Husband, Sage King, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi slowly sat up amidst the jiaohu. Both of them had tears streaming down their faces, but neither of them wiped them away. Yin Chuan looked up at the clear sky. For a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he missed this world very much. On the other side, Gue Guzi also looked up at the sky. His originally gloomy face was gone, replaced by incomparable sunshine. The crowd surrounded them, not daring to come forward. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi were left alone to enjoy a moment of peace. Exhaling deeply, Yin Chuan turned to look at Gue Guzi. When he looked at Gue Guzi again, Yin Chuan's gaze was much gentler. Gue Guzi also looked at Yin Chuan. His previous provocation was gone, and his gaze was extremely gentle, but also filled with guilt. This old official, Gue Guzi, has committed countless wrongs in the past. Please forgive me, Sage King, and allow me to enter Great Jun again to assist you. Gue Guzi looked very solemnly at Yin Chuan and slowly knelt down. Martial uncle, you can't. Yin Chuan went up to support him, but Gue Guzi refused to be supported. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. We cannot cross the line. Sage King, you can no longer call me martial uncle. Please allow me to enter Great Jun again. Gue Guzi insisted on kneeling. Yin Chuan supported Gue Guzi, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Neither of them was backing down. This scene confused the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Gue Guzi? Why did his temperament change like this? At this moment, the happiest people were the Great Jin officials. Many of them were Gue Guzi's disciples. In the past, when Gue Guzi broke off relations with Great Jun, countless people were heartbroken. Now that Gue Guzi was about to enter Great Jun again, they were all excited and clenched their fists. Sage King, etiquette cannot be broken. Gue Guzi said again. Yin Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, "In that case, I will still call you Mr. from now on." "Yes, thank you, Sage King," Gue Guzi said, emotionally with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 1335. Welcome back, Mr. Many of Great Jun's officials bowed excitedly. Guiguzi's defection had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. After all, Guiguzi's status in Great Jun was unparalleled. Now that he had returned, the shadow in everyone's hearts was wiped away. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In the distance, countless peerless experts frowned at this scene. 10,000 nightmares tempering is indeed a forbidden art. How can a person's personality change so much? Yeah, a few days ago, he met Yin Chuan as his enemy, but now he's harmonious? 10,000 nightmares tempering. Everyone's fear of the 10,000 nightmares tempering deepened. In Jade Touring Palace, Tongtian's eyes flashed with deep doubt. Guiguzi had changed too much. No, even Yin Chuan had changed too much. It was just that Yin Chuan was better at hiding it. Yin Chuan helped Guiguzi to his feet. Rumble. Next to Yin Chuan and Guiguzi, the waters of the heaven span sea churned and churned as three enormous vortexes appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly around Yin Chuan and Guiguzi, spinning faster and faster. Who's there? Tongtian's eyes narrowed. Countless experts in the surroundings were also astonished. What's going on? Isn't the 10,000 nightmares tempering over? Why is there such a huge commotion? This, Wang Jian, Bai Qi, and the others unsheathed their swords and looked at the three huge whirlpools with grave expressions. This was because there was a huge aura coming from the three whirlpools. Meow. Meow's figure flashed and instantly appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder, staring at the three whirlpools. This is the power of reincarnation. 3 reincarnations? Mo Yushi's eyes narrowed. Reincarnation? 3 paths of reincarnation? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yiguzi also swung his sleeves and looked gravely at the 3 reincarnation whirlpools surrounding him. Whoosh! At one of the whirlpools, the water current surged, and gradually, the figure of a man appeared. It was a middle-aged man whose face was somewhat familiar to Yin Chuan. Ha 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 ha! Yin Chuan. Phone, Inyong? No, I should call you Gue Guzi. Long time no see. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Long time no see? Bai Qi and the others were slightly taken aback. Meow, Yin Chuan, you know him? Who is he? Meow asked curiously. Meow wasn't the only one who was confused. Almost everyone present was at a loss. No one knew this middle-aged man. Even Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi only felt that he looked familiar. What? You don't recognize me? Think about it again. That's right, I looked older back then. The middle-aged man laughed. All of a sudden, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as an idea flashed through his mind. Giguzi also suddenly remembered this. You are Grave Willow, the Wisp? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Grave Willow. The Wisp was originally from the Seal World. The Ghost Valley bloodline was divided into the South Sect and the Northern Sect. Feng Yinyang was in the South Sect, and the Northern Sect leader was Grave Willow, the Wisp. In the end, the South Sect and the Northern Sect had a decisive battle at the entrance of reincarnation. Grave Willow, the Wisp fought against Feng Yinyang at that time. Grave Willow, the Wisp was sneak attacked by Grave Willow, the Wisp, so he passed the inheritance of the Northern Sect to Feng Yinyang, together with the Ghost Valley bloodline. Grave Willow, the Wisp, and Grave Willow, the Wisp jumped into reincarnation. At that time, Grave Willow, the Wisp had said that the Grave clan grew in reincarnation. They could gain strength in reincarnation. A strange clan. Why are you here? Gue Guzi asked in surprise. Around them, countless cultivators looked at this person blankly. Grave Willow, the Wisp? What an awkward name. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. Why can't I be here? The Northern Outer Continent. My Mu clan originally lived in the Northern Outer Continent, but we left later on. 10,000 blades, tempering heart. You two have guts, you dare play with this? You have to know, everyone who used 10,000 flesh tempering heart failed. Their temperament has not changed. Yin Chuan shook his head. No, a great change in temperament might not mean failure. It might have succeeded. Oh, Grave Willow, the Wisp's eyes lit up. Grave Willow, the Wisp, why are you here to find us? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Grave Willow, the Wisp's face became serious, nodding. In reincarnation, I know of your past, your fate. That is what surprised me the most. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi frowned. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi's fate was the same. They did not expect Grave Willow, the Wisp, to know. This time, I am here to settle a grudge with Grave Willow. The Wisp, he found a helper. I also want to find someone to help. I wonder if you two can help. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. Oh, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi were puzzled. Don't worry, my Grave Willow. The Wisp has never been stingy. After this matter is settled, there will be benefits beyond your imagination. I promise. Grave Willow, the Wisp said solemnly. Why us? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Because of your fate. Please hurry. My battle with him is about to begin. Grave Willow, the Wisp immediately said. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other, then nodded. Okay, thank you. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. Meow, I want to go too. Meow immediately shouted. You can't go. That place only has the two of them. Grave Willow, the Wisp turned his head and smiled. Meow, Meow immediately said in a bad mood. Bai Qi, Yin Chuan called. Your subject is here. Bai Qi replied. Yin Chuan threw out a heaven-burying copper coffin. Send everyone back. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Bai Chi received the heaven-bearing copper coffin and replied, "Grave Willow." The wisp turned to Gue Guzi and said, "Gue Guzi, I learned from you and know that you can open the reincarnation passage. Please open the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms." "The Great Thousand Realms?" Gue Guzi asked in confusion. "My 3 reincarnation passages are the First World, the Great Evil World, and the Great Kindness World. I still lack the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms. Only then can I open my battlefield." Grave Willow the Wisp said, "Reincarnation of the 4 realms?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. "That's impossible, right? How can the reincarnation passages of the other 3 realms be open here?" "That's right. Didn't the reincarnation passages split up?" Countless peerless experts in the surroundings were doubtful. Although not many people understood, there were still people who knew that the 72 paths of reincarnation, the Great Evil World, the Great Kindness World, and the Great Thousand Realms each had 6 paths. Therefore, it was impossible to open the 18 paths in the First World. However, Gue Guzi nodded. Feng Shui, reincarnation. Gue Guzi stomped his foot. Whoosh! Another whirlpool was born. Gue Guzi's lineage is indeed powerful. I spent a lot of effort to open the reincarnation passages of the Great Evil and Great Kindness. Grave Willow the Wisp praised. "Shall we begin?" Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Grave Willow the Wisp nodded. Grave Willow the Wisp waved his hand. The 4 huge whirlpools suddenly approached each other. Boom! The 4 huge whirlpools collided with a loud bang. The collision caused the entire sky above the sea to distort. "Follow me." Grave Willow the Wisp pulled Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi into a crack in the center. Boom! A loud bang resounded in the heavenly sea. The water exploded everywhere, and the original whirlpools suddenly disappeared. "Meow! It's gone?" Meow exclaimed. The sea quickly calmed down. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Willow the Wisp suddenly disappeared. "Return to the netherworld," Zhao Offong immediately said. "Yes." Bai Chi flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Everyone quickly stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Chi also flew to the island. "Sect leader Tong Tian, farewell," Bai Chi said in a deep voice. Tong Tian nodded. Bai Chi stepped forward and left. In the netherworld when Yin Chuan was in the dreamland, zombie Yin Chuan had also fallen asleep. After all, Yin Chuan only had one consciousness. Now that he woke up and stepped out of the central palace, a large number of officials surrounded him. "Meow, Yin Chuan, what happened to you earlier? Also, where did you and Gue Guzi go? Can I go?" Everyone looked at zombie Yin Chuan curiously. In a pitch-black environment, 4 huge blue pillars formed a matrix that connected the sky and the earth. The blue pillars spun rapidly, and the power of reincarnation surged out. Countless ghosts danced inside and entered the cycle of reincarnation. At the same time, each of the 4 pillars released a surge of power that rushed toward a sphere in the center. It was as if there was a huge, blue, transparent egg floating in the center of the 4 pillars. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Ghost Flame stood in the middle of the huge egg. "Where is this?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "Don't ask where it is. Help me defeat Grave Ghost Flame later, and I will obtain the lifeless soul that Senior left behind." Grave Ghost Flame took a deep breath and said, "Lifeless soul? What's that? Also, which Senior?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "The Senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations," Grave Ghost Flame said with a smile. "What? Him?" Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi exclaimed in surprise. How powerful was that person who transformed into 72 reincarnations? At the very least, Yin Chuan could not do that when he was at his strongest in his first life. "Do you know about fate?" Grave Ghost Flame asked in a deep voice. "Fate? Everyone's identity is sealed?" Gue Guzi asked. "Ha ha ha, it seems like you still don't know. Fate is actually a mark left in your body by fate. It seals your true spirit, memories, and strength. Everything is condensed into this mark. This is the fate. The ghost flame graveyard said in a deep voice. Oh, this is the mark left in the bodies of all living beings by fate. Because of this mark, fate can control all living beings. All living beings in the four worlds are under its control. Only transcendence can sever the connection between their fate and their fate. The other living beings can never escape the control of fate. Everything is fate, Grave Ghost Flame explained. Then lifeless soul is a mark left by lifeless soul? Isn't that the same as transcending? Gue Guzi asked curiously. No, a lifeless soul doesn't have a fate, but it can be refined into a clone and live under your fate. It isn't bound by fate, but you're bound by fate. Once you die, it will die as well, said the ghostly flame graveyard. Lifeless soul? It can only be refined into a clone? That's all? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Of course it's different. Without fate, its comprehension ability will be 100 times greater than your main body's. Grave Ghost Flame explained. 100 times greater comprehension ability? Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi narrowed their eyes. Are the two of you interested now? Grave Ghost Flame smiled. Chapter 1336. What should we do then? Gue Guzi asked after taking a deep breath. The lifeless soul was indeed tempting to Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi. More importantly, it would increase their comprehension by more than 200 times. More than 200 times? This would depend on one's fate. However, 200 times was enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. For example, when Yin Chuan deduced the heavenly Tao in the past, if his comprehension was 200 times higher, his speed would be 200 times faster. No, it might even be more than that. After all, the stacking of comprehension was extremely terrifying. The ghost fire smiled faintly and said, in the battle between me and the skeleton, at most, 2 birth charts will overlap and clash with each other. The skeleton's helper should be someone with an extremely powerful birth chart. However, there are 2 of you with the same birth charts. With the stacking of your birth charts, your strength will be more than twice that of a single person. What should we do? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. These 4 reincarnation cycles are used to unleash the power of your birth charts. At that time, I'll stand in front while Gue Guzi stands behind me. You can place your finger on my back, and I'll naturally absorb your birth chart power. Yin Chuan, don't move for the time being. When the time is right, you can place your finger on my back, and I'll absorb your birth chart power. The ghost fire said confidently. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other in confusion. Absorbing birth chart power? This was the first time they heard of such a thing. All right. The duo nodded without hesitation. Just as the duo nodded, boom, a loud noise suddenly rang in the dark distance. Just like Yin Chuan and the others, 4 huge reincarnation cycles that connected heaven and earth appeared in the distance. The reincarnation cycles converged toward the center of the reincarnation cycle. A blue egg-shaped, transparent space floated in the center of the 4 reincarnation cycles. The 2 sides looked exactly the same. Ha ha ha. Ghostfire. You actually arrived first? All right, but what kind of person did you find? Huh, it's you? Ghostfire. You really know how to find people. Ha! The 2 of you at the entrance of the reincarnation cycle were so weak. How can you rely on one of them? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A maniacal laughter rang from the giant egg in the distance. It was a blue humanoid skeleton standing in the giant egg, laughing loudly. Behind the skeleton, there was a black-robed man. What are you so proud of when the outcome of the battle has not been decided yet? Who are you looking for? The grave willow, the wisp shouted. The skeleton, which was the skeleton of the tomb, said confidently, I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Come, let's begin. This time, the treasures of the seniors are much more important than the previous ones. No, it's one of the 3 most important treasures of senior. Come, it's mine. That's fine too. The grave willow, the wisp said coldly. The 2 of them had no desire to continue bickering. Suddenly, their bodies were enveloped in golden light, and the 2 of them stretched out a finger. Swish! A diamond-shaped golden light pillar emerged from each of his fingers and collided with each other. Boom! The two pillars of golden light collided with a loud bang. In the darkness, endless golden light suddenly burst forth. But the darkness was too thick, and most of the light disappeared instantly. The two golden lights collided, creating a huge rhombus-shaped collision node. Will-o'-the-wisp, our strength is about the same. It's meaningless for us to be in a stalemate. Let's begin. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said. All right. The grave will-o'-the-wisp nodded. Gooey-goozy. The grave will-o'-the-wisp called out. MHM. Gooey-goozy stepped forward and pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. In just a blink of an eye, the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shrouded Gooey-goozy. Heavenly Dipper, we're in trouble. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said to the black-robed man. No problem. The black-robed man smiled. Then, he pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. Heavenly Dipper? Yin Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Even Gooey-goozy was shocked. Perhaps it's someone with the same name. Yin Chuan said, after taking a deep breath. After adding the power of their respective birth charts, the grave will-o'-the-wisp and the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shone several times brighter. Boom! Another huge collision occurred in the darkness. What a coincidence! The person you're looking for is also a geomancer. The skeleton said confidently. The feng shui master is not important. What's important is that I can defeat you. Ghostfire said coldly. Roar! Grave Ghostfire said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his birth chart power seemed to burn as a ring of golden flames surrounded the golden light on his finger. Rumble! The node at the center of the collision slowly moved toward the tomb. It was as if the will-o'-the-wisp had gained the upper hand. Rumble! The skeleton didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it sneered and said, Is that all? The grave will-o'-the-wisp looked coldly at the other side and ignored it. Big Dipper, let go of me. Don't be so wary of me. Who can hurt you? Grave Phosphorus skeleton laughed. The black-robed man smiled and said, All right, I'm a little traumatized from last time. You can use my birth chart power. Boom! The power of the grave phosphorus bone suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The golden light pillar at its fingertip also became thicker. Endless golden flames rushed towards the node like a waterfall. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the node stopped moving toward the grave phosphorus bone. Instead, it trembled as it slowly moved back. So much power? This birth chart power. Wait! The grave the wisp's expression changed drastically. Ha! Don't you think it's too late? The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Big Dipper? Big Dipper? It's you, a transcender? A transcender who's at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Yin Chuan and Gooey's expressions darkened as well. There are a total of 3 transcenders in the 4 realms. Big Dipper? Is it really Big Dipper? Is he the first transcender? The one who transcended from the Great Vile World? Gooey asked in a deep voice. Let's see how you're going to break the birth chart of a transcender, Grave will-o'-the-wisp. Unless you find one of the other 2 transcenders. Unfortunately, it's too late. The outcome will be decided soon. The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Yin Chuan. The grave will-o'-the-wisp cried out. Oh, you want to switch people midway? It's useless even if you switch people. As soon as Gooey disconnects from you, I'll be able to defeat you instantly. The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. The grave will-o'-the-wisp ignored the grave phosphorus bone. Then, Yin Chuan placed his finger on the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. Boom! A golden light shrouded Yin Chuan's body. The grave will-o'-the-wisp's attack skyrocketed. In just an instant, it was comparable to the grave phosphorus bone's attack. What? Impossible. The 72 paths of reincarnation are monitoring our battle. How can you cheat? 3 birth charts? That's impossible. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. A ferocious expression appeared on the grave will-o'-the-wisp's face. Boom! The point of impact slowly moved toward the grave phosphorus bone. How can this be? Grave will-o'-the-wisp, you're cheating. You're cheating. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. Cheating? Let me destroy them. Big Dipper said coldly. Ha ha, Big Dipper, can't you see it? The grave willow, the wisp said smugly. The grave phosphorus bone said gloomily. It's useless. You might think we're close to each other, but this is just an illusion. We're in the great evil world, and they're in the first world. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to touch them. Rumble. The point of impact shot toward the grave phosphorus bone. More and more golden light appeared. The grave willow, the wisp, and the grave phosphorus bone struggled as they clashed with each other with all their might. Similarly, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi felt weak as well. After all, the consumption of their birth charts was the greatest. Both of them instinctively wanted to give up. However, even though victory was in sight, both of them still tried their best to persevere. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded from the point of impact. It did not take long for the grave phosphorus bone to reach the grave phosphorus bone. I understand now. Grave willow, the wisp, you're so insidious. You found two people with the same birth chart. You found two people with the same birth chart. The grave phosphorus bone shouted gloomily. Break! The grave phosphorus bone shouted. Boom! The egg in the distance suddenly exploded. I'll be back. Grave willow, the wisp, you insidious scoundrel. I'm not done with you. Roar! The grave phosphorus bone's skeleton body exploded. Following that, the grave phosphorus bone's soul entered the samsara wheel. When the egg exploded, Big Dipper and the four samsara wheels slowly disappeared. The grave phosphorus bone had won. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and the grave phosphorus bone fell to the ground. They were panting heavily. This kind of consumption is too tiring, Gue Guzi said with a sigh. Ha! Thank you, both of you. We won in the end. The grave phosphorus bone said with a smile. The grave phosphorus bone's battle is really simple, Yin Chuan said, somewhat speechless. Initially, they thought they would have to fight until the end. They did not expect that in the end, they would just stand there and shoot at each other. The outcome was decided in a blink of an eye. This was too simple. Haha, it's simple, but it's extremely dangerous. I'm sorry, I didn't explain it to you clearly. Once you fail, you'll fall into the cycle of reincarnation. To my grave clan, falling into the cycle of reincarnation is an enjoyable experience, but to others, it'll be a great loss. Of course, the Transcendents are an exception. Heavenly Dipper will definitely be fine. Naturally, Big Dipper will be fine. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi. I knew it wouldn't be a good thing to meet you, Yin Chuan said with a smile. I was also worried. I was afraid that if I explained things too clearly, both of you wouldn't agree. If that happened, wouldn't I lose? It's all in the past now. The most important thing is that we won. Both of you, please forgive us. Naturally, the harvest is also huge. Both of you, take a look at our spoils of war. The grave phosphorus bone said with an apologetic smile. Then, the ghost fire solemnly bowed to the four paths of reincarnation. Grave Ghost Flame of the Grave Clan pays his respects to Senior. Senior, Grave Ghost Flame has passed all 16 stages. Just now, in the 16th stage, I even defeated the competitors according to Senior's will. I humbly request Senior to bestow upon me. Grave Ghost Flame respectfully bowed. Boom! A void crack suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Within the crack was a small space. There was a black box. Thank you, Senior. Senior is righteous. Us juniors will definitely fulfill Senior's final wish. We will fight for the survival of the world, and do our best to ensure the survival of the world. The grave ghost flame took a deep breath and said. Then he took out the box. Boom! The spatial crack disappeared. Chapter 1337. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Willow, the wisp sat on the ground in exhaustion, but all three of them stared at the black box. The inheritance of the senior is inside. Grave Willow, the wisp said with a smile. Grave Willow, the wisp slowly opened the box. Clang! The box opened, and 3 transparent bottles were placed inside. There seemed to be a viscous liquid in the bottles. The bottle in the middle was golden, and the 2 on the sides were silver white. There was a label on each bottle. The label on the silver-white bottle read, "Lifeless soul, the purest soul, can be refined into a doppelganger. The doppelganger will listen to the orders of the main body, but its consciousness is different from the main body. All the emotions and emotions of the doppelganger will be converted into rationality and comprehension." Yin Xuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other, and then looked at Grave Willow, the wisp, speechlessly. "Mr. Grave, what's going on? Didn't you say that it was 200 times more comprehension? More than that. More than 200 times?" Gue Guzi was speechless. This was completely different from what Grave Willow, the wisp, said. Wasn't this too unreliable? Grave Willow, the wisp, suddenly felt awkward. I also heard about it, that's all. This is also my first time coming into contact with lifeless souls. Yin Chuan. Gue Guzi, 200 times comprehension, looks like it's all for naught. Grave Willow, the wisp, was exaggerating. Forget it, this doppelganger is still a little strange. It has no emotions, only rationality and comprehension. This is also my first time coming into contact with it. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Yes, if the two of you have more emotions, you'll be able to transform more." Grave Willow, the wisp, immediately tried to salvage the situation. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other helplessly. The label on the golden bottle read, "In the golden bottle, there's also a lifeless soul, but there's also some of my inheritance. I hope you can use it well." The inheritance of the senior who transformed into reincarnation? Gue Guzi and Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. However, they only sighed for a moment and did not have any ideas about the golden bottle. "Gentlemen, I'll take a golden bottle, and each of you will take a silver bottle," the Grave Willow wisp said apologetically. "All right." Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi smiled bitterly. "The two of you, it's true that I didn't inform you beforehand. I'm very sorry. I'll apologize again in the future. Here, take this jade talisman. The two of you can return after crushing it." "I'll take my leave first," the Grave said, embarrassed. "All right." The two of them nodded. Grabbing the golden bottle, the ghost fire stepped forward and jumped into one of the reincarnations, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Reincarnation. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi frowned as they looked at the reincarnation. Guzi looked at the four paths reincarnation around him, and his brows locked tightly. After a while, he said, "Saint King, I have an idea. Oh, this subject wishes to save Dark Gue Guzi." Gue Guzi said solemnly. "Save?" "Yes, Dark Gue Guzi. In the past, this subject misunderstood and formed a dark side. After the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, Dark Gue Guzi no longer resents Saint King. This resentment is fading away until it completely disappears. However, there is still a trace of him left, and this subject wishes to save him." "What do you want to do?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "He is all my thoughts, and he's even more unscrupulous than I am. He's the incarnation of the dark devil. However, after the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, he will no longer be a threat to me or great perfection. I wish to send him into one of the reincarnations. Send him to the great evil world or the great good world." Yin Chuan asked solemnly. "Yes, use the life-usurping derivation art to turn him into one of the two worlds. I only know the first world and the great thousand worlds reincarnations. This subject does not know the other two worlds. It's either great evil or great good. This subject wishes to bury a chess piece for great perfection's future." Yin Chuan took a deep breath as he looked at Gue Guzi. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right. This subject wishes to ask the Saint King for something for Dark Gue Guzi." Gue Guzi said solemnly. "You mean the metal beast?" Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. "Yes, the metal beast. The metal beast's divine power is boundless. I know that the Saint King has great use for it, but..." Gue Guzi frowned. Bang! Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. A silver, humanoid metal figure poured out from the coffin. "This subject trusts, sir." Yin Chuan nodded. "Yes. Restore yourself to your best condition first," Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Guzi nodded. The two sat cross-legged for a month. A month later, they both recovered to their peak condition. A month later, Yin Chuan looked at Guzi. It was Guzi's body that was slowly emitting black smoke. I'm not dead yet. Keek. Guzi, you didn't let me die? Evil Guzi's voice came from the black energy. The black energy slowly flew out and entered the metal beast's body. The metal beast's consciousness had been destroyed by Yin Chuan, so dark Guzi happened to take over its body. His originally silver body gradually turned black. Dark Guzi's evil devouring power was too strong. Boom! Guzi's body trembled. He was completely separated from dark Guzi. Crack. The metal beast slowly twisted its body. Its original metal body suddenly melted into a mercury-like liquid metal. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into Guzi's appearance. Dark Guzi, the metal beast body. Ha! Such a strong physical body, so strong. Dark Guzi shouted excitedly. Then, Dark Guzi looked at the two. When he saw Yin Chuan, Dark Guzi raised his eyebrows. His former resentment was gone, and he no longer looked at Yin Chuan with hostility. Yin Chuan, you are master successor. Don't let him down. Bai, I misunderstood him back then. He's a man, Dark Guzi said solemnly. Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I won't let Grandpa down. And one day, I will avenge Grandpa. Yin Chuan nodded. Avenge Master? No matter who it is, no one will live. Dark Guzi's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. The three nodded. Looking at the two, Dark Guzi took a deep breath and said, Everything depends on luck. We will meet again when the four realms become one. Take care, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Take care. Guzi also said solemnly. Nodding, Dark Guzi looked at the four reincarnation tunnels and stepped into one. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dark Guzi was sucked into the reincarnation tunnel. Yin Chuan and Guzi were silent for a while. Let's begin. Refine. Yin Chuan said. Guzi nodded. The two took out a silver bottle each. Opening the bottle cap, they opened their mouths and sucked inside. Whoosh! The lifeless souls inside were sucked into their bodies. The two sat down cross-legged again. They closed their eyes and began to refine. This refinement took another 3 months. 3 months later, Yin Chuan and Guzi opened their eyes one after the other. A white halo was emitting from their bodies. They stood up and remained motionless. Half an incense stick's time later, the halo on their bodies separated from surface. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 white-robed men suddenly appeared beside the two. They still looked like Yin Chuan and Guzi. Their faces were expressionless and cold. However, his pupils were completely silver. A pair of silver pupils. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Guzi bowed slightly to Guzi. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan also bowed slightly to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan and Guzi looked at the two in confusion. Looking at the pair of silver pupils, they felt like they were being seen through. What can you see? Guzi asked in a low voice. Particles. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. Particles? Do you see me as countless particles too? Guzi asked in surprise. Yes, everything is particles. In my eyes, they're all particles. It's just that their arrangement is different. Silver-eyed Guzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at silver-eyed Guzi. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan also nodded. Countless small particles surrounded by countless smaller particles. What about the others? What about the 4 reincarnations? Guzi asked. It's also a special kind of particle, a special arrangement. If I have enough time, I can understand the arrangement of all the particles. I can arrange the reincarnations again, but it'll take a lot of time. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan also nodded. Yin Chuan and Guzi looked at each other. At this moment, they were no longer disappointed. These two bodies were too crazy. Everything in the world could be seen as the arrangement of different particles? I want to go into seclusion to understand these particles. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. I want to go into seclusion to understand all the arrangements of all the particles. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Chuan and Guzi looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Clang! Yin Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. Let's go back to the Jin first. I'll arrange everything, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, both of them answered. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan and silver-eyed Guzi stepped into the coffin. They quickly teleported back to the great Qin city in the netherworld. In the upper study, zombie Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. Look at me. Am I also countless particles? Zombie Yin Chuan asked. Yes, everything in the world is formed by the arrangement of particles. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan nodded. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded and said, I've already arranged for Lu Buwei and Li Si. We'll set up the Heaven and Earth pavilions. The Heaven Pavilion will be in Xianyang City in the Yang realm, while the Earth Pavilion will be in the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. My doppelganger will be in the Heaven Pavilion, while Guzi's doppelganger will be in the Earth Pavilion. There will be no fate to watch over us. We'll each comprehend the heaven and earth, sentient beings, heavenly Tao, fate or fate. Okay, both of them nodded. At this point, Dejun suddenly had two more special places. Yin Chuan didn't tell anyone. Even Lu Buwei and Li Si didn't know what was in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion. In any case, there was only one rule. No one was allowed to go near them. Those who did would be punished for treason. From this moment on, the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion were the #1 forbidden areas in Dejun. Yin Chuan personally set up formations outside. Meow, Yin Chuan, what's in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion? Why can't I go there? Meow ran over to Yin Chuan and asked coquettishly. Chapter 1338. Netherworld, Great Qin City. In the study room, a sky-burying coffin was placed at the entrance of the study room. Wang Jian stepped out from inside. Sage King, Tong Tian is fighting against the 9 sages of the Yang realm. The 9 sages are fighting. Wang Jian said solemnly. 9 sages. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, other than Palace Master Zhu, Wu Tian, Shimin, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, Dongfang Bubi, Yuan Tiangang, and 100 Evil Demon, the 9th sage of the Yang realm has also appeared. His aura is soaring, and he is exuding boundless nobility. Wang Jian said solemnly. Oh, this person is wearing a purple robe. Even the light of the sages can't hide his nobility. The sages usually have a layer of mist covering their faces, but he doesn't. It's as if he doesn't care about such a noble identity. His purple aura soared into the sky. A group of sages stood together. This person's aura overshadowed everyone else. Wang Jian said solemnly. Everyone, including Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, perhaps the two of them have different styles. Dongfang Bubi doesn't fight because he's reserved. When he fights, he shines brightly. Right now, the 9 sages are besieging Tong Tian. Dongfang Bubi rarely fights, and the 9th sage is the same, because the two of them didn't use any weapons or treasures. It's as if they're just watching Tong Tian and cooperating with the other sages with their special abilities. Wang Jian said solemnly. Purple aura, soaring into the sky. Indescribably noble? Have you heard his name? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, he's called Purple Star. Wang Jian said. Purple Star? Yin Chuan's face darkened. This name was too special, especially for the emperors of the world. There is a star in the sky called the North Star, also known as the Lord of Numbers, the Purple Star. It was the name of the emperors of the world. This person was named Purple Star? Does anyone know his origin? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. No. Lu Gang has sent guards to investigate outside the Tongtian Sea, but none of the experts in the world know Purple Star. It's as if he came out of nowhere. Wang Jian said, Where's Tongtian? Yin Chuan looked at Wang Jian and asked. The sect leader of Tongtian is very strange this time. Against the 9 saints, he only used one sword, the immortal slaying sword. As for the other 3 swords, they were abandoned. Wang Jin said solemnly. Only 1 strike? He didn't even use the immortal slaying sword formation? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, the Tongtian sect leader's swordsmanship is indeed surging. No one dared to get close to him. Wherever the sword chi passed, countless sword-shaped trenches were formed on the ground. Anyone who got close to it was killed by the sword chi of the immortal slaying sword. The 9 sages joined forces, but they still could not do anything to him. Of course, Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei did not use their full strength. Wang Jian described. Go. Yin Chuan nodded. Wang Jian stepped into the sky-burying coffin, and at the same time, a person stepped out of the coffin. Meng Tian. Holy King, the battle is about to end. Meng Tian said immediately. Oh, the 9 sages each mobilized the power of heaven and earth. The sky darkened, and lightning flashed. 27,000 heavenly path phantoms merged into one, forming a giant heavenly path formation that pressed down on the Tongtian sect leader. The entire Tongtian territory is shaking. Meng Tian said. The Tongtian sect leader alone withstood 27,000 heavenly path phantoms? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, although these are the heavenly path phantoms used by the sages, their power was enough to destroy countless onlookers. 4 huge cracks spread out from the Azure Palace in all directions. The Tongtian sect leader is trapped in them, and he can't move. Meng Tian said. He can't move? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. However, the Tongtian sect leader did not use the other 3 swords. He used the immortal slaying sword to withstand 27,000 heavenly path phantoms with a ferocious expression. The combined power of the sages is about to destroy the Tongtian sect leader. Meng Tian said in a low voice. He can't move? No, the Tongtian sect leader is pushing his limits. He wants to use the combined power of the sages to suppress his breakthrough. Go, I understand. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Meng Tian nodded and stepped into the sky-burying coffin again. At the same time, Yin Chuan and Gigu Zi sat cross-legged at the center of the 4 reincarnation formations and slowly opened their eyes. The Tongtian sect war is about to end. It's time to go back and watch it. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Gigu Zi nodded. Yin Chuan reached out and crushed the jade talisman left by Ghostfire in the tomb. Rumble. The 4 reincarnation formations suddenly collapsed, and the space where the 2 of them were suddenly distorted as they were teleported out. Above the Tongtian Sea, dark clouds covered the entire heavenspan territory. It was as dark as night. The earth was constantly churning, and the sea around the territory was churning with monstrous tsunamis. In the darkness, more than 20,000 heavenly Tao shone brightly. More than 20,000 heavenly Tao fell from all directions. At this moment, they seemed to be falling at an angle, their roots pressing down on the center of the green touring palace. The void around the Tongtian Sea was shattered. However, the Tongtian Sea and green touring palace remained the same. The Tongtian sect leader stepped on the ground and used the immortal slaying sword to resist the 27,000 heavenly Tao. Rumble. Standing at the bottom, the Tongtian sect leader's black robe fluttered rapidly in the wind. He had a ferocious look on his face as he resisted the 27,000 heavenly Tao with some difficulty. Surrounding the group of heavenly Tao were 9 dazzling men and women. The 9 sages reached out and controlled the power of heaven and earth to suppress the Tongtian sect leader. The Tongtian sect leader resisted the 9 sages with his own strength. Tongtian, you have a day like this, ha ha ha. One of the sages laughed wildly. Gong Yangzi? The Tongtian sect leader's eyes turned cold. That day, you severed one of my arms in front of everyone. Today, I will crush you to dust in front of everyone. Gong Yangzi said arrogantly. You clown, how dare you be so presumptuous? The Tongtian sect leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, a wisp of black gas seemed to seep out of the black robe around him. The black gas had the ability to devour and was constantly devouring the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds came from within the Tongtian sect leader. What did I do? That day, I only met Yin Chuan again. What right do you have to interfere in the grudge between me and Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi said angrily. The black gas around the Tongtian sect leader became more vigorous. You are at the end of your road. Let me send you on your last journey. Gong Yangzi said fiercely. As he said that, he mobilized the power of heaven and earth with one hand and suddenly stabbed the sword at the Tongtian sect leader with the other. The Tongtian sect leader could not move, as if he would be killed by the sword. At this moment, the void beside Gong Yangzi suddenly trembled, and two figures appeared. Yin Chuan and Gigu Zi had returned. What? Gong Yangzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Yin Chuan suddenly appeared, and he was only 10 inches away from Gong Yangzi. He was too close. Yin Chuan's expression also changed. He did not care which sage it was, and instinctively slapped Gong Yangzi's back. Boom! Gong Yangzi was immediately sent flying toward the Tongtian sect leader. No! Gong Yangzi shouted in horror. Yin Chuan had disrupted the rhythm of the battle, and the 3,000 heavenly Tao shadows that he controlled also wavered. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. The moment the opportunity appeared, endless sword chi appeared around the Tongtian sect leader, and a huge sword energy shot from the top of his head into the 9 heavens. Roar! The Tongtian sect leader let out an explosive roar, and the strength around him suddenly increased by several times. Boom! More than 20,000 heavenly Tao shadows exploded with a loud bang. Under the huge explosion, the group of sages was immediately sent flying backward by the recoil. Gong Yangzi was the only one who was hit by Yin Chuan's sneak attack toward the Tongtian sect leader. Slash! The Tongtian sect leader roared. Shing! The immortal slaying sword drew a purple sword light and slashed toward Gong Yangzi. No! Gong Yangzi used his sword to block in horror. However, under the immortal slaying sword's purple light, Gong Yangzi's sword energy and divine sword were cut in half. The power of the Tongtian sect leader's sword instantly broke through all of Gong Yangzi's defenses. Boom! Gong Yangzi was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet was also cut in half. The purple sword light did not dissipate and continued to slash into the distance. Boom! A pitch-black belt of void rushed to the edge of the Tongtian sect. The purple light slashed into the ground. Boom! A huge trench stretched endlessly into the sea at the edge of the Tongtian sect. Rumble! The sea outside the trench also churned. Then from the distant sea, water quickly flowed in from the opposite direction. More than 20,000 heavenly Taos collapsed. The sages were no longer in the mood to fight. At this moment, Tongtian sect leader was surrounded by countless black flames that shot toward the black clouds in the sky. Walala! The endless black clouds were suddenly burned away by the flames. At the same time, an unstoppable aura surged out from the prime of Tongtian. The sages stopped fighting and looked at the Tongtian sect leader solemnly. Gong Yangzi's body was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet also exploded. The Tongtian sect leader killed him with a single strike. Gong Yangzi was dead. The mist on his face slowly dissipated. As he was dying, he turned with great difficulty to look at the two people who had appeared behind him, Yin Chuan and Gigu Zi. It's you again, Yin Chuan. I died because of you. I actually died because of bad luck. I hate you. Gong Yangzi sobbed as he breathed his last. Boom! Gong Yangzi's body suddenly exploded. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. An endless rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. Mournful music filled the air, and a bloody mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage was a great sorrow for the world. However, at this moment, no one cared about the fall of sage. Almost everyone was staring at the Tongtian sect leader in the center of the black flames. Sword energy surrounded him, and sword light soared into the sky. an unstoppable aura of endless sharpness. 13 levels of ancestral immortal. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tong Tian's sect leader broke through. Gi Guzi sighed. Roar. The Tong Tian sect leader roared again. Fate, I want to fight again. 1 year from now, in this place, I want to fight 15 sages. I want them to give it their all. Tong Tian sect leader roared again. Chapter 1339. Tian, I want to fight again. 1 year later, here I want to fight the 15 sages. I want them to go all out. Tong Tian roared at the sky again. Rumble. The dark clouds that were burned by Tong Tian's black flames appeared again, and a powerful aura rushed down. The remaining 8 sages looked up at the sky. Yin Chuan and Gi Guzi also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Even further away, there were countless experts watching from afar. Meow. Meow suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, you're finally back? Meow said with joy. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Tian, 1 year later, I will set up the Immortal slaying sword formation and fight the 15 sages. I hope they will go all out. Tong Tian roared at the sky again. Approved. There was a sudden explosion in the void, and it went straight to everyone's heart. Especially the group of sages Wu Tian, Tian Jizi, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon Shiman, and Yuan Tiangang. They all responded, yes. Only 2 people, Dongfang Booby and a man in a purple robe, did not respond. All the sages in the world, listen up. From today onwards, the sages are allowed to travel between the yin and yang realms. 1 year later, all the sages will surround and kill Tong Tian. No mistakes. The roar sounded again. Under the loud explosion, the voice penetrated both the yin and yang realms. The sages of the underworld also suddenly became serious. Yes, the sages of the underworld responded. Within a year, there will be a vacancy for a sage position, and the North Outer Continent will be born. The capable will be the sage. The loud explosion instantly spread across the world. For a moment, countless experts in the world clenched their fists, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Rumble. The dark clouds slowly dispersed. Tian came for a while, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Around the Azure Palace, Tong Tian retracted his aura and turned to look at the sages. Thank you for this battle. 1 year later, we will fight again here. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. The sages stared at Tong Tian for a while. 1 year? Tong Tian, don't disappoint me. The purple-robed sage said in the distance. Yin Chuan looked over. This was Saint Ziwei. He was dressed in a luxurious robe that was overflowing with purple light. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. His eyes flashed with admiration as he looked at Tong Tian. Ziwei Saint. Tong Tian looked over with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, the Tong Tian sect leader could naturally see which of these saints had done their best, and which of them had done it with ease. Ziwei Saint was the one who had done it with ease. 1 year later, I'll see you again. Saint Ziwei smiled. As he spoke, he took a step forward and soared into the sky. He transformed into a beam of purple light and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Dongfang Booby frowned as he watched Saint Ziwei leave. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and vanished from where he stood. After the 2 saints left, the remaining 6 saints looked at each other. Farewell, the 6 of them said. Then, the 6 of them turned into streaks of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the saint left, a large number of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was Sun Wukong in human form. Congratulations, sect leader. Sun Wukong congratulated. Wukong, get someone to clean up. Tong Tian sect leader said in a deep voice. Okay. Sun Wukong replied. Tong Tian sect leader then looked at Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi. Looking at the 2 of them, Tong Tian sect leader's eyes flashed slightly. Although he did not know where the 2 of them had gone in the past few months, it was because he did not know that they seemed even more mysterious. Why did they suddenly appear just now? Where did they appear from? One had to know that on the Tongtian Sea, everything was under his control. It was impossible to disappear and appear out of thin air. However, Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Ghostfire had really done it. Congratulations, Yin Chuan said with a smile. I should say the same. The two of you must have gained a lot. Tongtian sect leader said with a smile. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi smiled slightly. Please. Tongtian sect leader extended his hand and said with a smile. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi nodded and stepped into Bo Palace with Tongtian sect leader. At the same time, Luoyang City, west outer continent of the Yang realm. In a forbidden hall. Quang. The door of the hall slowly opened, and an old man in a green robe walked out slowly from the forbidden hall. When the old man walked out of the hall, the countless guards around him were surprised. The old man was Hong Jun ancestor. Previously, he had pierced the eye of heaven with a sword and was extremely stunning. However, everyone's memory was erased in the end. So many people did not recognize Hong Jun ancestor. Hong Jun looked up at the sky and turned to the northwest. The 13th heaven of ancestor immortal. Tongtian, you did not disappoint me in the end. Hong Jun ancestor said lightly. 1 year? That's good. 1 year is enough. Hong Jun ancestor said lightly. As he said that, the void in front of Hong Jun ancestor trembled slightly. Hong Jun ancestor stepped into the trembling void. Boom! It was like a space-time ripple that instantly moved towards the north outer continent. Hong Jun ancestor had gone to the north outer continent. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Gonyang Benlei stood in front of zombie Yin Chuan with a heavy expression. Sage King, did the family head die? Gonyang Benlei asked bitterly. Gonyang Zi is dead. Yin Chuan nodded. Gonyang Benlei smiled bitterly. I guessed it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hurry up and subdue the Gonyang family. Now that Gonyang Zi is dead, there will be a purge around the southeast continent. Go back early and save more people, Yin Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gonyang Benlei replied. Yang Realm, far away from Tongtian Sea. Yuan Tiangang returned to Wu Jiong's side. Sky Emperor, Yuan Tiangang shouted. How was the battle just now? Wu Jiong asked. Tongtian sect leader did not do his best. No, maybe he did, but he did not use many methods. At least, he did not use the number 1 killing formation of the Great Thousand World, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. It was just to improve his cultivation, Yuan Tiangang said. Tongtian? Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. Sky Emperor, that Ziwei Saint surprised me. I have never heard of him. Why is he so elegant? Yuan Tiangang said solemnly. Ziwei Saint? I have been watching him. During this time, I saw him mobilize the will of the stars. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The will of the stars. The will of the Ziwei star, that the emperor of the mortal world borrows power from the stars. Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Wu Jiong stretched out his hand and beckoned. In the starry sky, a ray of starlight rushed toward Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong frowned as he caught the ray of starlight in his palm. Yes, it is the will of the Ziwei star. The power of the stars is weak, and it can only be mobilized to increase one's strength when one is immortal. After becoming an immortal, this power is almost negligible. However, this Ziwei Saint is different. The power he can mobilize is not inferior to the power of the world. Wu Jiong said solemnly. What? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Investigate this Ziwei Saint carefully. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1340. By the time Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Miao left Green Touring Palace, everything outside had already been dealt with. Most of the cultivators had left, but a small number were still unwilling to leave. Everyone knew that an even greater battle would be held here in a year. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. When Yin Chuan came out, Bai Qi and the others were waiting respectfully. Sage King, the sky-burying coffin. Bai Qi handed over the sky-burying coffin. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Seated in the dragon carriage, the group quickly arrived at a manor. Meow. Yin Chuan, are we going to wait here forever? Meow asked curiously. A year will pass very quickly. Moreover, many things will definitely happen in this year. Yin Chuan nodded his head. Half a month later, Zhao Afong, Mo Yushi, and ZZ returned to Greatjun. Yin Chuan was fishing by a small lake. Meow was playing with the fish with her claws. Behind him, Meng Wenruo hurried over. Sage King, something has indeed happened. Meng Wenruo said gravely. Oh, Yin Chuan's fishing rod moved slightly. Meng Wenruo said in a low voice, news has come from the western part of the heaven-span domain, which borders the sea. No, it seems that within a single night, almost everyone within a 1 billion kilometer radius to the west suddenly gained a new memory. Meow? Memories can appear out of nowhere? Meow said in shock. Is it everyone? Yin Chuan put down his fishing rod and asked gravely. Yes, even ancestral immortals. A year later, Skyspan Domain will be even more sensitive to the battle between Skyspan Domain and the 15 Sages. Countless cultivators have remained in Skyspan Domain. However, this news suddenly appeared in the west, and countless cultivators rushed there. Meng Wenruo said gravely, even ancestral immortals can gain a new memory. It seems that this is indeed something major. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, there's an additional space-time arena on the west side of the sea. The memories of countless practitioners invite the experts of the world to improve themselves, Meng Wenruo said. Space-time Coliseum? Yes. All those who entered the Space-Time Coliseum had their cultivation and strength greatly improved after coming out. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. There's such a place? Yin Chuan revealed a trace of doubt. Yes. According to the people who entered the Space-Time Coliseum, they only entered for a day, but it felt like they had spent several years inside. Inside, there would be people who would fight with them to break through their limits. If they won, it would be fine. But if they lost, they would be saved by the power of the Space-Time Coliseum the instant they were killed. In other words, there would be no danger to their lives. A day outside is equivalent to several years inside. Yin Chuan asked solemnly. That's right. When you want to spar, a figure will automatically appear to spar with you. When you gain enlightenment, they will specially clear the area so that you can go into seclusion. In just a few days, the news swept everywhere like a storm. Meng Wenruo said solemnly, Meow, a day outside is equivalent to several years inside. Why is there such a place? Meow asked, puzzled. Yes, as long as one grasps the time ability, they can do it, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Time ability? Meow asked curiously. Hong Jun. Yin Chuan suddenly stood up with his eyebrows raised. Holy King said that Hong Jun created the space-time Coliseum? Meng Wenruo said in surprise. From what I know, only he knows the time ability. However, Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. However what? Meow asked curiously. Hong Jun was once the strongest person in the Great Thousand Realms in a certain era. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. At that time, he challenged all the strong people in the world. 15 sages were not a match for one of his clones. Being the strongest person in the world was not just about strength. His scheming was also unparalleled. He grasped the time ability and could see the past and present. Bai Huang even guessed that this ability could see a trace of the future. He was an unparalleled schemer. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow? Meow asked in surprise. In the past, he hid in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. If it's really him now, why did he suddenly appear in such a high-profile manner? He must be planning something, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, can't we just go and take a look? Meow immediately called out. Yin Chuan nodded. Space-Time Coliseum? Let's go take a look. Yes. Meng Wenruo nodded curiously. Stepping into the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan and the others quickly headed west. Because they were in the Heavenspan territory, they soon arrived at the Space-Time Coliseum. It was on a huge island in the west of the Heavenspan territory. On the island, there was a huge door that was 100 feet tall. Inside the huge door was a black vortex. Countless experts were rushing towards the interior of the palace one after another. Yin Chuan and the others stopped at the shore. Bang! At that moment, the huge door spat out a large number of cultivators. Ah, what? Immediately, a large number of cultivators flew out with gloomy expressions. What's going on? Why? No. The cultivators who flew out were instantly annoyed. Among those who flew out, one of them saw Yin Chuan's dragon carriage and immediately flew over. The Eastern Depot's 1,000 households of the Heavenspan territory greets the Sage King. That person immediately said respectfully, "What happened?" Yin Chuan asked. Just now, this subordinate was in seclusion when a voice suddenly sounded. It said that the Space-Time Coliseum will only accept ancestral immortals. The 1,000 households said respectfully, "Only ancestral immortals?" Yin Chuan was slightly puzzled. This subordinate has already been in there for 3 years. The 1,000 households said again, "Meow, 3 years?" Meow said in surprise. The time inside is very different from the time outside. This subordinate fought many people of the same level and gained many insights. Unfortunately, there is no Yuan Qi inside. Every time I enter seclusion, I have to absorb energy from immortal stones. The 1,000 households explained. As the 1,000 households spoke, those below ancestral immortal level cursed in the distance. But those above ancestral immortal level entered one after another. In the beginning, it didn't discriminate by cultivation base. It seems like it was to prove the wonders of the place to the outside world. Now that the effect has been achieved, these people are being pushed out for publicity. Meng Wenruo said gravely. Whoosh! A ray of white light descended. Wu Tian. Meng Wenruo's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoosh! In the distance, Wu Tian stepped in without hesitation. Sage King. In addition to Sage Wu Tian, many other sages have entered. Palace Lord Zhu, Shimin, Yuan Tiangang, Wu Jiong, 100 Evil Fiend, and many others. Many experts have entered. The 1,000 households said, "Sage King, let this subordinate go scout." Gigu Zi took a deep breath. "No need. This emperor will go alone. You stand guard outside." Yin Chuan shook his head. "Yes," everyone answered. "Bai Qi, follow me." Yin Chuan called out. "Meow, I want to go too." Meow immediately called out. Looking at Meow, Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan, Meow, and Bai Qi flew towards the giant door in the distance. "Look, that's Yin Chuan of great accomplishment. He went in too." Even the great Zhou, Celestial Emperor, went in. What's so strange about Yin Chuan going in? Countless cultivators watched from all directions. Yin Chuan and the others stepped in. Whoosh! The surroundings changed, turning into a huge valley. The moment Yin Chuan and the others entered, they separated. Meow! Meow's figure flashed, and she appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder. As for Bai Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! On the other side of the valley, a red-robed man suddenly appeared. "You're my new opponent?" The red-robed man asked in a deep voice. However, Yin Chuan ignored him. Instead, he raised his head and looked around. As he looked, Yin Chuan's eyes gradually turned 14 colors. In an instant, he seemed to see through countless illusions. Gradually, his gaze seemed to transcend time and space, and he saw a floating platform above his head. On the floating platform, an azure-robed old man sat quietly. When Yin Chuan looked over, the old man seemed to sense something as well. He turned his head to look at Yin Chuan. "Old ancestor Hongjun, how have you been?" Yin Chuan said with a smile. The red-robed ancestral immortal opposite Yin Chuan looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The red-robed ancestral immortal looked around and then looked up. He could not see Hongjun at all. Yin Chuan stared at Hongjun on the floating platform. Hongjun nodded his head slightly. Yin Chuan and Meow disappeared from where they were and appeared on Hongjun's floating platform. The red-robed ancestral immortal was left in the valley with an incomparably confused look. "Meow, what is this place?" Meow looked around in surprise. Yin Chuan and Meow landed on Hongjuan's floating platform. When they looked around from the floating platform, all they saw was darkness. Within the darkness, there were 3,000 bubbles floating around. Within each of the bubbles, there was a different scene. Within each of the bubbles, it was as though two unparalleled experts were fighting each other. Yin Chuan and Meow were in one of the bubbles previously. Yin Chuan even saw that within one of the bubbles, Bai Qi was fighting with an ancestral immortal. Hongjun sat on the floating platform and looked at the 3,000 bubbles. Old ancestor Hongjun, nice move. As expected of the number one person in the great thousand world back then, Yin Chuan exclaimed. Hongjun looked at Yin Chuan with slight surprise in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "What number one person in the world? Aren't you also a loser? Back then, I lost to you." Old ancestor, you are exaggerating. In the battle back then, you fought against the entire world together with the heavens. It was amazing. Back then, I went all out and only dealt with one of your avatars. Although I won in the end, I felt that your avatars did not go all out. Yin Chuan shook his head. Hongjun smiled and did not explain the past. Ming Tianhan is Fu Su, right? Old ancestor Hongjun said indifferently. Oh. Yin Chuan's pupil shrank. Meow? What Fu Su? Meow asked in surprise. Hongjun took a deep breath and said, "Dream of heaven's secrets? You have entered my purple cloud palace, and Fu Su came from the purple cloud palace's passageway. Others may not know him, but I know him well." Yin Chuan smiled with a complicated expression and said, "Grandpa is right. You can never let sand in your eyes. You are still so insightful." Chapter 1341. Yin Chuan smiled with a complicated expression. "Grandpa is right. Your eyes will never let sand get into your head. You are still so insightful." Insightful? If you know everything, you won't have to hide for so long. Hongjun ancestor sighed slightly. Hongjun motioned for Yin Chuan to sit down. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan also sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of them, a stone table with a teapot on it slowly floated up. "Meow, I'll pour tea for you." Meow jumped onto the stone table in boredom. It poured a cup of tea for them. "Hide. Hongjun ancestor, you're in the same generation as my grandpa. Is there anyone in the world that you can hide?" Yin Chuan frowned. Hongjun sighed slightly and shook his head. "Yes, he is so powerful that everyone can't breathe." "Oh, can I hear the details?" Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. "It's only in my place. If it were somewhere else, no one would dare to ask or answer. You have heard of this person many times." Hongjun picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Oh." Hongjun looked at Yin Chuan, and a light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "His name is Fate." "Fate?" Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Hongjun nodded seriously. "Whether it is Chao, Kong Huangtian, or other experts, they are all afraid of fate." Yin Chuan's face gradually became serious. "You mean fate has self-awareness?" Hongjun nodded gently. "Meow? How can fate have self-awareness? What is he?" Meow asked curiously. "Fate has no feelings, no emotions, only reason. He thinks that whoever threatens him will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Have you heard of it?" Hongjun said in a deep voice. "When the four realms merge, all living beings will die." Yin Chuan nodded. "The moment the four realms merge, all living beings will die." Hongjun said in a deep voice. "Oh, why? Why does fate want to destroy all living things?" Yin Chuan asked solemnly. "The infinite gave birth to the Taiji. From the moment our world was born in the void, everything was destined. That time should be called the first epoch. What is destiny? If we use the word human to describe it, our world is the body, and fate is the soul. All living beings are the subsequent lives born from the body." Hongjun explained. "The soul of the world?" Yin Chuan frowned. "Yes, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji will also die in Wuji. In other words, under normal circumstances, our world will die again one day and disappear completely." Hongjun said solemnly. "Meow? Death?" Meow Meow asked in surprise. "Other than transcendence, Nothing is eternal. It's like looking at the stars in the starry sky. One day, the stars will die. It's the same for the world. One day it will die. However, if you want eternity, there's only one way, and that's to transcend. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. In the first world, the three corpses were severed. The three corpses were severed to create the three corpses of great evil, great kindness, and the great thousand corpses. When the three corpses of great thousand corpses are combined, the entire world will be eternal. Yin Chuan said solemnly. That's right. When the four realms merge, it's the moment of transcendence. We're we living beings. The vitality, beliefs, and emotions of all living beings are the forces that constantly promote the progress of the world. Because of the development of all living beings, the entire world is revitalized, and the world is constantly moving toward its final goal. Otherwise, the world is a pool of stagnant water. It's impossible to sever the three corpses and merge them. Hong Jun explained. Vitality, beliefs, and emotions. These are the forces that promote the development of the world. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. These ethereal things could revitalize a world. There are many of them, but they can't be used directly. They're all nutrients for the world. Otherwise, why do you think the world is constantly giving birth to new lives and new races? Hong Jun said with a smile. Meow. Then why do all living beings have to die when the world transcends? Meow was puzzled. Fate tolerates all living beings because it needs them. When the four realms merge, it won't need them anymore. Fate doesn't have emotions. If it were you, would you be willing to have countless useless bugs crawling all over your body? Hong Jun said with a smile. Countless bugs crawling all over my body? Meow shuddered. I don't want to. Meow immediately shouted. That's right. You don't want it, and fate doesn't want it either. The most benevolent method is to throw all living beings out of your body and throw them into the nothingness to fend for themselves. However, other than the transcendence, who can survive in the nothingness? Yin Chuan drank a cup of water. At this moment, most of the doubts in his heart were finally explained. Why did all living beings perish when the four realms merge? It turned out to be the high and mighty fate. It looked down on and controlled the fate of all living beings. In the first epoch, a group of powerful living beings refused to accept fate and wanted to resist. However, all living beings were born from heaven and earth. They couldn't resist at all. Those who resisted were destroyed. Because fate doesn't matter. The world will continuously give birth to new living beings. What does it matter if some die? Hong Jun said with a smile. However, Yin Chuan's frown deepened. Until the first epoch, a certain peerless expert proposed an idea. All living beings should transcend. Before the world transcends, all living beings should transcend together. That way, they will be able to survive. Hong Jun said solemnly. The senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. That's right. It's him. He transformed into samsara. This senior sacrificed a lot and used his strength to root himself into the world, forming 72 reincarnations. He provided for all living beings to reincarnate and accumulate the soul force of their previous lives, passing on the essence of every generation. This resulted in the scene of countless peerless experts hidden in the world. If not for him, a batch of living beings would have perished. None of their heritage would have been passed down, and none of their essence would have been left to their descendants. In fact, all living beings would have killed even more for their respective races. It's because of samsara that peerless experts remember their respective missions and a common goal. Meow. Meow looked at Hong Jun in a daze. How strong is fate? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. He represents the pinnacle. Some speculate that he's at the 18th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, while others speculate that he's at the 19th firmament. No one knows the exact details because no one has seen him before. Those who have seen fate are all dead, Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Although fate hasn't transcended, none of the transcendents of the four realms are his match. Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan was silent for a while. Yin Chuan, I can feel that your life is filled with countless variables and endless potential. I hope you can reach the end and see the day when all living beings transcend. Hong Jun said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun and nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Guidance? Not really. You might know in a few years. I just had some friendship with Bai Wang back then. I didn't expect him to die too. Sigh. It's a pity that when the third epoch entered the fourth epoch, fate erased everyone's memories. Bai Wang might have recalled everything before he died, but he couldn't tell you. I'll tell you on his behalf. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Yin Chuan nodded. However, his heart was extremely heavy. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. As if it could see that Yin Chuan's heart was heavy, it rubbed its little head against Yin Chuan's cheek to comfort Yin Chuan. I'm fine, Yin Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yin Chuan looked around. Countless experts were fighting in the surrounding 3,000 bubbles. Space-time arena? It's really a good place. Here, you can hone your strength. Only you, who have mastered time divine power, can do that. Yin Chuan sighed. This is also my last time. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Oh, if you want to enter, go ahead, Hong Jun said with a smile. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, My situation is a little special. This kind of battle won't be of much help to me. Oh, that's right. In your first life, you were already at the 14th heaven of the ancestor Immortal realm. This kind of battle won't be of much help. Hong Jun nodded. Most importantly, I used the life usurping derivation technique. I need an opportunity to improve my cultivation. If you don't mind, I'll let some generals of the Zhen enter to hone themselves. Is that okay? Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun. Sure. Hong Jun nodded. Yin Chuan nodded. He took out a jade slip and recorded a message in it. Miao, give this jade slip to Gue Guzi. Yin Chuan handed over the jade slip. Miao. Miao nodded with the jade slip in her hand. Whoosh. Miao's figure flickered and disappeared. Outside, Gue Guzi was waiting with his ministers when suddenly Miao appeared through space. Miao? Yin Chuan asked me to give this to you. Miao threw the jade slip to Gue Guzi. As she spoke, Miao's figure flickered and appeared in front of Yin Chuan again. Gue Guzi took the jade slip and scanned it. Saint Ruler Order, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Diyu, enter and break through. Gue Guzi shouted to the four of them. Yes, the four of them replied. Soon, the four of them stepped into the space-time arena. Inside, on the floating platform, Yin Chuan used the sky-burying coffin to teleport King Guiyu over and threw him into one of the bubbles. De Zhen and the other generals quickly took the opportunity to break through. Yin Chuan's gaze also swept across the bubbles. This was a space opened by Hong Jun. Therefore, the restrictions of heaven had disappeared. Inside, the fog on the faces of the saints had also disappeared. They were fighting inside. Wu Tian, Shimin, Meigao Cave, Evil Old Demon, Palace Master Ju, and Yuan Tiangang were all fighting inside. They were all ancestral immortals, and the battle was also extremely fierce. Sitting here, Yin Chuan could see everything clearly. Soon, Yin Chuan found a special bubble, which was also the largest bubble here. Inside stood the Emperor, Wu Jiong. Against Wu Jiong, none of them won. Teacher, I need to increase the difficulty. Wu Jiong stood alone in a bubble and shouted. Okay, Hong Jun shouted. Boom. Suddenly, 10 ancestral immortals appeared in the bubble where Wu Jiong was. The 10 ancestral immortals were confused. Weren't they fighting one-on-one before? Why were there suddenly so many people? Wu Jiong held a Taiji diagram in his hand and looked coldly at the 10 ancestral immortals. This time, your opponent is me. Chapter 1342. Space-Time Coliseum. Time was different from the outside world. After playing for a while, Miao got bored and was sent back to the netherworld by Yin Chuan. Hong Jun sat on the floating platform with his eyes closed, controlling the battlefield within the 3,000 bubbles. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, had his eyes closed as well, sensing with his heart. Of the 3,000 battlefields, 2,000 ancestral immortals were meditating with their eyes closed, but the other 1,000 were fighting nonstop. Yin Chuan was sensing. No, to be precise, recording. Through his thoughts, he transmitted it to his other clone. Xianying, Heaven's Pavilion. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan was in seclusion. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's thoughts were different from the main bodies, but the two could establish an independent connection. As long as the main body allowed it, they could transmit what they saw to each other. Heaven's Pavilion was dark. 3,000 bubbles floated around silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Within the bubbles, ancestral immortals were fighting each other. It was a complete replica of the space-time Colosseum. However, gradually, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan could see that something was changing inside the bubble. Be it the scenery within the bubbles or the ancestral immortals within, they all turned into tiny particles under silver-eyed Yin Chuan. The arrangement of the particles was constantly changing. When an ancestral immortal used a spell, the particles around him would constantly change. One of the arrays changed thousands of times, as if a new spell was being formed through these changes. Ordinary people would have been dazzled, but silver-eyed Yin Chuan recorded it all down, deducing the secrets of the array changes. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan was deducing all 3,000 bubbles. More importantly, due to the asymmetry of time, these particles changed extremely quickly. But even so, silver-eyed Yin Chuan was still at ease. The space-time Colosseum. They sat there for 100 years. After 100 years of fighting, the ancestral immortals within had all improved greatly. This was especially true for the fierce generals of Dajin, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi. The four of them had the foundations of their first lives, and under constant training, they improved rapidly. Before long, the ancestral immortals they were fighting changed from 1-on-1 to 1-on-10, and even Bai Qi against 30. The largest battlefield was where Wu Jiong was. After fighting for 100 years, Wu Jiong's strength had reached a new height. He even had a breakthrough once. In Yin Chuan's eyes, he had reached the 12th heaven of the ancestor immortal realm. Teacher, that's enough. I want to fight everyone. After defeating a group of ancestral immortals, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Who? Hong Jun opened his eyes. Within the 3,000 bubbles, the battle suddenly stopped. Everyone paused slightly. Standing in their respective bubble worlds, they looked around curiously. Hong Jun waved his sleeve slightly. Buzz! All the bubbles suddenly trembled. Then, they moved closer to the center. Pop! 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 A series of sounds could be heard, and all the bubbles merged into one, forming a huge bubble. For the first time, nearly 4,000 ancestral immortals met. The scene was extremely spectacular. All the ancestral immortals gathered around Wu Jiong, their eyes flashing with confusion. He had no idea what the space-time Colosseum was trying to do. You want to help Wu Jiong break through? Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun seriously. Hong Jun nodded and said in a deep voice, "This is the last battle. Life and death are up to fate." Boom! A loud sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Last battle? Life and death are up to fate? In other words, the space-time Colosseum no longer cared about whether they lived or died. Many people's expressions changed, but even more people had arrogant looks on their faces. In the past 100 years, everyone's strength had increased, and they had long formed a sense of pride. Wu Jiong looked at the 4,000 ancestral immortals surrounding him and said with a gloomy expression, "Everyone from now on, this is the last battle between us. If you don't give it your all, you will die." What? What a joke! Who do you think you are? The crowd was in an uproar. Although they knew that Wu Jiong was powerful, this was too arrogant. One person against 4,000? Yin Chuan reached out and waved his hand, summoning all the officials of Great Zhou. As for the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, they bowed slightly to Wu Jiong and disappeared with a flash, leaving the space-time Colosseum. Those who are afraid, scram now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance, Wu Jiong said coldly. Many of the 4,000 ancestral immortals frowned. Following that, more and more people quickly left. The space-time coliseum was convenient. As long as one wanted to leave, they could easily do so. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals had left, but 3,000 remained. Some wanted to fight Wu Jiong, but most wanted to see the final battle. Seal! Hong Jun shouted softly. Boom! The entire bubble suddenly expanded by a notch. Oh no, we can't leave. An ancestral immortal's expression changed. What? The group of ancestral immortals exclaimed. Hong Jun had sealed the entrances and exits of the space-time coliseum. The remaining 3,000 ancestral immortals could no longer leave. Give it your all or die. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold as he swung the Taiji diagram in his hand. Boom! Two types of sword energy suddenly shot out from the Taiji diagram, one white and one black, straight at the group of ancestral immortals. How dare you? You're courting death. The group of ancestral immortals shouted. They didn't expect Wu Jiong to really dare to fight 3,000 ancestral immortals alone. Boom! Forced into a corner, the 3,000 ancestral immortals attacked. Die! Wu Jiong's figure flickered, and he suddenly reached out with his other hand. A golden dragon claw shot towards 3 ancestral immortals. Boom! The ancestral immortals all exploded into pieces. Their flesh and blood instantly exploded. The expressions of all the ancestral immortals changed. I told you, if you don't give it your all, you'll die, Wu Jiong said coldly. Boom! A golden path shot out from behind Wu Jiong. A dragon and a phoenix coiled on the path, and a ferocious force poured into Wu Jiong's body. A surging aura erupted from Wu Jiong's body. Boom! A tremendous force surged out, and the expressions of the 3,000 ancestral immortals changed drastically. Roar! The 3,000 ancestral immortals took out their Dharma treasures and slashed at Wu Jiong. 3,000 energy swords, energy sabers, and energy treasures shot out. The void where Wu Jiong stood was instantly crushed into powder. A black hole appeared in the void. Wu Jiong bore the brunt of the attack. Taiji, transformation. Wu Jiong unfurled his Taiji diagram. A huge Taiji diagram of yin and yang spun rapidly, reversing most of the power. Kill. Either she dies or we die. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill. On the battlefield, light shone everywhere. The ancestral immortals understood Wu Jiong's determination and immediately surrounded him. No matter how strong he was, could he deal with 3,000 ancestral immortals? Boom! The entire bubble was filled with ferocious attacks. On the floating platform, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Yu, and King Guai were all watching the battlefield solemnly. Great Daos collided, and the fierce battle caused even the gods of slaughter to feel a chill in their hearts. The world of the bubble had turned into a black hole. Countless great Daos shone brightly. This Wu Jiong is so fierce, Bai Qi said solemnly. He's at the 12th level of Ancestral Immortal, preparing to break through. Yin Chuan explained. The 12th level of Ancestral Immortal? One had to know that Tong Tian's cultivation base was at the same level before he fought the 9 sages. Everyone's eyes turned even more solemn. On the battlefield, the heroes charged forward one after another. The battle was abnormally fierce. Among them were the 5 sages, Wu Tian, Shimin, Tian Jizi, Fiend 100, and Palace Lord Zhu. Although the 5 ancestral immortals could not use the power of heaven and earth in the space-time arena, their strength was still abnormally fierce. Yin Chuan stared at the battlefield. Once again, Wu Jiong's Taiji diagram exploded with billions of sword chi. Suddenly, one of them shot towards Palace Lord Zhu. Palace Lord Zhu hurriedly blocked it, and the white sword chi narrowly brushed past his face. Palace Lord Zhu dodged it, but the hideous mask on his face was sliced in half and immediately slipped off. Palace Lord Zhu's face was instantly exposed to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. What? Bai Qi and the rest were also shocked. Sage King, Palace Lord Ju is... Jin Dayu exclaimed. It's not her. She's not the Empress. Yin Chuan shook his head with certainty. Even so, Yin Chuan's eyes were solemn. Too similar to the Empress. The Empress, the daughter of the Saber Demon, was on good terms with Yin Chuan in the sealed world. However, later on, she learned that her father was killed by Yin Chuan's ancestor, Yin Zizai, so she and Yin Chuan became strangers. However, even though they were strangers, she still wanted to help Yin Chuan during the Venerable Heaven's birthday celebration. At this moment, why did Palace Lord Ju and the Empress look so similar? The only difference was that the Empress had short hair, while Palace Lord Ju had beautiful long hair. They were too similar. Yin Chuan looked at Palace Lord Ju's hand. Palace Lord Ju also used a saber. At this moment, when he looked at Palace Lord Ju's saber technique again, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. It was somewhat similar to the Empress's saber technique. Yin Chuan looked at it with a frown. Die. Wu Jiong suddenly swung the Taiji diagram. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were beheaded. Not good. Attack at the same time. Quick, or none of us will live. Someone shouted in horror. Boom. Almost at the same time, the remaining ancestral immortals attacked at the same time. The Great Tao collided with Wu Jiong's Great Tao. The ancestral immortals also used their full strength at the same time and collided with Wu Jiong. Boom! Endless white light burst out. It was incomparably dazzling. Wu Jiong stepped on the Taiji diagram with the imperial seal above her head. She controlled the Great Tao and supported a barrier to withstand all the pressure from the outside world. In an instant, the battle was in a stalemate. Wu Jiong's face became more and more ferocious. The 2,000 ancestral immortals around her did not dare to be careless. The more the stalemate, the more terrified the ancestral immortals were. Wu Jiong's strength was too terrifying. They had so many people, but they could not deal with Wu Jiong. Now that Wu Jiong was restrained, if she escaped, who could stop her? No one retreats. If Wu Jiong doesn't die, we'll all die. Palace Lord Ju shouted in horror. Roar! The 2,000 ancestral immortals exerted their strength again, and Wu Jiong's arm trembled slightly. Cracks also appeared on the Great Tao, as if it could not hold on any longer. Under this huge force, Wu Jiong's 7 orifices were even forced to bleed. Chapter 1343. The number of ancestral immortals is ridiculous. I can't believe so many gathered in the outer North Continent. Jin Dayu frowned. Too many peak ancient immortals have broken through in the past few years. But even so, it's nothing. These are all ancestral immortals with lower cultivation bases. There are still many ancestral immortals who have hidden themselves. Most importantly, Tong Tian is challenging all the sages. It's very meaningful. King Agai said, Wu Jiong is dying. Bai Qi frowned. In the distance, Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals. She looked like she would be crushed to pieces soon. The Celestial Emperor was dying. Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun Patriarch. Hong Jun Ancestor was unmoved. He looked at Wu Jiong in the distance without any expression. Wu Jiong was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals at the same time. It was not that she could not defeat these ancestral immortals, but that these ancestral immortals were working together. This unity was the most frightening thing. Wu Jiong could not move. Her face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with an unyielding, killing intent. Wu Jiong is dying. Hold on. Tian Jizi shouted. Roar. No one dared to relax. They roared and continued to inject energy. Hong Jun, Wu Jiong is your disciple. Are you not going to do anything? Yin Chuan frowned. This is her fate, Hong Jun said. Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun in confusion. He ignored him and continued to watch the battle in the bubble. Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her face was red. Am I going to die? Wu Jiong thought with despair. Wu Jiong's confidence seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed by this power. Mainyang! Mainyang! In a daze, Wu Jiong seemed to hear a series of shouts. As she listened, tears welled up in her bleeding eyes. Husband! Wu Jiong called out affectionately. Mainyang! A faint voice sounded in her mind. Wu Jiong's despair suddenly turned into a strong emotion. No, I can't die yet. Husband, husband! Ah! Wu Jiong suddenly roared out. As he roared out, his presence seemed to undergo an intense transformation. Wu Jiong's great Tao erupted with 1,000,000,000,000 rays of golden light. In that instant, Wu Jiong's strength increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The 2,000-plus ancestral immortals who had been suppressing Wu Jiong suddenly opened their eyes wide in shock. No! How could this be? She broke through? Boom! The suppressive might of over 2,000 ancestral immortals exploded forth, and in an instant, all of them were blasted flying. Ah! As they flew backwards, all of them were heavily injured from the impact. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, they let out miserable cries as they were sent flying. Wu Jiong's imperial seal and Taiji diagram instantly shot out in 2 different directions. The Taiji diagram suddenly unleashed a boundless amount of black and white sword energy, slaughtering the ancestral immortals in one direction. The 4 ancestral immortals were instantly reduced to meat paste. In the end, he was facing Tianjizi. No, why me? Tianjizi's eyes widened as he roared in shock. Boom! Billions of sword chi instantly crushed through his body. Tianjizi was instantly sliced into pieces. On the other side, the Imperial Seal also exploded with power. After crushing the 4 ancestral immortals, it instantly landed on Palace Lord Ju's head. Roar! On the Imperial Seal, 9 golden dragons roared. The Imperial Seal was like a huge mountain, crashing down on Palace Lord Ju. Palace Lord Ju raised his saber and slashed at the Imperial Seal. Boom! The saber was instantly crushed into pieces, and the Imperial Seal pressed down on Palace Lord Ju with unstoppable force. No! Palace Lord Ju also cried out in horror. Just as Palace Lord Ju was in despair, another Imperial Seal suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong's Imperial Seal. Yin Chuan's Great Sky, Stabilizing Seal. Boom! The 2 Imperial Seals collided with a loud bang, and both emitted billions of rays of golden light. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. Palace Master Ju, on the other hand, suddenly felt a huge force pulling him away from his original spot. Palace Lord Ju had a look of relief, knowing that he had been saved in an instant. Suddenly, Palace Lord Ju appeared in front of Yin Chuan, still in a state of shock. It's you. Palace Lord Ju looked at Yin Chuan in shock. In that instant, Palace Lord Ju thought of many people, but he didn't expect it to be his enemy. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan? Boom! There was a loud bang in the distance. Ouch! The other ancestral immortals fell in all directions. It was a mess. Wu Jiong didn't chase after anyone. After the Taiji diagram and the Imperial Seal dissipated, they quickly surrounded Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed his eyes and consolidated this rare breakthrough. However, the surrounding ancestral immortals didn't go forward to kill him. This Wu Jiong was too terrifying. 1 against 3,000? Space-time arena? Were they all set up for her? Palace Lord Ju also saw the difference in Yin Chuan's location. When he saw Hong Jun, Palace Lord Ju felt that he couldn't see through him. In the end, Palace Lord Ju looked at Yin Chuan with an extremely complicated expression. Why did you save me? Palace Lord Ju stared at Yin Chuan and asked. Looking at Palace Lord Ju, Yin Chuan was silent for a moment before saying, Is the Saber Fiend your father? Palace Lord Ju glared at him and said, How? How did you know? Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and said, We'll talk later. Palace Lord Ju frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask anymore. In the outside world, the moment St. Tianjizi died, boom, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, mournful music resounded through the world. Dark clouds covered the sky as blood rain fell from the sky and blood mist rose from the ground. For a moment, countless cultivators in the world frowned and looked at the sky. Green Touring Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pinched his fingers slightly. Tion Jeezy? It's fine if he's dead. With that, the Grand Master of Heaven closed his eyes again. The reactions of the various parties were different. The nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals who had left the space-time arena rejoiced. Clearly, the battle in the space-time arena, where life and death were predestined, must be extremely tragic. Inside the space-time arena, Wu Jiong's cultivation was stable. The Taiji diagram, an imperial seal, slowly flew into his sleeve. The great Tao also dissipated. Wu Jiong was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he wiped it clean. He turned his head and looked at the more than 2,000 ancestral immortals that he had defeated. He took a deep breath. In the previous battle, more than 300 ancestral immortals had died. The remaining ones were also injured. Wu Jiong glanced at them and ignored them. 13 firmament ancestral immortals? Wu Jiong has also reached the ability to communicate with the world. Yinchuan took a deep breath and said, in the distance, Wu Jiong looked up at the sky and instantly saw the floating platform through the bubble. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression. Thank you, teacher. Wu Jiong's voice was a little forced, because in that instant, if he hadn't broken through, he would have died on the spot. As for Hong Jun, he definitely wouldn't have interfered. That was why this gratitude seemed a little forced. Hong Jun looked at Wu Jiong below and nodded gently. Wu Jiong, I'll give you one last thing. I'm willing to listen to teacher's teachings. Wu Jiong bowed slightly. If you want to continue breaking through, your cultivation needs to be searched in your heart. Hong Jun said indifferently. Cultivation needs to be searched in my heart. Wu Jiong frowned and finally nodded. Yes, thank you for your teachings, teacher. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. He flicked his sleeve. We can leave now? An ancestral immortal suddenly revealed a look of joy. Whoosh! That ancestral immortal instantly left the space-time arena. The others were also overjoyed and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone had left. No one wanted to stay here, especially with such a murderous demon king around. Go! Hong Jun called out to Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression and nodded. Yes. Wu Jiong stepped out of the space-time arena. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Chuan and the others were left in the space-time arena. Hong Jun looked at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, don't mind what I told you earlier. It won't spread. Even fate can't hear it here. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. And that Fu Su, do what you want. I won't interfere with you. No one knows about his situation. Hong Jun said indifferently. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Hong Jun nodded. As he nodded, Hong Jun's figure slowly faded. Not only Hong Jun's figure, but the entire space-time arena also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Soon, Hong Jun disappeared, and the surrounding space also disappeared. Yin Chuan and the others appeared above the island. Countless experts surrounded the area. In the distance, Wu Jiong came out, and a large number of Great Zhou's officials bowed respectfully. The ancestral immortals who came out earlier were all terrified when they saw Wu Jiong. After today's battle, Wu Jiong's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Sacred Ruler, Yigu Zi and the others flew over from afar. Let's go. Everyone boarded the dragon carriage and quickly left. When Palace Lord Zhu came out, his face was once again shrouded in mist. He followed Yin Chuan and the others and quickly left. On the dragon carriage, Palace Lord Zhu asked again, Yin Di, how did you know my identity? Why did you save me? I've seen your sister. She's the Empress. Yin Chuan said, The Empress? I know her. Legend has it that she came out from the same sealed realm as you. Palace Lord Zhu was puzzled. That's right. I saved you because of your sister. Yin Chuan nodded. Ha! Yin Di, your excuse is too lame. Sister? I don't have a sister. Palace Lord Zhu said in a deep voice. Oh. Yin Chuan suddenly looked at Palace Lord Zhu strangely. Both of them were the daughters of the saber demon. Why did Palace Lord Ju deny it? You don't know the Empress? Indeed, please don't joke like that. My father is the saber demon, but my father only loves my mother. Other than me, he can't have any other daughter. Palace Lord Ju shook his head. Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and the others. Palace Lord Ju was even more puzzled when he saw the disbelief in everyone's eyes. Is the Empress very similar to me? Palace Lord Ju said strangely. Similar? Other than your long hair, you're almost exactly the same. Yin Chuan said with some confusion. Really? So similar? Maybe it's a coincidence. It's not just similar. No, it's exactly the same. Sai, if you have the chance, go and see the Empress yourself. Her father is also the saber demon. Yin Chuan shook his head. Although he was also filled with curiosity, Yin Chuan really didn't know what to say at this time. Chapter 1344. Looking at Palace Master Ju, Yin Chuan's expression became slightly solemn. From Palace Master Ju's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. Did he really not know? But Palace Master Ju and Huang were the daughters of the saber demon, and they were almost identical. Both of them had seen the saber demon before, so why didn't the saber demon tell them that they had sisters? Moreover, the two of them looked almost identical. In Yin Chuan's understanding, there were only two possibilities. One was that they were twins. The other was that Palace Master Ju and Huang were the same person, a derivative, just like him and the zombie body. However, the two girls didn't know each other. Could it be that the saber demon did it on purpose? Or did someone erase their memories? Yindi, are you sure that I look the same as Huang? Palace Master Ju also thought of the strangeness. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Palace Master Ju was silent for a while before finally saying, Thank you for telling me, Yindi. Thank you for your help this time. I think I have to verify it. Goodbye. Yin Chuan nodded. Palace Master Ju stepped away. While Palace Master Ju and Yin Chuan were talking, Gue Guzi also learned about the space-time arena from Bai Qi and the others. Gue Guzi walked closer. Holy King, Wu Jiong is also at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Gue Guzi asked solemnly. Yes, the higher the level of the ancestral immortal realm, the greater the gap. In the past, Hong Jun was at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. In the Great Thousand World, he could be said to be the number one person in the world. With his own strength, he fought all the experts in the world, including the heavens. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Unfortunately, this is not the Great Thousand World. There are too many experts here. Heavens? Chao's strength is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Gue Guzi said solemnly. 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. This was a terrifying cultivation level. In his previous life, Yin Chuan had tried his best, but failed to reach it. He tried his best, but before he died, he was only at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Holy King, there's something strange about Hong Jun opening the space-time arena this time. Gue Guzi said. Sir, you think so too? Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi nodded and said, the space-time coliseum this time is too abrupt. It's not like Hongjuan style. He wouldn't be so obvious as to help Wu Jiong, right? It doesn't have to be so sensational. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, although most people don't know him. As long as there are people who pay attention, some absolute experts will definitely guess that it is him. This time, besides helping Wu Jiong, Hong Jun seems to want to tell everyone that he has come out. This is something that Hong Jun has never done before. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps we will know soon. Yes, 100 years in the arena is only a month in the outside world. Guzi nodded his head. Hong Jun has more time than countless people to comprehend on his own. His current strength, even we can't see through it now either. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, Gue Guzi said in surprise. Yin Chuan shook his head as a solemn look flashed across his eyes. A year passed by quickly. Inside a large hall, Meng Wenruo reported. Sage King, The Great Qi Sacred Court has moved almost all the natives of the Skirich domain away. What about the Great Qi Sacred Court? Yin Chuan took a sip of tea. They have all moved away. Only the Great Qi Sacred King and a few officials stayed behind. Mengwen Ruo said, "It's about to begin. Some time ago, there was a worldly anomaly. A new sage was born, right?" Yin Chuan nodded. "Yes, Tian Jizi and Gong Yangzi died, and 2 more sages were born. One is the head of the Kong family, Peacock. The other is called Bloodknife Ancestor." Mengwen Ruo said, "Bloodknife Ancestor?" Yin Chuan looked puzzled. He is also a relatively low-key ancestral immortal. However, with the world in turmoil, these low-key people have come to the front. Mengwen Ruo explained. "Oh, all the underworld sages are here?" "Yes, Demon King Kong, Plum High Cave, Yang, Hua Xintian, Zhuo Chunxiu, and a sage called Ice God." Mengwen Ruo said. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. Just as Yin Chuan nodded, boom! A loud sound came from afar, and the ground suddenly shook. Not only Yin Chuan, but the entire Skirich domain was shaken. Boom! 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 Another 3 loud sounds came. Another 3 huge earthquakes rocked the entire Heavenspan territory, and for a time, countless cities in the Heavenspan territory collapsed from the tremors. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Great Zhun and a group of fierce generals stood, all looking toward the northeast. Countless sword chi danced in the sky. Purple, red, green, and black sword chi shot out in all directions, covering the sky and the earth, everywhere in the starry sky. Vaguely, for long swords could be seen in 4 directions, piercing the sky and the earth. Billowing murderous aura pressed down. Hiss! There were even streams of sword chi emerging from the ground. Not long after, the surroundings were surrounded by sword chi. It wasn't around Yin Chuan, but around the entire Skirich domain. It was filled with billowing and endless sword chi. Countless cultivators flew into the sky, revealing looks of shock. At this moment, all the cultivators finally understood why Skirich wanted to move all the natives away. It was because the destructive power of the 13 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm was too great. If it was used at full strength, the entire Skirich domain could be severely damaged. It was an entire domain. One had to know that the size of a domain was shockingly terrifying. However, such a huge domain could only be considered a battlefield for Sect Master Skirich. Immortal slaying sword formation? A person behind Yin Chuan said solemnly. They were Yin Chuan's 3 swords, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. In the boundless world, Skirich only had 11 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm. Now that he has 13 heavens, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation is even more ferocious. 3 deities comprehend it well. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the 3 deities replied. It's about to begin. Gigu Zi took a step forward. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan didn't sit in the dragon chariot. Instead, he led his officials back to the top of a mountain, where they stood there and looked out at the Heavenspan Sea. Immortal slaying sword, immortal culling sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal ending sword. The 4 divine swords burst forth with dazzling 4-colored light. Surging evil aura erupted, causing countless cultivators to retreat again and again. Looking at the immortal slaying sword formation from afar, one could only see the outline and not the inside. 15th Saint, enter my formation. Sect Master Skirich's shout came from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated throughout the entire Heavenspan domain. Whoa! A white light descended from the sky. A saint suddenly appeared outside the immortal slaying sword formation. The first to appear was Saint Ziwei. He smiled slightly and stepped in, instantly entering the immortal slaying sword formation. Wong, Wong. The second and third to appear was Dongfang Bubi. There was also an unfamiliar face. Like Saint Ziwei, he arrogantly dispersed the white mist on his face. It was a fair-skinned man with a cold gaze. He was extremely handsome. Saint King, this is the ice god, the last saint of the netherworld. Meng Wenruo explained. Yin Chuan nodded. Wong, Wong. One after another, the saints appeared and stepped into the immortal slaying sword formation. In the blink of an eye, all 15 saints had entered. Among them, there was a red-robed saint with a golden saber image on his sleeve. Meng Wenruo said that he was called Blood Knife Ancestor. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Sect Master Skirich faced the 15 saints. A great battle was about to break out. Wu Tian, Shimin, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tiangang, Peacock, Blood Knife Ancestor, Ziwei, Dongfang Bubi, Meigao Cave, Huazhen Tian, Zhuochun Xiu, Yang Yang, Demon King Kong, and the Ice God. Everyone, I know that you still held back in the last battle. This time, please go all out. My immortal slaying sword formation will not show any mercy. Sect Master Skirich's voice sounded. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the immortal slaying sword formation. A vast impact directly shot out in all directions from the immortal slaying sword formation. Endless sword chi followed this impact and stabbed countless cultivators. A large number of cultivators were hit by an unexpected disaster and immediately screamed. Then, another group of people quickly fled to the periphery. This battle was too terrifying. Heavenly Path. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the immortal slaying sword formation, following which the world turned dark as far as the naked eye could see. Rumble. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, tremors sounded. Skirich fought against 15 saints alone. Yin Chuan and the others looked into the distance solemnly. Saint King, Gigu Zi suddenly shouted, and pointed in a direction. Oh! Yin Chuan looked in the direction Gigu Zi pointed. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain in the distance. It was extremely peaceful. The countless sword chi shooting from all directions seemed to have automatically dispersed. The old man looked at the immortal slaying sword formation, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at the dark clouds in the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Hongjun Ancestor? Saint King, Hongjun's arrival is unusual. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Maybe, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Hongjun sat cross-legged. Countless cultivators in all directions did not care. After all, there were too few people who knew Hongjun. Amidst the countless sword chi, everyone waited patiently for the result. The battle between Skirich and the 15 saints was indeed extremely tragic. These 15 saints were not ordinary, and some were even hiding their strength. They had been hiding their strength. The battle reached the 5th day. Boom! There was a loud sound, and then countless blood rain fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist rose. Everyone knew that a saint had fallen first. Rumble! The ground churned. At this point in the battle, the saints dared not let their guard down and fought even harder. Skirich became fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on. Under the immortal slaying sword formation, the entire Skirich territory was shaking. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge trench appeared on the ground. As soon as the trench appeared, countless amounts of earth fire spewed out. Rolling magma soared into the sky. Under the huge force, the entire Skirich territory could not bear it. Bam! Bam! More and more places cracked to the core, and more magma spewed out. The dark environment was illuminated by the endless flames. The onlookers retreated again and again. The magma flowed into the surrounding sea, and the sea, which was already filled with tsunamis, suddenly mixed with water and fire. More and more cultivators escaped from Skirich territory, their eyes filled with fear. The entire Skirich territory was about to collapse. Chapter 1345. The Tongtian domain was like a big furnace. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. Countless earthly fires soared into the sky below, and sword chi shot in all directions. It was extremely chaotic. The surrounding sea rolled up monstrous tsunamis. Countless cultivators fled from the inside in a panic. It was too unbearable. 5 days later, there were already saints who had fallen. Countless cultivators looked at the immortal slaying sword formation in the distance in horror. Yin Xuan and the others also watched quietly. Miao, what a powerful battle. Miao jumped onto Yin Xuan's shoulder and said in surprise, Saint King, Tontian can't hold on much longer. Gigu Zi raised his eyebrows. Oh, in the distance, sword chi scattered around the immortal slaying sword formation. Cracks appeared on the formation. The 4 Tontian divine swords were also trembling at this moment. Rumble. The internal battle continued. The trembling of the 4 divine swords became louder and louder. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the celestial ending sword. Cut off the world, break. Tongtian's loud roar came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Under the loud roar, the 4 immortal slaying swords bloomed with dazzling light again. Suppress. 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 The roars of the saints came from inside. Rumble. For where the 4 immortal slaying swords were, the earth rumbled and churned, spreading in all directions like a huge wave, rolling in all directions. The original beautiful scenery had long been turned into ruins. Even Yin Xuan kept retreating for the safety of his officials. In the distance, cracks appeared on the celestial ending sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial killing sword. Only the immortal slaying sword was barely holding on. Tontian, you lost. A loud roar came from inside the formation. If I don't die, I will never admit defeat. Tongtian's roar came. Roar. Break. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the 4 immortal slaying swords. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, when the immortal slaying sword formation breaks, it will be the time of your death. Another voice came. Ha, then let me die. Tongtian's voice was filled with madness. Stubborn. Suppress. A loud roar. The immortal slaying sword formation suddenly collapsed. Boom. The 4 immortal slaying swords instantly turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The immortal slaying sword formation was broken. Broken? In the end, it was broken. Gue Guzi said regretfully, just as Yin Xuan and the others were feeling regretful. Hong Jun, who was not far away, suddenly attacked. A horsetail whisk suddenly appeared in his hand. He tossed his horsetail whisk. Crash! The 3,000 horsetail whisk threads instantly shot towards the fragments of the 4 immortal slaying swords. The fragments were instantly pulled back and tied up by the horsetail whisk, forming the shape of a sword once again. What? A cry of surprise rang out from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The countless dark clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. All of a sudden, the countless streams of sword chi in the heaven-span domain vanished. The surrounding earth fire also seemed to be suppressed by a huge force, unable to erupt. The battle within the immortal slaying sword formation had stopped. A vast aura spread out in all directions, slowly spreading out and pressing down on everyone's hearts. This aura? Gue Guzi's expression changed. Heavenspan has broken through. He's at the 14th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Xuan said solemnly. Miao, what a powerful aura. Miao said in surprise. Everyone around them stared intently at the 4 immortal slaying swords that had been repaired by the horsetail whisk threads. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Palace Lord Ju's voice sounded from within. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Immediately, a series of congratulatory voices sounded. Clang, clang. The 4 immortal slaying swords instantly shrank, and the 3,000 horsetail whisk threads slowly merged into them. The 4 immortal slaying swords shrank and gradually flew towards the center. The scene within the sword formation was exposed in front of everyone. The 14 sages were currently surrounding a black-robed man with disheveled hair in the center. Heavenspan. Heavenspan had his eyes closed and stood barefoot in the void. The four immortal slaying swords protected him. Heavenspan's body flowed with 14 colored light, and a majestic aura emanated from him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. There were many bloodstains on his face. However, no image could belittle Heavenspan's position in everyone's hearts. Even the sages were filled with envy when they looked at Heavenspan. That was the 14th firmament. He was not a sage. There were very few sages in the world. One had to know that in the heavenly nest, there were 15 ancestral immortals. Heavenspan was only one step away from them. Just one step. Whoosh! Heavenspan opened his eyes, and two 14-colored lights shot out from his eyes. He looked at the sages and took a deep breath. "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome, fellow Taoist." The sages immediately said. One of the 15 sages was dead. Meigao Cave is dead. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan nodded. Meigao Cave was ultimately too weak. Heavenspan thanked the sages and turned to look at Patriarch Hongjun, who was at the peak of the distant mountain. Patriarch Hongjun had already stood up. "Thank you for your help, teacher." Heavenspan bowed respectfully. "Teacher?" The expressions of countless cultivators suddenly changed. Those who knew Hongjun were fine, but those who did not all looked at Hongjun deeply, wanting to engrave him in their minds. Countless cultivators already knew that he was extraordinary when he attacked with his horsetail whisk 4 times. However, no one expected Hongjun to be sect leader Tongtian's teacher. Heavenspan was already so fierce. What would his teacher be like? Teacher? The sages also looked at Hongjun solemnly. Hongjun nodded gently and looked up at the sky. "Nest," Hongjun suddenly said. His voice was not loud, but seemed to spread all over the world. For a time, Heavenspan territory was filled with Hongjun's voice. No, not just Heavenspan territory, but the entire world. For a time, the entire world was filled with Hongjun's voice. His voice spread in all directions and went straight to all the major territories. Middle Heaven Continent. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang were standing outside hall. Yao Tianshang and Zhu each pushed a force into the Tsar's body. The Tsar's eyes glowed with 14 colored light. Under the light, the Tsar looked to the north. It was as if the Tsar could see the battle situation in Heavenspan territory from an infinite distance. "Hongjun," the Tsar said solemnly. Hongjun did not reveal himself in the third epoch. Yao Tianshang said with a frown. "That's right. Hongjun was not as strong as me back then, but I could not figure him out," the Tsar said with a frown. "What does Hongjun want to do now?" Zhu said with a frown. "I don't know. However, Hongjun is too shrewd. It's really rare for him to expose himself like this," the Tsar said in a low voice. At the same time, Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. In the Imperial Sky Palace, Kong Huangtian slowly opened the door of the palace and stepped out. "Old ancestor." Blind Kong immediately went forward. Kong Huangtian nodded. He stood on a high ground and looked to the north. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, Kong Huangtian seemed to be able to see the scenery of Heavenspan territory. When Hongjun shouted, Heavenspan territory's battle began. Yellow clouds began to cover the sky. Rumble. Rolling yellow clouds gathered. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the yellow clouds. The crack was half the size of Heavenspan territory. Slowly, the crack opened up. A huge impact instantly struck everyone's hearts and souls. Plop. Almost everyone suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. They could not resist at all. Only those who stepped on the heaven and earth altar were exempted from kneeling. When Yin Chuan saw this, he knew that fate had arrived. He waved his hand, and all the kneeling officials were sent into the heaven burying coffin. Only Yin Chuan was left standing on the heaven and earth altar. He looked at the sky with Meow. Most of the surrounding cultivators knelt down, but some stepped on the heaven and earth altar. Although Heavenspan did not have the heaven and earth altar, at this moment it blocked this vast heavenly might. Heavenspan looked at the sky in shock. A huge "I looked down on the world," and there was a supreme, soul-sucking power in the eye. "We've seen fate," the sages said. As they spoke, they looked at Hong Jun, who was not far away. Under this huge pressure, Hong Jun was indifferent, as if he was not affected at all. Hong Jun, Chao's voice sounded in the void. Taking a deep breath, Hong Jun nodded and said, Chao, it's time. I'm here to challenge you. Challenge? Fate. The countless cultivators kneeling in the surroundings were instantly filled with shock. Even the sages looked at Hong Jun blankly. Did they hear wrongly? Chao was at the 15th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even the sages did not dare to imagine how strong Chao was. The huge I stared at Hong Jun for a while. I thought that the first one to challenge me would be Kong Huang Tian. I didn't expect it to be you. However, do you know what you're doing? If you can't defeat me, you will be annihilated and your soul will return to reincarnation. Perhaps you will never appear again. Chao's voice sounded again. I know. Hong Jun nodded. Since you know, then what right do you have to challenge me? Chao's voice sounded again. I will prove it to you. Hong Jun said indifferently. Then, he looked around and suddenly looked at the south. In the south, Kong Huang Tian of the southern outer continent was also staring at Hong Jun. Hong Jun and Kong Huang Tian looked at each other from a distance. Hong Jun flicked his wide sleeve and took out a bronze sword. Watch carefully. Hong Jun took a deep breath and said, Xing. Hong Jun stabbed the sword toward the south. Boom! A sword energy shot from Hong Jun's sword toward the south. It was so fast that it seemed to have crossed space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was so fast that one could not see the end of it. Middle Sky Continent. What? How is that possible? The Tsar suddenly exclaimed. Hong Jun was in the northern outer continent. That was the northern outer continent. The ferocious sword energy actually passed through the northern outer continent and the northeastern continent. Then, it instantly passed through the Middle Sky Continent where he was and headed toward the south. Then it passed through the southeastern continent and rushed toward the southern outer continent. It rushed toward the Imperial Heaven Territory and the Imperial Heaven Palace. The Tsar was dumbfounded. A sword that crossed the entire world? Was this still the Hong Jun he knew? Most of the sages did not know what was going on. However, those who saw the power of this sword energy were shocked. At this moment, Tong Tian was also shocked. When Hong Jun was in the great wide world, he was only at the 13th level. He was now at the 14th level. Initially, he felt a little smug. However, when he saw this sword energy, only shock and confusion were left in his eyes. How powerful was his teacher? In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace in the southern outer continent, Kong Huang Tian's eyes narrowed. He also took out a long sword and stabbed it toward Hong Jun. Clang! When the swords collided, the two sword energies disappeared. The ear-piercing sound of swords colliding resounded in all directions. Hong Jun kept his sword and looked up at the huge eye in the sky. Chao, is my current strength enough for you to take me seriously? Hong Jun said calmly. Chapter 1346. Hong Jun's sword transcended the entire world and collided with Kong Huang Tian's sword from the southern outer continent. Those who did not understand felt that it was unfathomable, but those who understood were all shocked. A sword transcended the entire world? Netherworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang quickly reported. Sage King, the southern outer continent's factory guard, sent a message through his life token. In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong Huang Tian's sword collided with an energy sword from the north. Zombie Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. A group of Great Zhen's courtiers stood around with blank expressions on their faces. Only Gigu Zi said thoughtfully, Sage King, it's Hong Jun. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. Only then did the officials turn solemn. Meanwhile, in Heavenspan territory, after Hong Jun's sword strike, he looked up at the sky. Chao, is my current strength worthy of your attention now? Hong Jun said indifferently. Those who could still stand were all silent. Even Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei Saint, who had been arrogant before, looked at Hong Jun solemnly. The Grand Master of Heaven looked at Hong Jun in admiration. Meow. Meow was puzzled. Clearly, it did not know the power of that sword strike. Yin Chuan looked up at the huge eye in the sky. The huge eye stared at Hong Jun for a while. Hong Jun, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. Forget it. I'll set up a huge net for you. I hope you can succeed. You can step on me and enter a higher cultivation base. Chao's voice sounded. Enter a higher cultivation base. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yin Chuan heard it and let zombie Yin Chuan recount it. Great Qin City, Great Qin City, Great Qin City. Yigu Zi and the others' expressions changed. I finally understand why Kong Huan Tian said that Chao sacrificed himself for the world. Yigu Zi said with a bitter smile. It's just like the fate of the Great Kiliacosm. The fate of the Great Kiliacosm is to advance to the Transcendence realm. Here, Chao has an even greater goal. He hopes to use himself as a stepping stone. He hopes that someone can step on him and reach the 16th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. For the sake of the common people, he did not hesitate to become a stepping stone. He only hoped that someone could advance to the peak and fight against fate. He could lead the common people to transcend heaven-span territory. A golden light flashed in the eye of heaven. Boom! With a loud bang, countless nets appeared from the eye of the heavens. More and more nets appeared, becoming denser and denser. They quickly spread out in all directions, connecting to all living things. Some of the nets were even connected to Yin Chuan, Miao, and everyone except Hong Jun. Is this the Skynet? Heavenly net? Yin Chuan said solemnly. No, not far away. Hong Jun suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Hong Jun was facing the enemy's nest. Why was he looking at him? Chao used heaven's net to cover the net of fate. If I defeat him, with fate as my witness, all of Chao's abilities will be imbued into me, helping me break through. If I can't defeat him, then I'll die. Hong Jun explained. Yin Chuan was not the only one who was surprised. Even the group of saints and the prime of Tong Tian were surprised. Yin Chuan was only at the 8th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Why did Hong Jun place so much importance on Yin Chuan in such a life and death situation? All living things under heaven, heed my command. Those who are close, kill Hong Jun with all your might. Chao's voice resounded through the world again. This voice seemed to reach everyone's hearts through the net, including Yin Chuan, Miao, the group of sages, and Tong Tian. What? Tong Tian's expression changed. Yin Chuan and the others also narrowed their eyes. He reached out and sent Miao into the sky-burying coffin. Miao, Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Miao asked anxiously. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Miao was teleported to Yin Chuan's place. Miao, Yin Chuan, why did you send me here? Miao asked anxiously. Skyspan domain is too dangerous. Everyone wants to attack Hong Jun. You can't go. Yin Chuan shouted. Miao, but won't it be too dangerous for you there? Miao said anxiously. I have ways to protect myself. Yin Chuan shook his head. But, how can everyone fight against Hong Jun? What about Tong Tian? Will he do it too? Miao asked in surprise. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. How is that possible? Aren't Tong Tian and Hong Jun on the same side? You should be fighting Hong Jun together with Hong Jun. Miao said in surprise. Although Tong Tian is strong, his will is no match for heaven. Unless one is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, no one can resist heaven's will. Moreover, heaven's net has been covered, and fate has witnessed it. Hong Jun is now the enemy of the world. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. At the same time, all the cultivators in Skyspan domain received heaven's order. Anyone who doesn't do their best will be killed. Heaven's second order came down. No! Tong Tian roared in shock. Was he going to attack his teacher? The saints took out their weapons warily. Tong Tian was the most conflicted. Hong Jun looked at Tong Tian and took a deep breath. Disciple, do your best. Master will give you one last instruction. Master, Tong Tian was still unwilling. Remember, do your best. This is the last time. If you can't kill me, Master will kill you. Master can no longer turn back. Remember, do your best. Hong Jun said solemnly. Tong Tian's face was filled with pain. He looked up at the giant eye, his eyes filled with hatred. More and more experts gathered. In the blink of an eye, nearly 8,000 ancestral immortals had gathered. Because Tong Tian had challenged the saints, More than half of the ancestral immortals in the world, regardless of yin or yang, had come. Originally, there were not so many ancestral immortals in the world. The main reason was that the heavenly Tao had been repaired and the bloodbath curse had been lifted. As a result, a large number of peak ancient immortals had broken through instantly, creating countless low-level ancestral immortals. With heaven's order, countless kneeling cultivators could immediately stand up. 8,000 ancestral immortals, 14 saints, Tong Tian, and Yin Xuan. Countless peerless experts surrounded Hongjun. High in the sky, the eye of heaven looked down. Hongjun's battle was almost like a one-man battle against the world. Hongjun took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. Rumble. The ground of Skyspan domain churned again. As it churned, countless crickets suddenly emerged from the ground. As the crickets crawled on the ground, waves of yellow energy rushed over. Roar, 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 roar. The 9 continents of the Yang realm and the 6 continents of the Netherworld were all over the world. The Dragon Vein's power seemed to have crossed space and time and quickly surged into Skyspan domain. The Dragon Vein's power quickly surged into the bodies of the crickets on the ground. Endless golden light shot out from the bodies of the crickets. Gradually, everyone saw that the crickets that churned out of Skyspan domain seemed to have become spirits and gradually transformed into human forms. Amidst the golden light, each cricket gradually transformed into Hongjuan's appearance. Each of them held a long sword and looked at the center. Tens of millions of crickets, tens of millions of Hongjuans. Hongjuan's true form, the third divine beast, cricket. Someone suddenly said, tens of millions of Hongjuans. Countless cultivators were confused. The 8,000 ancestral immortals, who were originally aggressive, were at a loss. They should be the ones ganging up on Hongjun. Why were they surrounded? Tens of millions of Hongjuans. This scene made their hearts turn cold. Tens of millions of Hongjun clones quickly flew towards the center. 2 of them collided with each other. Boom! The 2 Hongjuns merged into one, and the aura around them suddenly increased. Power fusion, Yin Xuan said solemnly. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large number of Hongjun clones merged and quickly flew towards the center. In the blink of an eye, only tens of thousands of Hongjuns were left. Looking at the tens of thousands of Hongjuns, the countless cultivators did not dare to be the first to attack. Hongjuan's true form looked at the surrounding heroes and then looked at the huge eye in the sky. Next, I'm going to start, Hongjun said indifferently. As he spoke, the tens of thousands of clones charged towards everyone. Remember, either I die or you die. Every one of the doppelgangers roared. Boom! A huge battle instantly erupted. One of the Hongjuns even raised his sword and charged towards Yin Xuan. Yin Xuan's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be careless. A Jade Emperor's sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Ding! The Jade Emperor's sword instantly collided with Hongjuan's clone. With one strike, Yin Xuan realized that the strength of this clone was not any weaker than his own. Yin Xuan, we're fighting again. Hongjuan's clone smiled faintly. Unfortunately, I'm fighting your clone again, Yin Xuan said solemnly. Ding! Both of their swords collided in the air again. You are Bai Huang's descendant. Bai Huang was someone I admired back then. I know that Bai Huang placed all his hopes on you. For Bai Huang's sake, I will help you again, Hongjun's clone said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Xuan revealed a hint of doubt. I know that you have 3 Emperor swords, the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God of Gods. They imitate the one Qi turning 3 pure ones. Unfortunately, the one Qi turning 3 pure ones has only transformed. Back then, the Grand Supreme only had the Grand Pure One. The 3 pure ones only had the form but not the meaning. Take the 3 swords. I'll show you what the true 3 pure ones are, Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. Boom! Yin Xuan took out the Grand Emperor sword and God of Gods. Xing, God of Gods, Grand Emperor, and Jade Emperor immediately floated around Yin Xuan. Hongjuan's clone held a bronze sword in his hand. The Grand Supreme is the extreme, the 2 modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. 1. Following Hongjuan's clone's shout, the surrounding space and time seemed to change. Yin Chuan and the three swords instantly appeared in a strange space. Inside, countless flowing lights flashed. They slowly formed three huge god statues. The god statues were formed by flowing lights, but they were incomparably mysterious. The three swords instantly surrounded the three god statues and danced quickly. Yin Chuan and Hongjuan's clone stood in a corner, facing each other. The two of them didn't make a move. They both looked at the three huge god statues. Hongjun, what are you doing? Yin Chuan felt that something was amiss. You will know in the future. However, for now, you should focus on strengthening yourself. The three pure ones, profundity, grand, jade, and superior. I'll gift it to you this time. Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. It wasn't just Yin Chuan's place. It was the same in other places. Every Hongjun fought against an ancestral immortal. In an instant, sword lights soared into the sky. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were slashed back by Hongjuan's clones. The extra saints merged again to fight against a group of saints. Rumble, sounds of battle that were even more ferocious than before rang out in heaven-reaching territory. The ground trembled endlessly, and the surrounding tsunamis were boundless. Among them, the Hongjun clone that was fighting Tong Tian was the strongest. Tong Tian, watch carefully. This is my last battle with you. If I don't win, I will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's clone shouted at Tong Tian. Teacher, Tong Tian grabbed Immortal slaying sword and looked at Hongjuan's sword stabbing towards him with a conflicted expression. Remember clearly, if you don't win, you will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's sword seemed to have boasted through time and space as it rushed towards Tong Tian's face. Chapter 1347. Boom! The entire Tong Tian domain collapsed with a loud bang. Flames soared into the sky again. A huge domain was quickly disintegrated in the powerful battle. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, collapsing and rising. Endless seawater poured in. Clearly, it would not be long before the vast domain turned into countless islands. The internal battle was intense. Many ancestral immortals were pulled into a small space by Hongjun, including Yin Chuan. However, Hongjuan's clone did not enter the battle between Tong Tian and Hongjuan's clone. The prime of Tong Tian's strength was the strongest among this group of people. However, Hongjuan's clone was still abnormally fierce. Fierce sword chi tore through the void around the two of them. The surrounding battles were far away. At the peak of a mountain, Hongjuan's main body stood quietly, looking up at the huge eye. Hongjun and Chao looked at each other, not giving in. The battle around them did not seem to affect Hongjun and Chao at all. They just watched quietly. Tong Tian, have you forgotten the sword Dao of the past? The four swords are sharp, and the sword formation is chaotic. However, there is a flaw. Hongjuan's clone shouted at the sword. Teacher, please guide me. Tong Tian shouted at Hongjuan's sword with four swords. The four swords each have their own sharpness, but they are scattered in all directions. Back then, when you only had one sword, what was your mentality? What is your mentality now? Hongjun instructed. When I only had the immortal slaying sword, I lived with the sword. When the sword died, I died. After that, I refined three swords. Once the sword formation is out, who can compete with me? Tong Tian said, when a sword lives, I live. When a sword dies, I die. No leeway is left. Unstoppable. If you don't win, you die. Hongjun stabbed out again. Boom! The four immortal slaying swords exploded. Tong Tian's figure retreated thousands of miles before coming to a sudden stop. My clone's strength is the same as yours. Why did you lose? If I use a bit more strength with this sword, I can nail your fate. Hongjuan's clone said coldly. Tong Tian stopped in the air. His eyes flashed with shock. and then sweat dripped down his forehead. "Thank you, teacher. I have gone astray." Tong Tian smiled bitterly. Whoosh! The 4 immortal extermination swords suddenly flew in front of Tong Tian. Looking at the 4 dazzling swords before him, Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the celestial ending sword. Boom! With one palm, the heaven-piercing palm shattered the celestial slashing sword. Buzz! The countless fragments let out a mournful wail. Bang! Bang! Tong Tian once again shattered the immortal trapping sword and immortal slaughtering sword. The 3 divine swords were destroyed on the spot. Grabbing the celestial slayer sword, Tong Tian took in a deep breath. "My Tong Tian, one sword is enough. Immortal Slayer, I've gotten carried away over the years. You're the only one I care about. I'm the Immortal Slayer, and the Immortal Slayer is me." Buzz! The immortal extermination sword suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and its original ferocious cry doubled in size under a terrifying suction force. The fragments of the celestial slaying sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial slaughtering sword were instantly absorbed by the celestial slaying sword. Tong Tian held the immortal extermination sword in his hand and looked at Hong Jun. Holding the immortal slaying sword in his hand, he pierced through the void in all directions in an instant. "It's enough that you can transform," Hong Jun's clone said. "Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Watch out for my sword," Tong Tian shouted. Screech! The immortal extermination sword pierced through the void and shot straight at Hong Jun's clone. Hong Jun's clone stabbed with his sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and a trembling sound shook the void. A series of sword-shaped energy waves instantly shot out from the tips of their swords. Wherever the energy waves passed, everything would be sliced apart. Even an ancestral immortal who was fighting not too far away had half his body chopped off by the energy waves. Tong Tian gradually entered a state. The ferocious look on his face during the battle slowly dissipated, and he was neither happy nor sad. Without the previous ferociousness, the power of the sword did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. Rumble! The void suddenly trembled. Hong Jun's clone showed a trace of relief. "Teacher, this is not your main body after all, and the sword is not your main body. It's all formed by the dragon vein qi. Although its strength is still the same as mine, I have the advantage," Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Boom! Hong Jun's avatar exploded. Tong Tian won. In another space, in a vast sea of blood, above the sea of blood, the 3 swords of God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were absorbing the 3 god statues. On the other side, above the blood waves, Yin Chuan was surrounded by blood light as he raised his head to look at Hong Jun's clone. The Blood Sea divine art of Mingi? In the early days, it was indeed magical. It absorbed the enemy's destructive power and turned it into its own power to break through. However, Yin Chuan, remember, don't rely on it too much. There are flaws in it. It's fine in the early days, but now your cultivation needs to be 5 heavens above yours to help you break through. It's useless if you're below the 5th heaven. If you're above the 5th heaven, your life will be in danger. Don't rely on it too much. Moreover, others might have divine arts that can restrain you. Hong Jun's clone said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan had a head of blood hair. He nodded like a devil god and said, "I understand. This divine art does have flaws. However, I need to recover the strength of my first life as soon as possible. Time waits for no one." That's good too. This clone of mine has the power of 13 heavens. It can help you once. Take it. Hong Jun's clone struck with a palm. Boom. The entire blood sea collapsed with a loud rumble. Yin Chuan instantly entered the blood sea and received the gift of Hong Jun's palm. Rumble. The blood sea shrunk countless times, but a strong vitality spewed out. Hong Jun's clone stood high in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. Baiwang Deji has made a great wish to create a divine art that can command the second era. I don't know what the result is, but don't let me down. Outside, Tong Tian slashed Hong Jun's clone and suddenly looked at Hong Jun's main body. Holding the immortal extermination sword, Tong Tian frowned slightly. He didn't know if he should go forward. At this moment, a red light suddenly descended from the huge eye of heaven. The red light rushed straight to Tong Tian. It was too fast and instantly enveloped Tong Tian. Tong Tian immediately roared in shock. Endless flames rushed into the sky. Hong Jun's main body frowned slightly. You want to possess Tong Tian and fight with me? There's no need for that. Oh, Chao's puzzled voice came from a void. Go back. I will satisfy you. Hong Jun said indifferently. Boom. The red light that shot straight to Tong Tian instantly flowed back and returned to the eye of heaven. Tong Tian was instantly free and looked at the eye of heaven warily. Hong Jun looked around. There were countless battles around. Hong Jun waved the long sword in his hand and said lightly, Time stop. Crack. Everything in the heaven-span domain suddenly came to a stop. Everyone who was originally fighting instantly froze. Some of the lava that soared into the sky also froze in midair. The breeze blew halfway and stopped there. Everything seemed to be frozen in time. Even with Tong Tian's cultivation, he stood there motionless at this moment. The entire Tong Tian territory instantly fell silent. The seawater rushed in from all directions, and the moment it rushed into Tong Tian territory, it also froze. The space and time here were all frozen. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshan's expressions all changed. Time Divine Art? Is this the Time Divine Art? The entire time has stopped? Yao Tianshan said in surprise. What a terrifying Hong Jun. He wasn't as powerful as me in the past. Now that time has stopped. Even Tong Tian can't resist it? Zhu narrowed his eyes, and a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian had been watching the battle in the Outer North Continent. His expression had been calm until Hong Jun stopped time. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a dignified look. With just this divine art, no one below the 15th level can match it. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Tong Tian territory. Hong Jun stopped space-time. Everything stopped. Only he could still move. The rotating stars in the starry sky also stopped. Time stopped. Zhu's voice was solemn. Zhu, I'm coming. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Hong Jun's body swayed slightly, and in a flash his body stiffened and stopped moving. From Hong Jun's outline, a blue light figure slowly emerged. The light figure looked exactly like Hong Jun, primordial spirit, out of the body. Hong Jun's primordial spirit flew out of his body and headed straight for the eye of heaven. Whoosh! In an instant, it rushed into the huge eye. Rumble! The pupils of the heavenly eye underwent a drastic change. One red and one blue turned into two colors, forming the appearance of a yin-yang fish. It slowly rotated in the huge pupil of the eye of heaven. Rumble! From outside Tong Tian territory, rolling dark clouds radiated in all directions. It expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the world of the living was covered by rolling dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld was also covered by countless dark clouds. It was as if a storm was coming, pressing down on countless cultivators in the world until they couldn't breathe. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar's eyes were solemn. Hong Jun is so bold. He entered the heavens with his primordial spirit and fought against Zhu's consciousness in the heavens. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Zombie Yin Chuan sat on a chair with his eyes closed, motionless. A group of empresses stood in the study room, as well as a group of important officials. Miao sat on Yin Chuan's desk, looking up at the sky. Although there was a roof separating them, she seemed to be able to see the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Miao's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Miao, what's wrong? ZZ went up and hugged her. I don't know. I suddenly feel very scared. Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said fearfully, Don't be afraid. We're here. Everything will be fine. ZZ comforted. Why is Yin Chuan suddenly not talking? I want to know what's going on over there. Miao said worriedly. Something must have happened over there. Husband is not in the mood to talk right now. Don't disturb him. ZZ comforted. But what happened? Why is there no news at all? Meow said anxiously. The officials were also anxious. At that moment, Lu Gang stepped into the study room. Lord Lu, what happened? Giguzi immediately asked. Sir, something has indeed happened in Heavenspan Domain. The guards outside Heavenspan Domain have sent word that Hongjun has stopped time in the entire domain. Everything has stopped, and Hongjun's nascent soul has entered the heavenly eye, said Lu Gang. What? Everyone's expression changed. This is the final battle. Chow. Hongjun. Giguzi frowned. Chapter 1348. Time stood still in the Tongtian territory. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, the red and blue pupils of the Eye of Heaven formed a huge yin-yang fish. The butterfly empress appeared at the periphery. She looked at the Eye of Heaven with worry in her eyes. In the great Qin city, Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky with fear in her eyes. In the imperial palace in the southern continent, Kong Huangtian looked to the north with a serious expression. Zhongtian continent. In a valley, 7 men stood in the valley. Each of them was wearing a Taoist robe. Their robes were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple respectively. Each of them carried a huge gourd on their back. Among them were purple robe Meng Sansheng and yellow robe Shadi, whom Yin Chuan knew. The 7 of them looked to the south with a serious look in their eyes. Big brother, it seems that we have underestimated Hongjun, Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. The red-robed man nodded. Hongjun? He's also a peerless genius. Big brother, can we come out? Shadi asked in a deep voice. The red-robed man looked at Shadi, shook his head, and said, Break another seal. Yes. Shadi nodded. Let's go back. Old 7, stay here and watch the battle. Tell us the result. The red-robed man said. Yes. Meng Sansheng replied. With that, the red-robed man led the other 5 and disappeared from the valley. Meng Sansheng looked to the north quietly. Rumble. Lightning flashed in all directions. The battle between Hongjun and Chao became more and more intense. Of course, countless cultivators could not understand it. Buzz. The Eye of Heaven's pupils suddenly turned blue. Hongjun, Kong Huangtian's eyes narrowed. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Heaven's pupils turned red again. Chao. The 2 types of pupils kept changing. Obviously, the battle between Chao and Hongjun was also extremely dangerous. Just like that, 3 days passed. You're just a primordial spirit, after all. Chao's voice sounded. Yes, primordial spirit, Chao the 3rd era. Since I was born, I have heard of your legends and envied your great achievements. This battle has fulfilled my wish. Hongjuan's voice sounded. You can wait. Chao's voice rang out. I can't wait any longer. Let me take the lead. Next, more and more people will challenge you. I'm done. You're having a harder time than me. Hongjun sighed. Chao. Waiting for death. Waiting for others to kill you. This is a very difficult process, isn't it? In the end, you are greater than me. I have no regrets. Hongjun sighed slightly. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the entire Heavenspan domain. At the moment of the explosion, the void trembled violently. Time Stop instantly vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ancestral immortals had yet to unleash their full power, but they had instantly caused a huge commotion. Countless ancestral immortals were frantically trying to evade the attacks of Hongjuan's clones, but Hongjuan's nearly 10,000 clones seemed to have instantly exploded. A golden dragon vein energy suddenly exploded, and a cricket fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Close to one, Hongjuan's clones were instantly annihilated. What happened? What happened? Why is Hongjun gone all of a sudden? Countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. Everything was fine just now. Why did Hongjun suddenly die? The Grandmaster of Heaven shuddered as he suddenly thought of something. A look of panic flashed across his eyes as he looked up at the Eye of Heaven in the sky. Boom! Some of the small spaces that Hongjun had opened up in the surroundings instantly collapsed. Yin Chuan's sea of blood was exposed, and the three divine swords absorbed the three statues that Hong Jun had left behind into his body. In the sea of blood, Yin Chuan twisted his neck and stood above the sea of blood. Suddenly, he saw a cricket fall to the ground, and his face sank. In an instant, Yin Chuan guessed everything. Thank you. I've already broken through. Now, I'm at the 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Chuan looked at the cricket's corpse and sighed. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Hong Jun's main body not far away, and then at the huge eye of heaven in the sky. Boom! The eye of heaven remained the same, and the net of countless heavens quickly dissipated. Dark clouds rolled as the eye of heaven stared at Hong Jun's body below. Boom! Without time stopping, countless earthly fires in the Skirich dominion soared into the sky again. At this moment, all of Hong Jun's clones were dead, and almost all of the ancestral immortals were staring at Hong Jun's body. Hong Jun, Yin Chuan's eyes revealed a grave expression. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past. Hong Jun's body suddenly turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Teacher, Skirich roared in shock. Great Qin city of the netherworld. Sage monarch, bad news. Zhao Gao quickly rushed into the study. At this moment, zombie Yin Chuan had also awakened. The officials quickly told Yin Chuan everything that had stopped. What's wrong? Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Dead. Outside the great Qin city, countless crickets crawled out of the ground and died. Report. Come in. A guard rushed into the study and said, Sage monarch, Baitian Dominion sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage monarch, Netherworld C sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage monarch, True Dragon Dominion's endless crickets suddenly died. Countless news came. Not only Great Jun, but almost every place in the world had this phenomenon. The world's crickets instantly died. Meow, that's great. I suddenly feel better. Meow suddenly laughed. Outside, Tong Tian Dominion. Butterfly Queen also revealed a smile as she looked at the eye of heaven and smiled. Hong Jun is dead? Yin Chuan frowned as he looked up at the sky. Teacher, teacher! Skirich roared in grief. No. A sorrowful roar shook the surrounding ancestral immortals, causing their blood to churn. In the sky, the eye of heaven stared at Hong Jun's dissipating corpse. He sighed softly. Sigh. After a long sigh, all the ancestral immortals suddenly fell silent. Hong Jun's righteousness. The world will mourn for 10 days to send Hong Jun off. Chao's voice suddenly sounded. Woo, woo. The mournful sound of horns resounded in the world. A majestic rain of blood fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist churned endlessly. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked at the place where Hong Jun died again. Skirich knelt at the place where Hong Jun's corpse dissipated, crying endlessly. Sigh. Chao's voice sounded again. Slowly, the eye of heaven closed. Gradually, it disappeared into the clouds and mist. The rain of blood fell wildly, and only Skirich's endless cries could be heard in the Tongtian Dominion. However, at this moment, no one dared to spare Skirich. Even the sages did not dare to disturb him. The sages looked at the place where Hong Jun disappeared and bowed solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at that place and sighed softly. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian looked at the rain of blood and said bitterly, 10 days of mourning? Will I be the same in the future? Kong Huangtian smiled bitterly and walked back to the imperial palace. 3 emperors' holy court. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and the Tsar were silent. Even Hong Jun was defeated. Hong Jun is dead. The Tsar frowned and sighed. Netherworld, Great Qin city. All of you can leave. I won't be alone. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Yes. Everyone answered. Meow. Yin Chuan, what do you want to be alone for? Meow called out. Don't disturb our husband. ZZ carried Meow out of the study. In the study, Yin Chuan closed his eyes and pondered. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. In the early days, Hong Jun hid and did not let the world know. This time, he suddenly appeared in the outer North Continent. Then, he helped Wu Jiong break through. Then, he helped Skirich break through. He helped me again. Everything seems to be Hong Jun's last words. Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Did Hong Jun see his future? But that's not right. If that's the case, why did he hide it back then? All the crickets in the world are destroyed. Hong Jun is dead, and the crickets are extinct. It's clear to the world that Hong Jun is really dead. Yin Chuan pondered. However, this scene has already happened once in the Great Thousand Realms. Furthermore, this time, it's somewhat abnormal. Hong Jun was such a proud person. If he really knew that his time was up, would he give his last words? No, if it were me, I wouldn't either. Yin Chuan thought to himself. If I saw my future and my time was up, I wouldn't feel sorry for myself. I would fight against the heavens with my life. I wouldn't, and Hong Jun probably wouldn't either. However, he did so. Furthermore, he was seeking his own death. Also, although Hong Jun's clone's last words were said very softly, it was above my sea of blood after all. How could I not have heard it? Bai Huangdeji made a great wish to create a magic ability to command the second epoch. I don't know what the result is. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint you? Are you looking forward to it? Since you're looking forward to it, it means that you want to see it one day. See it? I know that as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. Now, all the crickets in the world are dead. However, there is still one place, your Purple Cloud Palace. No one knows where that place is. Hong Jun, are you in such a hurry to die because you want to hide from it? Yin Chuan's mind kept spinning. The world mourned. In front of the Taiji Palace of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in the Yang Realm's west outer continent, Wu Jiong held a small golden ball in his hand and looked at the endless blood rain in the sky. Celestial Emperor, has Hong Jun died? Shang Wanwan stood behind him and asked respectfully. Wu Jiong looked at the sky with a complicated expression and then at the small golden ball in his palm. This small ball was connected to the Purple Cloud Palace, which was also the location of Earth that Yin Chuan had been searching for. Wu Jiong looked at the small golden ball in his palm and carefully put it away. Are all the crickets in the world dead? Wu Jiong asked solemnly. Yes, news came from all over. There are crickets' corpses everywhere, Shang Wanwan said carefully. Since all the crickets in the world are dead, then teacher is really dead. Don't touch his original hall. Go and make a memorial tablet. I want to worship it. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes, Shang Wanwan nodded. However, her heart was filled with confusion. Was the Celestial Emperor not on good terms with his teacher? Making a memorial tablet was something that should be done by a disciple. How could he let an outsider do it? However, Shang Wanwan was very obedient. She did not ask anything and quickly did as Wu Jiong asked. Chapter 1349. Heavenspan Dominion. Hong Jun had died, and countless crickets had died. Countless amounts of dragon vein energy flowed out from his body. Most of the endless dragon vein energy flowed out in all directions, but a small portion fell into the crumbling Heavenspan Dominion. The Skyspan Domain, which had been shattered, started to grow rapidly after the dragon chi fell. The cracks that had been there were also quickly mended. Rumble. The earth fire soon stopped spewing. The earth was quickly recovering, and the heaven and earth yuan chi was much thicker than before. Not long after, Heavenspan Dominion regained its vitality. Skirich knelt in front of Hong Jun's corpse, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Around him, thousands of ancestral immortals and sages had heavy hearts. After today's battle, everyone realized how insignificant they were. So insignificant that even the sages realized how laughable the strength they were proud of in the past was. Sage? Invincible? They couldn't even deal with one of Hong Jun's clones. In front of Hong Jun, they were at his mercy. Taking a deep breath, everyone felt heavy. Among them, Sage Chunxiu felt the most. He looked at the land where Hong Jun had split apart, then looked at the sky, and finally looked at Yin Chuan not far away. Strength. If Yin Hentian doesn't die, it will be difficult for my strength to increase. If I want to establish myself in the world now, I have to kill Tian. Only with his death can I inherit more of the dual pupil clan's strength. Zhuo Chunxiu whispered to himself. Zhuo Chunxiu looked at Yin Chuan with determination. On the other side, another person had been staring at Zhuo Chunxiu. Hua Zuntian had been staring at Zhuo Chunxiu. Hua Zuntian finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Everyone looked over. Zhuo Chunxiu also looked at Hua Zuntian blankly. It's you, Zhuo Chunxiu. So it's you. Hua Zuntian said with a tone of hatred. Hua Zuntian, what did you say? Zhuo Chunxiu said in a deep voice. Just now, when Hongjuan's clone fought with you, I saw it. I saw that green mist palm of yours. I will never forget it. Hua Zuntian said coldly. Around them, countless people revealed blank expressions. Green mist palm. In the past, when the Lotus God entered my world, it was Reverend Qing Wu who introduced him to me. All these years, I have been painstakingly searching for Reverend Qing Wu. As it turns out, Reverend Qing Wu is you. You are Reverend Qing Wu. It's you who colluded with the Lotus God. It's you. Hua Zuntian roared out angrily. Hua Zuntian, don't you think it's funny? Everyone knows that you colluded with Lotus God, and you still want to push the blame onto me? Zhuo Chunxiu said coldly. I was deceived by you. So was all your scheme. The destruction of the world was all caused by you. Lotus God? In the past, I didn't have many friends. If there were no accidents, it would have been impossible for me to know the Lotus God. You used me to destroy heaven and earth, and even used me to make the Yin family bear the infamy of 1,000,000 years. Zhuo Chunxiu, you hid so deeply. You are a traitor to the entire world. Hua Zuntian exploded. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhuo Chunxiu denied. You still won't admit it? Azure Mist Palm, I saw it with my own eyes back then. Do you think that I can't recognize it? Hua Zuntian still rebuked angrily. Zhuo Chunxiu wanted to say more. Shut up. Tong Tian suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. My teacher has just passed away. Those who are making trouble for no reason, scram. Tong Tian Dominion does not welcome you. Tong Tian shouted angrily. Zhuo Chunxiu and Hua Zuntian were slightly stunned. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. Zhuo Chunxiu said. With that, he stepped away. You want to leave? Zhuo Chunxiu. Hua Zuntian shouted angrily. Then, Hua Zuntian chased after him. Farewell. The sages all around called out. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the group of saints left. The group of ancestral immortals looked around and also left. Yin Chuan walked to Tong Tian's side and sighed slightly. Tong Tian, my condolences. Tong Tian turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan. His eyes were still filled with sadness, but he finally nodded. Then he waved his hand, and several mountains flew over quickly to fill up the place. Tong Tian also took out a huge black stone. The immortal slaying sword quickly slashed, and in the blink of an eye, a huge monument was erected in front of the mountains. Tong Tian waved his sword quickly. In the blink of an eye, a line of words was engraved on the huge monument. My teacher, Hongjuan's tomb. Teacher, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely seek justice for today's grudge in the future. Tong Tian bowed respectfully to the huge tomb. Yin Chuan looked at the huge monument. Although he had some suspicions about Hongjun, Yin Chuan was not prepared to say it out loud. He just looked at it. Tong Tian, this matter is over. I have to go back. If there's anything, come find me. Yin Chuan said. Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan and nodded. He bid farewell to Tong Tian. Yin Chuan did not delay any longer. He summoned the dragon carriage from the heaven-burying coffin, got on the dragon carriage, and returned to the capital. In the netherworld, Hua Zuntian chased after Zhuo Chunxiu relentlessly. Zhuo Chunxiu, I hate you so much. You traitor of heaven and earth, creating the ancient calamity and deceiving me for so many years, continuing to do evil for you. Hua Zuntian shouted angrily. Hua Zuntian, you are too stubborn. No one cares about what happened back then anymore. What are you still arguing about? Zhuo snorted coldly as he flew. I want justice. I want innocence. Hua Zuntian said in grief and indignation. Justice? Innocence? What's the use of that thing? That's right. Back then, I was the one who formed an alliance with the Lotus God. So what? Do you think it's still 1,000,000 years ago? Zhuo laughed loudly. Hua Zuntian's entire body was filled with anger. Wake up. It's already not 1,000,000 years ago. The powerhouses of the world have changed countless times. Who still remembers the past? Who would still be serious about what happened back then? The heavens are dead. Is the heavenly Tao collapsing? Now that Chao is in control of the heavens, the heavenly Tao has been replenished. Everything has been restored. The past is already the past. Zhuo shouted. No, I will never forget this hatred. You have to be responsible for the calamity of the common people. Hua Zuntian shouted. As he spoke, Hua Zuntian sent a palm strike towards Zhuo. Boom! The two sages' palms collided, and a great battle broke out. Stubborn old man. Zhuo snorted coldly. He continued to walk towards the Zhua family. Stop! I want to capture you and apologize to the Zhua family. Hua Zuntian shouted. Capture me? With just you? Zhuo snorted coldly as he continued to fly. The two sages quickly traveled through the underworld, heading south. 3 months later, underworld, Great Qin City. Swish! A white light shot out from the southwest. What is it? A large number of guards quickly reacted. Boom! The white light landed outside the Great Qin City. A mountain was smashed into pieces by the force of the crash. Immediately, countless cultivators rushed to the crater. In the crater, a white-robed figure was lying in the crater. His body was covered in injuries, and his face was covered in a layer of fog. This is a sage? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Old ancestor? Hua Bing, who was outside the city, suddenly exclaimed. The sage was Hua Zuntian. In an instant, the news quickly spread throughout the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City was in an uproar. A sage had fallen outside the Great Qin City. Even zombie Yin Chuan was alarmed. When Desolation Hua received the news, he immediately rushed out of the Great Qin City, his eyes filled with anxiety. The old ancestor was injured. He fell outside the Great Qin City. Who was it? Who could hurt the old ancestor? Desolation Hua rushed out in fear. Soon, zombie Yin Chuan led a group of officials and flew out. They quickly arrived at the huge crater. Great Qin's countless soldiers had already cordoned off the area. No cultivators were allowed to approach. In the crater, Hua Bing supported the heavily injured Hua Zuntian. Old ancestor, Desolation Hua cried out in shock and quickly rushed forward to support him. At this moment, the fog on Hua Zuntian's face disappeared, and he looked dispirited. Family head? Hua Zuntian revealed a trace of relief. Old ancestor, why are you like this? Desolation Hua immediately cried. He hugged Hua Zuntian with a look of horror. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan landed in front of the huge crater. Holy King, please save the old ancestor. Desolation Hua immediately cried out. Did you injure your fate? Yushi. Yin Chuan called out. Mo Yushi quickly flew over. Mo Yushi quickly extended her hand, and a blue light entered Hua Zuntian's body. Mo Yushi's brows raised. What's wrong? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zuntian shook his head and said, Many thanks for Yindi's good intentions, but it's useless. I did injure my fate. However, this body is not my main body. You can't save me here. Then old ancestor, where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. It's useless. My main body is about to be destroyed. Ha! I overestimated myself. Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Old ancestor, how can I save you? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zuntian shook his head. He looked at Inhentian, who was behind Yin Chuan. Inhentian, Hua Zuntian called out. Inhentian was slightly puzzled as he stepped forward. All these years, I've let down your Zhua family and helped Zhuo do many wrong things. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Inhen Tian looked at Hua Zun Tian and frowned. Forget it, it's all in the past. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. However, I will never forget it. Inhen Tian, do you know who colluded with the Lotus God? Who caused the complete destruction of your Zhua family? Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Inhen Tian frowned. It's Zhuchuan Xiu. It's him. He colluded with the Lotus God and then introduced me to him. Then, step by step, he caused a calamity in the world. Step by step, he caused the destruction of your Yin family. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Oh, Inhen Tian said in surprise. I'll let down your Yin family. I've been used all these years. However, you have to be careful now. Zhuchuan Xiu no longer has any scruples. He will come to kill you very soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zun Tian shouted. I'm very safe in Dijon. No one can hurt me. Inhen Tian shook his head. No, Zhuchuan Xiu has already been exposed by me. He has no scruples. In his house, there are treasures left behind by the Lotus God. I was heavily injured by the treasures left behind by the Lotus God. He will be coming soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. It's Zhuchuan Xiu. Desolation. Hua's eyes flashed with hatred. Chapter 1350. Hua Zun Tian explained weakly. Zhuchuan Xiu. Hatred flashed across Desolation Hua's eyes. Old ancestor, where's your main body? Where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Silly child, this old man can't live anymore. My fate is broken and my body is destroyed. With the power of my fate, I used this clone to bring the same position here. There are some things that I need to remind you of. What? Old ancestor, you should be fine. There must be a way. Desolation Hua was anxious. Hua Zun Tian suddenly extended a finger and pointed at Desolation Hua's forehead. Wong. Desolation Hua was instantly unable to move. Old ancestor, what are you doing? Yindi, this old man won't live for long. I made many mistakes in the past. Yindi, please don't blame me. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. The past is the past. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. Nodding, Hua Zun Tian looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation, do you know why I named you Desolation? Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Desolation Hua was unable to move, but he could still speak. Why? Desolation? After he understood, Desolation Hua had asked the old ancestor to change his name many times, but Hua Zun Tian had never allowed it. Why was he given such a negative name? I didn't give you this name. It's you. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Himself? Desolation Hua's eyes widened. On the day you were born, within a radius of 100 li, people and animals died. All the plants withered and died. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Hua Zun Tian recalled. What? Desolation Hua was shocked. That day, I was in seclusion when I was suddenly alarmed. I immediately sealed off everything around me and saw you. At that time, your face was pitch black and endless baleful aura enveloped you. The baleful aura slowly left your body and gradually condensed into the words Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly, My body is surrounded by baleful aura. Desolation Hua was shocked. Yes, the name of the Hua clan's ancestor, Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. What? The surrounding Hua clan members all revealed a look of surprise. Ancestor? What ancestor? Countless Hua clan members did not understand. Old ancestor, you aren't joking, right? Desolation Hua said in shock. It's true. I was also muddle-headed. A trace of memory in my bloodline was aroused by your baleful aura. Only then did I know this bit of information. Unfortunately, your baleful aura quickly disappeared. Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice, Primogenito? I don't understand. What primogenitor does my Hua clan have? Hua Desolation cried out, Why did I leave you alone in the sin and death manner? Do you know why? Hua Zuntian said bitterly, Yes, yes, yes. The old ancestor dotes on me. Desolation transformation said coldly. Huazun Tian nodded his head. That's one thing. On the other hand, you can't stay with them, because in your previous life there was a star in the sky, and that was you. Me? Xing Chun? Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. Huazun Tian said solemnly. Heavenly Cursed Loner? Tian Sha, am I destined to be a lone star? Could it be that my parents died because of me? Desolation transformation said in shock. No, it's not your destiny. It's you. You are the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. The Big Dipper star group. Purple Micro is the only one who can contend with Purple Micro. Huazun Tian explained. I don't understand. I'm a lone star? If this isn't my destiny, then what is it? Desolation transformation said puzzledly. If it's not destiny, then you're a lone star. All the people in the world who have the destiny of Lone Star are under your control and should listen to your orders. Cough, cough, cough. Huazun Tian said somewhat agitatedly. What? Desolation transformation said puzzledly. Desolation, my last life's power, and my holy birth are all left for you. I will awaken your memories. I'm leaving. Take good care of the Hua clan. Huazun Tian said solemnly. No, don't. Desolation transformation's eyes immediately turned red as he cried out. But Desolation transformation was unable to move. Buzz. Huazun Tian's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light, rushing straight between Desolation transformation's eyebrows. Boom! Desolation transformation's body suddenly trembled, as if he had fallen into a coma, his eyes gradually closing. Rumble. Billowing energy flowed from Huazun Tian's fingertip into Desolation transformation's eyebrows. Gradually, a 15-colored crystal appeared from Huazun Tian's mouth. The crystal slowly melted and entered Desolation transformation's body. Old ancestor! The surrounding Hua clan disciples cried out. Yin Chuan and the others stood outside, watching with furrowed brows. Lone Star? Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Holy King, Huazun Tian just said that these are bits of ancient memories sealed in his bloodline. The second epic? No one knows what the second epic is like. Gue Guzi frowned. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. Lu Gang. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Here. Lu Gang immediately stepped forward. Use your life tablet to send a message to the guards near the Zhua clan. Immediately investigate the Zhua clan's situation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang immediately retreated. Boom. Billowing energy flowed into Desolation transformation, and the Hua clan disciples cried out. Huazun Tian's body gradually became transparent, and the 15-colored crystal also penetrated into Desolation transformation's body. Crack! There seemed to be the sound of an eggshell cracking inside Desolation transformation's body. Bang! A monstrous, baleful aura suddenly surged out from Desolation transformation's body. Buzz! In the distant starry sky, a beam of starlight suddenly shot down. The color of this starlight was even more special. It was a black starlight that shot straight at Desolation transformation. Whoosh! Huazun Tian revealed a trace of an excited smile. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of eggs cracking became more and more frequent. Boom! The black starlight became denser and denser, rushing straight down. In an instant, the surroundings of the great Qin city were suddenly filled with the wailing of thousands of ghosts. Zombie Yin Chuan waved his sleeve, and everyone quickly retreated. He forced the baleful aura to be unable to affect the surrounding dead spirits. What a dense, baleful aura! Gue Guzi exclaimed. Buzz! Immediately after, the baleful aura suddenly retracted and was completely absorbed into Desolation transformation's body. The black light in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. Desolation transformation's body was pitch black as he sat cross-legged, as if he was refining something. Ha 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 ha! Huazun Tian laughed loudly. Amidst his laughter, Huazun Tian's body became more and more transparent, gradually turning into light fragments and gradually disappearing. Old ancestor, don't die. Countless descendants of the Hua family wailed. Boom! There was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell from the sky, and blood mist rose from the ground. The sound of sorrowful music spread through heaven and earth. Another saint had fallen. Old ancestor. The descendants of the Hua family knelt on the ground and wailed, heartbroken. Desolation, transformation, sat cross-legged and entered a state of emptiness. Huazun Tian is dead. Moyushi sighed slightly. Yin Chuan was silent for a moment. Hua Bing. Not far away, Hua Bing was crying sorrowfully. Hearing Yin Chuan shout, she wiped her tears and said respectfully, Saint King, I don't know when Desolation Transformation will wake up. Huazun Tian has fallen. You will be in charge of his funeral. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Hua Bing replied with sadness. Underworld, Inner South Continent. Zhua family. Zhua Chuanxiu stood in front of a hall and looked up at the sky. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell wildly, and sorrowful music sounded everywhere. A saint had fallen, and heaven and earth mourned. Huazun Tian, you only have yourself to blame. Originally, Lotus God thought highly of you, but you don't know what's good for you. You can't blame others, Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. While speaking, Zhua Chuanxiu walked back to the hall. Buzz. In the hall, a burst of green fog suddenly appeared. Zhua Chuanxiu faced the green fog and said respectfully, Lotus God, Yin Chuan's development is too fast. I want to destroy Yin Chuan and Yin Hentian. Lotus God, please help me unseal the treasure left behind by Lotus God. The green fog trembled slightly, and then a voice came from inside. I have already informed Wu Tian. You'll be here soon. Wu Tian. Zhua Chuanxiu's expression changed. Lotus God's strategizing is far inferior, Zhua Chuanxiu said in admiration. Only now did Zhua Chuanxiu know that the former #1 saint in the world, Wu Tian, was actually a chess piece buried by Lotus God. Wu Tian. No wonder he was so arrogant that he did not put heaven in his eyes. It turned out that he was against heaven. And Lotus God's voice came from the green fog, and then the green fog slowly dissipated. At this moment, a huge aura descended from the sky. Wu Tian, Zhua Chuanxiu shouted. The owner of the aura instantly arrived in the hall. It was Saint Wu Tian. Zhua Chuanxiu, where is Lotus God's treasure? I will open it. Wu Tian said. Please. Zhua Chuanxiu sighed. Lotus God was meticulous. Even if he left behind a treasure, he was still on guard. The two of them quickly came to the side of a small house. The door was covered with countless restrictions. It's here. There is a small space inside. If you forcefully break the door, the small space will collapse and disappear. The treasures inside will also disappear. You can only use a secret technique to open this door. Zhua Chuanxiu explained. Lotus God taught me hand seals, Wu Tian said in a low voice. As he spoke, he quickly formed a large number of hand seals, one after another, quickly hitting the door. Buzz. The restrictions on the small door melted like snow and quickly broke open. It's done, Wu Tian said. Zhua Chuanxiu immediately opened the small door. The two of them stepped in. The moment they entered, the two of them immediately stopped. In the small space, clouds and mist lingered. It was dreamy and illusory. In the center was a small pool. In the small pool, the pool water was divided into two colors, one black and one white. Above the white pool water, there were 6 large black lotus flowers with a diameter of 3 feet. Above the black pool water, there were 9 large white lotus flowers. 15 lotus flowers emitted a gentle light. This is it, Wu Tian said in surprise. I heard from Lotus God that this is called the Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus. Zhua Chuanxiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus? Wu Tian was puzzled. Every single one of them can completely replicate you or me. It can be maintained for a year. Zhua Chuanxiu explained. You mean to say that these 15 lotus flowers can create an exact copy of you and me? To duplicate you and me, 15 saints, and not lose any power for a year? Wu Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Not long ago, 15 saints fought against Tong Tian. Now I want 17 saints to destroy Tong Tian, Zhuo Chunxiu said in a low voice. Good. Wu Tian laughed. Chapter 1351. Zhuo Chunxiu stepped into one of the black lotuses. He lay flat on the ground. Wong. A layer of 14 colored light emerged from the black lotuses and enveloped Zhuo Chunxiu. Immediately, a repulsive force pushed Zhuo Chunxiu out. Zhuo Chunxiu flew out and looked at the black lotuses. Countless colorful lights gathered in the center of the black lotuses. A large amount of energy poured into the center of the colorful lights, and the black lotuses gradually withered. As the black lotuses withered, a human figure formed in the center of the colorful lights. Crack, 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 crack. The black lotuses completely withered and turned into ashes that scattered in the pool. The human figure slowly flew over. It looked exactly like Zhuo Chunxiu, but its face was blurry. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the person said respectfully to Zhuo Chunxiu. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Take my palm. Wu Tian said excitedly. Boom. Wu Tian and the human figure's palm collided. The void trembled, and Zhuo Chunxiu quickly protected the lotus pool. Their palms collided and separated. Good, good, good. Wu Tian cried out excitedly. It's the same. Zhuo Chunxiu smiled. Yes, I wonder if he can use the power of heaven and earth like us. Wu Tian suddenly thought of something. Of course he can. He's a complete clone of me. Not only my body, but even my position as a sage is completely copied. Zhuo Chunxiu said confidently. If that's the case, great perfection will definitely be destroyed. Wu Tian said excitedly. I know that you have a grudge with Yin Chuan. He destroyed your sect, and you destroyed his dynasty. I'll do the same. What I want to do is to kill Yin Tian, Zhuo Chunxiu said in a low voice. The matter in Skyspan territory has just ended, and the human Yin Chuan hasn't had time to return to Xianying. I'll destroy Xianying first. Wu Tian said in a low voice. Let's move together. I'll go to Great Qin City, and you go to Xianying City. Let's make it so that the zombie Yin Chuan can't attack both sides. After destroying Xianying City, we'll immediately come to the netherworld. Zhuo Chunxiu said. All right, Wu Tian replied. Immediately, the two of them laid down in the lotuses. They quickly copied the two sages. Before long, all 15 lotuses withered, and the lotus pool below dried up. But for the two saints, this was enough. Behind Wu Tian were 9 Wu Tian clones. Behind Zhuo Chunxiu were 6 clones of Zhuo Chunxiu. I'm leaving first. Before Yin Chuan returns to Xianying City, I'll destroy Xianying City. Wu Tian said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. 10 Wu Tians soared into the sky. As the void trembled, they instantly entered the world of the living. He decided on a direction. Let's go. Wu Tian shouted. All right. The 9 replicas replied. Boom. The 10 saints shot towards Xianyang. Saints could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, so their speed was naturally faster than Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Zhuo Chunxiu sent Wu Tian off. He extended his hand and took out a 12th grade green lotus. Lotus God, thank you for your treasure, Zhuo Chunxiu said solemnly. Go! Zhuo Chunxiu soared into the sky. The 6 Zhuo Chunxiu clones quickly flew towards the Great Qin City. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 7 Zhuo Chunxiu disappeared into the horizon. After the 7 Zhuo Chunxiu left, a black-robed man appeared outside the Zhuo family. The man had a head of long hair and was extremely handsome. There was a black line between his eyebrows as he stared at the Zhuo family. The man was none other than Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi's son, Yin Dong. However, Yin Dong was currently under the control of the soul-controlling technique. All of his emotions had been erased, and he was extremely loyal to the Lotus God. He had changed his name to the Nether King. The Nether King looked at the vast Zwa family in front of him as he watched the 7 Zhuochuanxiu leave. His eyes were extremely calm. The Nether King stepped into the Zwa family. His speed was so fast that even the countless experts in the Zwa family did not notice him. Soon, the Nether King arrived at a secret room in the Zwa family. This was the secret room where the Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus was kept. The Nether King entered and looked at the lotus pond in the middle. The 15 lotuses had all withered. The Nether King sneered and said, "You don't know how to use such a treasure? What a pity." As he spoke, the Nether King stepped into the lotus pond. As soon as he entered the lotus pond, the black and white water in the lotus pond appeared again. The Nether King closed his eyes and sat cross-legged as if he was absorbing the energy in the lotus pond. The black and white water slowly revolved around the Nether King, as if a surge of energy was entering the Nether King's body. Netherworld, Great Qin City. How is Desolation Hua doing? Zombie Yin Chuan asked. Sage King, Desolation Hua is still unconscious. Perhaps the memories from his previous life were too much for him. I have already sent him to the residence and sent soldiers to guard him to prevent anyone from disturbing his seclusion. Bai Qi said. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Lu Gang quickly arrived. Sage King, there is news from the Zhui family. Lu Gang immediately said. Oh. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang. According to the guard's life plate, Sage Wu Tian arrived at the Zhui family not long ago. Then, something strange happened. Lu Gang frowned. Wu Tian. Zombie Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes. When he came out, there were 10 Wu Tian and 7 Zhuochuanxiu. Moreover, the direction they were heading towards might be our Great Jun. Lu Gang frowned. 10 Wu Tian? 7 Zhuochuanxiu? Bai Qi was puzzled. Yes, that was the news. Lu Gang nodded. Looks like it's another treasure of the Lotus God. Zhuochuanxiu knows how powerful I am, yet he still dares to come. Clearly, he has something important to rely on this time. Bai Qi, go and tell them to prepare for war. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Bai Qi replied. At the same time, in the Yang realm, above a vast ocean, Yin Chuan's 5 dragon carriage was flying at high speed. In the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan in his human form was in seclusion. Yin Chuan in his human form stepped out of the dragon carriage. Stop! Yin Chuan in his human form said in a deep voice. Roar! The 5 dragons stopped in their tracks. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and sent the 5 dragons back to the Yang realm. Since Wu Tian came, he definitely had something to rely on. He had to return to Xianyang as soon as possible. Even though the dragon carriage was fast, it was far inferior to him. He still remembered the calamity that happened to Xianyang last time. This time, he could not let anything happen. Swish! Yin Chuan in his human form quickly shot towards Xianyang. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu rushed towards the Great Qin City at an extremely fast speed. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the Great Qin City. Boom! A gust of wind blew through the Great Qin City. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu stopped at the south of the Great Qin City. Their auras soared into the sky, and their baleful auras were oppressive. Yin Chuan, come out! The leader of the original body shouted. However, after shouting, Zhuochuanxiu's expression froze. This was because in front of the central palace, Zombie Yin Chuan led the ministers and generals. It was as if he knew that Zhuochuanxiu was coming and had been waiting for him. Zhuochuanxiu. Zombie Yin Chuan stared at the 7 Zhuochuanxiu and narrowed his eyes. At first, Zombie Yin Chuan thought that the other 6 Zhuochuanxiu were just puppets. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. These Zhuochuanxiu were actually one with the heavens and earth. Saints? They were all saints? Holy King, something's not right. They all seem to have holy positions. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Shouldn't the holy positions be fixed? How come there are so many of them? Inhen Tian said seriously. Zhuochuanxiu, are you trying to offend Great Jun? Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ah, Yin Chuan, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's see how you're going to break it today. Zhuo laughed loudly. Heavenly Tao! Heavenly Tao! The seven Zhuo shouted at almost the same time. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind each of them. Dark clouds roiled in the sky as seven vast auras gushed out and pressed down on the great Qin city. Gue Guzi waved his hand, and the great Qin city's formations quickly spread out to resist the pressure of the seven saints. In the distance, at the Yellow Springs Road, a guard flew over in a panic. Holy King, 10 saints have appeared in the Yang realm and are heading towards Xianyang City, the guard roared as he flew over. Ha ha ha, Wu Tian is here too. Zhuo laughed loudly. Yang realm, Xianyang City. A grand formation was set up outside Xianyang City. A large number of great Zhen's officials, led by Lu Buwei, stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth shook as 10 saints stood in 10 different directions, each with 3,000 heavenly Tao behind them. The surging aura rushed towards Xianyang City above the primordial dragon vein. Xianyang City's formations trembled under the impact of the vast aura. Lu Buwei looked at a saint in the south. Wu Tian, do you know where this is? Lu Buwei asked in a low voice. Where is this? Ha ha ha, it's going to be razed to the ground soon. You Lu Buwei? Don't worry, I won't leave your corpse intact. Wu Tian laughed. Great Zhen is an important place. How dare you act so presumptuously? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the Holy King returns, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Buwei said coldly. Is that so? Do you know that I raised Xianyang City to wait for Yin Chuan to return? Why? Did something happen in the Yang realm? Why aren't the great Zhen's generals here? With just you bunch of women and children? Wu Tian laughed loudly. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed coldly. Then, Lu Buwei looked not far away and said, Explosive Beast King, I'll have to trouble you today. Wu Tian was slightly taken aback. This group of people actually did not beg for mercy from him. Explosive Beast King? Then, he saw a group of disgusting monsters crawling out of a valley not far away. There were 11 of them, and the leader had a crown-like horn on his head. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at the saints. 10 saints? That's quite troublesome. Beast King is too humble. It's just 10 saints. When the Holy King returns, it will be their time of death. Lu Buwei laughed. Don't worry. Since I promised Yin Chuan, I will fulfill my promise. Saints? They're just saints. The explosive Beast King said. Following that, the 11 explosive beasts slowly flew up into the air and stared at the group of Wu Tian with their disgusting eyes. Chapter 1352. In the Netherworld, the seven Zhuo looked coldly at Yin Chuan's group in front of the central palace. In Hentian, you won't be able to escape today. Zhuo sneered. Zombie Yin Chuan said, Zhuo, I'm curious. You want to kill your own people from the dual pupil clan to increase your strength. Then, if everyone in your Zhuo family is dead, will your strength increase? Who said that the rest of his Zhuo family also have the bloodline of the dual pupil clan? Zhuo said coldly. Oh, Zombie Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. The rest of his Zhuo family were adopted by me. So, I'm the only one with a dual pupil clan. Zhuo said coldly. As he spoke, he looked at the square and said, Let's not talk nonsense. Yin Chuan, you and In Hentian prepare to die. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered and said, We don't know who will die yet. Sage, back in Sky Pass territory, I saw your strength. After using the power of heaven and earth, you were only at the peak of the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Compared to the 12th level, you're still slightly weaker. So what? I have 7. Soon, 10 more will come from the Yang realm. Zhuo said coldly. Have you forgotten? Nethersea's Gue Rulai was only at the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm back then. Yin Chuan said coldly. We're both at the 11th level. How can he compare to me? Zhuo said coldly. Gue Rulai had just entered the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm, but Zhuochuanxiu had already reached the peak of the 11th level by using the power of heaven and earth. He was only slightly weaker than the 12th level. Yes, he's inferior to you. However, this is not the Nether Sea. This is Dejun, my home ground. People of Dejun, I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Yin Chuan shouted. Above the sea of providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny let out a heaven-shaking roar, and Yin Chuan's voice quickly spread to the 14 territories of the netherworld. The current Dejun was no longer the same as before. Even though there were still countless people who were unwilling, more than half of them were satisfied. The Holy King's voice? Do you need to borrow strength? Raise your right hand. Who is the sage king going to fight? Could it be a saint? Amidst countless curious voices, countless cultivators raised their right hands, and their strength was instantly drained. Following this, boundless golden energy rushed towards the great Qin city from all directions. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny let out a long roar as it charged towards zombie Yin Chuan with boundless power. Zombie Yin Chuan opened his arms. Boom! A pair of gigantic dragon bone wings appeared, and 2 blood-red fangs appeared in its mouth. It instantly merged with the 18 claws golden dragon of providence. Boom! The entire sky above the great Qin city trembled as a storm swept out in all directions from zombie Yin Chuan. The power of the world? Zhuochuanxiu said coldly. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu looked at him with disdain. So what if he mobilized the power of the world? Destroy. One of the Zhuochuanxiu slammed his palm towards zombie Yin Chuan. The palm that carried the power of the world shattered the void into countless fragments. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan instantly charged towards Zhuochuanxiu. Boom! His powerful physical body collided with Zhuochuanxiu's huge palm, and the huge palm trembled violently before dispersing. 7th Firmament Ancestral Immortal, he mobilized the power of the world, and his strength reached such a level, Zhuochuanxiu's eyes turned cold. Oomph! Zombie Yin Chuan flapped his wings, and his body became like a stream of light as he charged into the group of Zhuochuanxiu. However, such a formation gave him boundless pressure. It felt like the world was about to shatter. On the other side, Yin Chuan's opponents were reduced to 3 Zhuochuanxiu in the blink of an eye. The pressure was instantly reduced. Chapter 1353. Dugawudi, Bai Qi, Gue Guzi, and the other sovereigns each led a team to block a saint. The pressure on zombie Yin Chuan was greatly reduced. Zombie Yin Chuan coldly laughed. Zombie Yin Chuan charged toward the saint. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan's claws clawed at a saint's chest. The saint quickly twisted his body and dodged, but even though the claws brushed past the saint, zombie Yin Chuan still managed to slice off a piece of flesh. Bastard! The saint roared. The other 2 Zhuochuanxiu slammed into Yin Chuan's body, but Yin Chuan didn't dodge at all. Instead, he used his powerful body to collide with them. Boom! In the void, Yin Chuan stared at a sage and continued to attack. Quick, stop him, the saint who was being stared at said anxiously. Dual pupils heavenly realm. One of the Zhuochuanxiu's pupils suddenly spun. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan disappeared. Bang! In an instant, zombie Yin Chuan shattered the void and appeared once again. What? The 3 sovereigns' expressions changed. It's useless, Zhuochuanxiu. Today, you're the one who delivered yourself to me. The Great Zhun Celestial Court has been here for a long time, and it's about to become the Heavenly Court. You're the best stepping stone for Great Zhun. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan once again charged towards the injured saint. Zhuo didn't dare to send people to the Great Qin City anymore. After all, no one knew if there was anyone in the Great Qin City who could stop a saint. Moreover, even with the three of them attacking together, Zombie Yin Chuan was still able to injure a saint. If another saint escaped, wouldn't that saint be killed in an instant? Bastard, Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet? Zhuo's main body gloomily yelled. Yang Realm Xianyang City outside Xianyang City. 10 saints surrounded Xianyang City. Under Su Fu's control, the primordial dragon vein emitted boundless golden light that protected Xianyang City. The explosive Beast King led 10 explosive beasts into the sky and faced off against Wu Tian. Explosive beast? You think you can stop me? Just be my pet. One of the Wu Tian extended his hand and grabbed an explosive beast. His palm contained the power of heaven and earth, and a massive astral palm grabbed towards one of the explosive beasts. Boo! He grabbed the explosive beast with his palm. Self-destruct. Boom! Under the self-explosion, the saint's palm energy exploded with a loud bang. In a huge black hole, a group of minced flesh quickly gathered and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Interesting, Wu Tian laughed. Roar! The exploding beast roared furiously. He rushed towards the saint. Great sealing technique, Wu Tian shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, and countless void formations appeared around the exploding beast. In the blink of an eye, the exploding beast was trapped inside. Self-destruct. Boom! The self-detonation was still incomparably sharp, and it blasted apart Wu Tian's great sealing technique. It even blasted apart a large portion of Wu Tian's clothes. Bastard, you dare! Wu Tian roared. However, the exploding beast that had just self-destructed recovered in the blink of an eye and self-destructed again. The exploding beast was no match for Wu Tian, but it was extremely troublesome because Wu Tian could not do anything to it. All right, forget about the exploding beast. Destroy Xianyang first, then deal with these bastards. Wu Tian's main body shouted. All right. All the Wu Tians replied. He's the main body. Blow him up. The exploding Beast King ordered. Roar. The group of exploding beasts replied. Following that, the group of exploding beasts charged towards Wu Tian's main body. Wu Tian. One exploding beast was no threat to Wu Tian, but 10 exploding beasts in a swarm was a different story. Explode. Boom. 10 exploding beasts exploded at the same time, and the entire area around Xianyang shook. The saints who were charging towards Xianyang stopped in their tracks. They turned to look. They saw the exploding beasts recovering quickly, while Wu Tian was in a sorry state. He jumped out of the battlefield with disheveled hair. Bastard! Wu Tian shouted in grief and anger. The 9 saints looked at each other, but they still attacked Xianyang first. Destroy! The 9 sages roared. With that, the 9 saints struck their palms at Xianyang at the same time. Origin Dragon Vein, protect Xianyang! Su Fu shouted. Roar! The giant dragon head let out a deafening roar, and the entire Zhenlong territory shook. The dragon vein energy quickly gathered around him. It formed a dragon-shaped shield that protected the entire Xianyang city. Boom! The gigantic palms of the 9 sages slammed down and collided with the barrier. As the void trembled, the protective barrier also trembled. However, the saints' attacks did not manage to break through Xianyang's defense. What? The saints were shocked. As the saints failed to break through the shield, the exploding Beast King finally attacked. The exploding beast could not catch up to Wu Tian's main body, but the exploding Beast King could. It instantly appeared beside Wu Tian. What? Wu Tian's main body exclaimed. Self-destruct. The exploding Beast King shouted. Boom! The exploding Beast King's explosion caused the weather to change. Under the huge impact, countless mountains outside Xianyang were flattened. Wu Tian's main body was the first to bear the brunt, and he was even more severely injured than before. Wu Tian held his right arm that was covered in blood and quickly dodged. It was not that Wu Tian did not want to fight back, but what was the use of fighting back? The exploding Beast King could self-destruct easily. What else could he use to threaten it? As Wu Tian dodged the exploding Beast King, the 10 exploding beasts surrounded him again. Self-destruct. Heavenly Tao, protect me. Boom. Wu Tian once again enjoyed the baptism of the explosion. On the other side, the 9 saints could not break through Xianying's defense. The 9 saints were still waiting to attack. Don't attack anymore. Take care of the exploding beasts first, Wu Tian shouted. His speed was not as fast as the exploding Beast King. If this continued, he could only continue to be suppressed. So what if the 9 saints broke through Xianying's defense? He would be killed by the explosion. All right. The 9 saints quickly surrounded the exploding beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of explosions, the group of saints could not do anything. Wu Tian had once thought of scattering the fragments of the exploding beast explosion, or even throwing them far away. But these explosive beasts were too strange. Every fragment of the explosion could automatically condense into a small explosive beast. It was as if one explosive beast had exploded into 100,000 small explosive beasts. Even if you couldn't kill them, they could quickly fly back and fuse together no matter how far they were thrown. What a disgusting thing, Wu Tian shouted gloomily. Too difficult to deal with, especially that exploding Beast King. Its speed was even faster than him. Boom! The group of Wu Tian and the exploding beasts were in a chaotic battle. In Xianying, Lu Buwei looked at the scene with satisfaction. Exploding beasts, if used on the battlefield, it would be successful. Lu Buwei exclaimed. What a pity. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Yeah, if only Dezhun could use them. What a pity. When Sage King formed an alliance with the exploding beasts, it only allowed the exploding beasts to help me once. What a pity. Lu Buwei sighed. Meng Wenruo nodded. She turned to look at a guard at the side. How's the progress in the underworld? Meng Wenruo asked. Reporting to Lords, everything is developing as Sage King predicted. All 7 Zhuqianxiu are pinned down. That guard said solemnly. That's good. Everyone nodded. Inform the various city lords to prevent any disturbances during this period of time and strengthen the management of the various cities. Lu Buwei said. Yes. That guard replied. In the Huanbei continent, the human Yinchuan was still flying towards Xianying at an extremely fast speed. Outside the great Qin city in the underworld, zombie Yinchuan was fighting against 3 Zhuqianxiu. This battle lasted for a day. In a day, Zhuqianxiu could not do anything to zombie Yinchuan. You are only at the 7th level of ancestral immortal. How is this possible? Zhuqianxiu shouted gloomily. Roar! Zombie Yinchuan slashed at the back of 2 Zhuqianxiu and rushed towards the most injured Zhuqianxiu. Slash! Slash! 2 divine swords slashed through the void and landed on Yin Chuan's back. Clang! Clang! Only 2 cuts were made on his clothes. When the divine swords slashed down, zombie Yin Chuan's body only moved forward. His body was not cut. Such a strong body? How is this possible? Zhuqianxiu roared in shock. However, on the other side, Yin Chuan risked being slashed twice and instantly appeared in front of the injured sage. His claws stabbed into the sage's chest. What? No! The sage cried out in shock. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared excitedly. He did not care about the sage's cries and opened his mouth to swallow the sage. Boom! A sage was swallowed into zombie Yin Chuan's stomach. The battle came to an abrupt end. The 2 Zhuqianxiu looked at Yin Chuan in confusion, especially Zhuqianxiu's main body. 3 sages could not deal with him? What about now? There were only 2 left. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan turned his head to look at him. Zhuqianxiu's main body's expression turned ugly. No, Yin Chuan, you can't be so lucky every time. It's impossible. Zhuqianxiu's main body said anxiously. As he spoke, he took out a green lotus. A 12th grade green lotus. Lotus God, I need power. Zhuqianxiu said anxiously. Buzz! The 12th grade green lotus suddenly emitted millions of green light rays. Above the green lotus, sword chi gushed out and rushed towards zombie Yin Chuan. Clang, 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 clang. A series of collisions, but zombie Yin Chuan's body was too strong. The sword chi could not hurt Yin Chuan at all. Zhuo Chunxiu, don't block it. A voice came from the green lotus. Then, the green lotus flew over Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Zhuo Chunxiu instinctively wanted to dodge, but he restrained himself. The green lotus flew over Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Countless small vines suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lotus and quickly pierced Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Chapter 1354. The green lotus took root and pierced into Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Whoosh! In an instant, green energy surged towards Zhuo Chunxiu. The void around Zhuo Chunxiu trembled violently. Waves of energy made Zhuo Chunxiu feel unprecedentedly powerful. Roar! Zhuo Chunxiu roared loudly. His loud roar stirred up gusts of wind. Zhuo Chunxiu, Yin Chuan's face darkened. He didn't stop Zhuo Chunxiu. Instead, he charged toward the other sage. The sage's expression changed, and he wanted to dodge. Stop! Zhuo Chunxiu shouted, wanting to stop Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan naturally understood the urgency of the moment. He pounced on the sage without hesitation. Bastard! The sage and Zhuo Chunxiu attacked Yin Chuan one after another. Zhuo Chunxiu, who was behind him, had increased his strength by 8 to 9 times. Yin Chuan quickly blocked the 4 sky-burying coffins behind him. Boom! Zhuo Chunxiu slapped the sky-burying coffins away. The remaining strength was reduced by 30%, but it still fiercely slapped Yin Chuan's back. The sage's palm also landed on Yin Chuan's chest. Boom! Countless stars exploded on Yin Chuan's back. In the end, he used the universe in his palm to block 30% of the power. The last 40% of the power slapped Yin Chuan's back. Yin Chuan trembled violently. Yin Chuan was unharmed. He grabbed the sage with his claws. Roar! Without hesitation, Yin Chuan began to devour again. Let him go. Zhuo Chunxiu's expression changed. However, Yin Chuan's suction force was too strong. In an instant, the sage was sucked into his stomach. Then, Yin Chuan soared into the sky and into the starry sky. Whoosh! The green lotus above Zhuo Chunxiu's head instantly reached the starry sky. This sage is actually all creation essence. It's a waste to refine it into your clone. Yin Chuan sneered. Waste? Why are you eating it? Zhuo Chunxiu said gloomily. Yin Chuan looked at the green lotus above Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Lotus goddess, how many times has this happened? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan, your growth is really fast. Lotus God's voice came from the green lotus. Lotus? You know Yin Chuan? Zhuo Chunxiu frowned in surprise. Yin Chuan stared at green lotus and said, instilling energy again? How many times has it been done? Isn't it troublesome? So what if he was infused with power? Zhuo Chunxiu's current strength should only be at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What do you mean? What do you mean, Humph? Yin Chuan, the 11th heavenly layer just now was enough to make you miserable. Now that I have the strength of the 12th heavenly layer, you will definitely die. Zhuo Chunxiu said coldly. Goddess lotuses, hers is lotuses. Oh. Zhuo Chunxiu was puzzled. You don't understand, Yin Chuan. I've interacted with him more than once. His current attitude has already explained everything. He, Yin Chuan, still has a backup plan. A backup plan that can completely suppress you. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. What? Impossible. What backup plan does he have? With me mobilizing the power of heaven and earth in your help, my strength has already reached the 12th firmament. Yin Chuan is only at the 7th firmament. 7th firmament, Zhuo Chunxiu said in disbelief. It's the 7th firmament, but I can still kill you at the 7th firmament. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded again. Following that, more and more green vines appeared on the green lotus and quickly wrapped around Zhuo Chunxiu's head. Lotus Goddess, what are you doing? No. Zhuo Chunxiu grabbed the green lotus above his head in horror. But it was too late when he reached the green lotus. Zhuochuanqiu's eyes suddenly turned dull. Following that, his eyes quickly merged, and his gaze instantly became incomparably sharp. Lotus Goddess? You took over Zhuochuanqiu's body again? Yin Chuan said coldly. That's right. Now it's you and me against each other again, Yin Chuan. Lotus Goddess smiled faintly. Yang Realm. Wu Tian faced the group of explosive beasts gloomily. The explosive power was not fatal, but it was too difficult to deal with. As long as one had the intention to avoid it, no sage would die from the explosion. However, the group of explosive beasts only targeted Wu Tian's body. The explosive Beast King's speed was faster than Wu Tian's. For a time, there were continuous explosions and continuous battles. No one could do anything to the other. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for close to 2 days. Don't worry about me. 5 of you, go and flatten Xianyang first. Wu Tian shouted. The sages could only helplessly split up again. For sages were enough to block the group of explosive beasts. 5 sages went straight for Xianyang, just as they were about to attack Xianyang. Above the Sea of Providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly moved. Gradually, it turned into a huge 18-clawed golden dragon. What? The sage's expressions changed. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. Under the roar, the people of Dezhun's 9 domains in the Yang realm all looked up at the sky. People of Dezhun, listen up. Dezhun's ascension is imminent. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me destroy the enemies. Help Dezhun ascend to the heavenly court. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Boom! The voice spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. The Sage King's voice, ascend to the heavenly court? Countless people quickly raised their hands in surprise. Dezhun was one of the 9 domains in the Yang realm. Although there were not as many domains as the Netherworld, they had been operating for a longer time and were more recognized in the Netherworld. In an instant, more power gathered in the Sea of Providence than in the Netherworld. Boom! Countless rays of golden light crossed time and space and gathered toward the golden dragon of Providence. Yin Chuan is back? The sage's expressions darkened. They all looked to the west. Then he saw a black dot coming from the west at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In just an instant, the black dot had already arrived in front of Xianyang. A gust of wind blew past, and all the sages paused. Yin Chuan? Wu Tian's face darkened. Wu Tian, I was just about to look for you, but you delivered yourself to me? Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed. Roar! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence charged toward Yin Chuan with endless power. Boom! Yin Chuan and the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence instantly merged into one. Billowing power surged in the void. Yin Chuan, I fulfill my promise. The explosive Beast King shouted. Explosive Beast King, thank you very much. Yin Chuan laughed. Do you still need my help? The explosive Beast King asked. No need. Help me look after Wu Tian. Don't let him run away. As for the others, I'm enough. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What a joke. Wu Tian's main body suddenly exclaimed. It was unknown whether he was comforting himself or mocking Yin Chuan. Did Yin Chuan mean that he wanted to fight the 9 sages alone? Was this a joke? Who do you think you are? Back then, Tong Tian only dared to fight the 9 sages because he was at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. What was Yin Chuan's cultivation level? 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm? However, Yin Chuan said it in such a dignified manner, which made Wu Tian worried. Do you think you're Tong Tian? Wu Tian probed again. I'm not Tong Tian, but this is my home ground. You're only at the bottom of the 9 sages, and they're even worse. Yin Chuan sneered. Blood sea. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared around Xianyang. Above the sea of blood, Yin Chuan stepped on the huge waves with his blood-red hair. He threw 3 long swords into the air. Behind him, there was a huge tree that reached the heavens and the earth, soaring into the 9 heavens. At the peak of the giant tree, the stars in the sky revolved. The giant tree seemed to be able to extract the power of the stars in the sky. The rolling power was absorbed into the sea of blood, and the sea of blood expanded again. In an instant, it surrounded all the sages. "Don't believe him, attack!" Wu Tian's main body shouted from afar. "All right." The 9 sages instantly rushed towards Yin Chuan. "Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor God!" Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The 3 swords instantly flew towards one of the sages and surrounded him from 3 different directions. "Break!" That sage struck with his palm. However, the formation formed by the 3 swords couldn't be broken with a single palm. Swish! However, Yin Chuan dashed straight ahead. That's all. Yin Chuan instantly appeared behind that sage. What? That sage's expression changed. However, Yin Chuan was also very fast. He quickly grabbed the sage's head with both hands. He twisted violently. Bam! That sage's head suddenly spun, and his body instantly went limp. What? The surrounding sages cried out in shock. Almost at the same time, they attacked the 3 emperor swords. Boom! The sea of blood wrapped around the 3 emperor swords. Even if 8 sages attacked at the same time, they couldn't break it. Yin Chuan reached out and placed that sage into the heaven burial coffin. In the sky, the explosive Beast King looked at Yin Chuan blankly. That's it. Wu Tian, however, suddenly quivered. Quick, quick, destroy the sea of blood. Once it's destroyed, Yin Chuan won't be able to borrow any power. Yin Chuan is borrowing the power of the world, the power of divine arts, and the power of the stars. Quick, destroy the sea of blood. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. The 8 sages' expressions changed. Break! Almost at the same time, they attacked the sea of blood. Whoosh! Huge waves rose from the sea of blood, but it wasn't as easy to destroy as before. How was that possible? Wu Tian cried out in shock. He remembered that Gong Yangzi and Tianjizi almost destroyed the sea of blood. Now, 8 sages couldn't break it? Why? Some things, once lost, will never come back. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. Yin Chuan said coldly. The 3 emperor swords quickly moved towards another sage. Great! Jade! Attack! Boom! Another saint was enveloped by it. The moment he entered the 3 emperor swords formation, it was Yin Chuan's world. No, it's useless even if you don't. You're just Wu Tian's clone. Break! Yin Chuan grabbed the imperial seal and smashed it on the sage's head. Another sage was instantly killed and sent into the heaven burial coffin. Yin Chuan and the 3 emperor swords charged towards the 3rd sage. High in the sky, Wu Tian was extremely confused. This can't be real. It can't be real. The explosive Beast King also looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Clearly, it didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so perverted when he went all out. The most excited ones were the officials and commoners of Great Zhen. When they saw the 10 sages descending, many commoners were in despair. But now, they suddenly realized that the 10 sages were like little chicks in front of the Sage King. Long live the Sage King! Long live Great Zhen! Cheers came from Xianyang City. Chapter 1355. With 2 sages dead, the other sages were shocked. Above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan's strength made Wu Tian panic. Why is this happening? Wu Tian, who was surrounded by the explosive beasts, was unable to accept the contrast. They were both 9th level ancestral immortals, so why was Yin Chuan so ferocious? He was a sage. Xing. Another sage was trapped in the 3 emperors' sword formation. Great heavenly seal. Boom! The 3rd sage was quickly dealt with. Heavenly Dao! Heavenly Dao! The group of sages cried out in panic. Each of them produced a huge light wheel that charged towards Yin Chuan. Ha! Yin Chuan sneered and immediately went forward. Bang! Yin Chuan exploded into a pool of blood. On the other side, another Yin Chuan emerged from the Blood Sea. It's useless. Wu Tian, there's no need for you to live anymore. Even if I don't kill you today, you will be killed by other experts in the future. Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Yin Chuan charged toward another sage. No, quick, since we can't destroy the blood sea, then destroy the world tree. Destroy the tree. A sage suddenly shouted. Immediately, the group of sages rushed towards the world tree. Each of them mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Each of them hit the world tree with their huge light wheels. Hum! The world tree suddenly disappeared, and the group of sages' attacks collided. Boom! After the void exploded, the world tree appeared far away from the blood sea. This is my blood sea, and the world tree is my great Tao. It will be wherever I want it to be, Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! Another sage was hit on the head by Yin Chuan's imperial seal. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body felt cold all over. Before coming, how could he have imagined that Yin Chuan would be so strong? Yin Chuan, you lied to me? When we fought in the past, you always showed weakness. You actually always showed weakness. Wu Tian's main body cried out in shock. Yin Chuan flicked his bloody hair, turned his head, and said coldly, Show weakness? Do I need to show weakness to you? It's just that you're not worthy of me using all my strength to kill you. Boom! The three emperor swords instantly covered another sage. No, that saint screamed. If he was enveloped by the three emperor swords, he would be finished. Looking at the descending great heavenly seal, the saint stepped into the sea of blood. Ha! You're digging your own grave, Yin Chuan said coldly as he stepped down. On the other side, the more Wu Tian watched, the more terrified he became. He took a step forward and fled into the distance. You want to leave? The Beast King sneered. Boom! The Beast King exploded and blocked Wu Tian's path. A group of explosive beasts quickly surrounded them. Scram, beast, Wu Tian said anxiously. However, the exploding Beast King kept its promise and held Wu Tian back. There were fewer and fewer saints on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 sages left. The 4 sages were anxious. Although the 4 of them were clones of Wu Tian, they understood that they only had 1 year to live. They had to strengthen their main bodies. Seeing Yin Chuan pouncing towards them, the 4 sages rushed towards their main bodies, wanting to help them escape. Screech! In an instant, another sage was surrounded by the crowd. However, this time, Yin Chuan did not pounce on him. Instead, he went straight for the 3 sages. You want to save the main bodies? Haha, dream on. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. Whoosh! Yin Chuan instantly knocked one of the sages into the sea of blood, then pounced on the other 2 sages. Where do you think you're going? Stars fell. Boom! In the starry sky, hundreds of stars suddenly fell rapidly. They instantly blocked the 2 sages. Boom! Boom! Yin Chuan quickly closed in and knocked the 2 sages into the sea of blood. As soon as the 3 sages entered the sea of blood, they were suddenly surrounded by Yin Chuan's blood god's illusions. Close to 100,000 blood god's illusions surrounded the 3 sages. Don't let them get close, Tian Dao, the sages said anxiously. However, Yin Chuan didn't care about them. Instead, he killed the sage of the 3 emperor swords. The 3 sages could not tell which one was Yin Chuan's main body and which one was the blood god's illusions. They were instantly anxious. The 3 emperor swords surrounded another sage. At this moment, the battle above the sea of blood had become one-sided. Ha 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 ha! Yin Chuan laughed wildly. One sage after another was killed. In the distance, Wu Tian's main body wanted to escape. However, the exploding Beast King's speed was too fast. There was no way he could escape. Exploding beast, let me go. I, Wu Tian, will do you a huge favor. Wu Tian, said Jiaohu. I don't want to buy your favor, the exploding Beast King said calmly. Wu Tian ran and Jiaohu at the same time. However, the exploding Beast King was smelly and hard. Wu Tian was inexplicably angry. While he was inexplicably angry, the last sage in the sea of blood was hit in the head by the great heavenly seal. The words, blessed by the heavens, live forever, were left on his head. He fainted and was sent into the sky-burying coffin by Yin Chuan. Roar! Yin Chuan roared in satisfaction. The sea of blood suddenly churned violently. In the distance, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, Yin Chuan appeared in front of him and pounced toward him. Not good, Tian Dao. Wu Tian roared. The 3,000 Tian Dao phantoms gathered endless power again and used Wu Tian's hand to send out a 10,000 feet long astral palm. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out with his palm and met force with force. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Wu Tian, you're too much of a failure as a sage. I didn't want to kill you to establish the heavenly court, but time waits for no one. Great Perfection's heavenly court is yours. Yin Chuan rushed over. No! Wu Tian roared and sent out another palm strike. However, Yin Chuan was already in front of him. With a ferocious expression, his right fist landed on Wu Tian's right palm. Boom! Crack! The bones in Wu Tian's right shoulder were dislocated. They instantly pierced through his flesh, revealing half of the bone connected to his flesh. Ah! Wu Tian screamed in pain. My boundless power is not something you can block, Yin Chuan said coldly as he approached. He clawed at Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that he was going to die. His eyes flashed with determination. Yin Chuan, I'll take you down with me, Wu Tian said ruthlessly. Boom! A heaven and earth altar appeared beneath Wu Tian's feet. It was the Qi cultivation altar. A large number of cracks appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Great heavenly void arcana technique, Yin Chuan yelled. Instantly, the world tree transferred the stars to where Yin Chuan was. Countless stars revolved around him, forming waves of stellar energy that rushed towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression changed. You want to self-destruct? In Great Perfection, you can only die if I want you dead, Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! He stabbed his palm into Wu Tian's chest. When he pulled out again, he was holding a 15-colored crystal. The moment the crystal appeared, the heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Tian's feet shook. A heaven and earth altar instantly appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. Boom! The birth plane heaven and earth altar landed on top of Wu Tian's habit plane heaven and earth altar. The two altars seemed to be fusing rapidly. No! Wu Tian roared in despair. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed the 15-colored crystal. Yin Chuan's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light. As the light around Yin Chuan grew brighter and brighter, Wu Tian grew weaker and weaker. It was as if Wu Tian's life had come to an end as Yin Chuan refined him. Yin Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Tian let out a final cry and went completely silent. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden loud noise. The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Blood rain poured down rapidly. A sage had fallen, and the heavens and earth mourned. Wu Tian's corpse turned into dust in mid-air and slowly disappeared. The 15-colored light around Yin Chuan grew brighter and brighter. The Providence cloud above Xianyang also shot out a 15-colored light. The light rushed into the heavens and earth, washing away the sorrow in the realm of blood rain. Beneath Yin Chuan's feet, the birth altar and Qi cultivation altar had completely fused into one. Yin Chuan shone with 15-colored light. An excited dragon roar came from his body as he stepped on a huge green heaven and earth altar. The heavens and earth mourn for me. The fall of a sage is for me. From now on, the Great Perfection Celestial Court will be promoted to the Great Perfection Celestial Court and enjoy the Qi cultivation heaven and earth karmic rank. Thousands of years, prosperity for all ages. Yin Chuan swung his long hair and roared at the sky. Boom! Yin Chuan's roar reverberated throughout the Yang realm. A violent aura surged into everyone's heart. An inexplicable joy made countless people feel as if their blood was boiling. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Celestial Court! Endless cheers came from the Yang realm and the 9 domains. In Xianyang, the people were cheering. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the Great Perfection Celestial Court! In the Yang realm, Gigu Zi used the power of the Earth's dragon vein to fight a sage. However, The sage couldn't achieve anything even after several days of fighting. Bastard Wu Tian, why haven't you come down yet? In his anxiety, the clone of Zhua Chuanxiu rushed to the Yellow Springs Road. Although he could enter the Yang realm without taking the Yellow Springs Road, he still had to cast a spell. Now that Gigu Zi was forcing him to do so, he couldn't cast a spell to go to the Yang realm. Therefore, he took the Yellow Springs Road. Where are you going? Gigu Zi chased after him. The sage was naturally faster. Bastard Wu Tian, don't you know how difficult it is to fight in the Yang realm? At least 2 out of 10 Wu Tians must come down. The sage anxiously passed through the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Yang realm. The moment he entered the Yang realm, he saw a sea of blood. At the same time, he saw Wu Tian's body turn into ashes. Yin Chuan's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. There were even more dazzling 15-colored lights as he stepped on the Qi cultivation heaven and earth altar. What? The sage looked at this scene blankly. For an instant, it was as if his brain had crashed. He stared in disbelief. It wasn't until cheers came from Xianyang City that he suddenly woke up. Long live the Celestial Court! Long live the great perfection Celestial Court! Hearing the cheers, the sage from the Yang realm said in shock, "The Celestial Court? Yin Chuan killed the sage and established the Celestial Court? The Celestial Court of great perfection, Yin Chuan?" Chapter 1356. Netherworld. Above a starry sky, Yin Chuan's zombie controlled a large number of meteors to crash into the Lotus Goddess from all directions. Bam! The Lotus Goddess smashed a meteor shower in one direction with her palm, then struck out again in all directions. Yin Chuan's countless stars instantly lost their effect. Still not enough. Yin Chuan, don't tell me that's all you've got? The Lotus Goddess smiled. Yin Chuan stood in the void and looked coldly at the Lotus Goddess. A green lotus avatar, a puppet Zhuochuanxiu, and the power of heaven and earth. You already have the strength of the 13th level, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, you only have the strength of the 13th level. You want my karmic rank? I'm curious too. What other tricks do you have? 7th level of ancestral immortal? What other tricks do you have? The Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. From the very beginning, the Lotus God didn't take Yin Chuan seriously. However, through their many battles, she realized that Yin Chuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although his cultivation was far inferior to hers, his growth was too monstrous. Yin Chuan's zombie avatar took a deep breath. His eyes glowed red. I didn't want to use it, but time waits for no one. I must take down the heaven and earth altar beneath your feet today. Oh, the Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. Bam! Yin Chuan suddenly took out a sky-burying coffin. Your coffin? From what I see, it's not complete. At most, it's an ordinary ancestral immortal artifact. You want to use it against me? The Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Although she sounded doubtful, the Lotus Goddess was still serious. Bam! Yin Chuan opened the coffin lid. The coffin's mouth was facing the Lotus Goddess. The Lotus Goddess's eyes narrowed when she saw the coffin's mouth. She could feel a powerful aura coming from within. Appear! Yin Chuan shouted. A beam of green light suddenly emerged from the coffin's mouth. The moment it appeared, it formed a heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth. Boom! The moment the heavenly Tao appeared, the surrounding void trembled. It was as if it was fiercely rejecting the heavenly Tao. There were also 3,000 heavenly ways behind the Lotus Goddess, but they were all illusions. They were merely the 3,000 heavenly ways connected to the heaven and earth altar. On the other hand, the heavenly Tao that Yin Chuan had summoned was a physical entity, one that he had complete control over. Celestial pulse of Advent? Lotus Goddess frowned. That's not right. This is not the heavenly meridian of Lin. The surrounding heavenly Tao is repelling it. If it is the heavenly meridian of Lin, it must be in harmony with heaven and earth. How can it be repelled? Lotus deity was puzzled. However, The aura emitted by the heavenly Tao was surging endlessly. Army. Go. Jia. Formation. Line. Forward. Xing. Yin. Chuan shouted again. Within the sky-burying coffin, 8 heavenly Daos with the same aura suddenly emerged. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, the surrounding starry sky shook. A surging aura rushed out in all directions. At this moment, the repulsive force of heaven and earth towards these 9 heavenly Daos suddenly increased by several times. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhou advance in formation. Great Qin City, in front of the central palace. Inhen Tian and many other top powers were at a loss at this moment. How is this possible? 9 heavenly veins? How could a sage king control 9 heavenly veins? Wasn't it only the people of the Yang realm who could control the previous heavenly veins? There were 9 here. It wasn't just the officials of Great Qin. The Great Qin City had always been the focus of the Netherworld's outer east continent. The battle at the Great Qin City had long attracted the attention of countless experts. At this moment, the scouts of the various factions looked at the sky in confusion. They were horrified. Everyone knew that Yin Chuan was strong, but no one knew how strong he was. 7 sages? The surrounding experts were already shocked. When the Lotus Goddess appeared, it was even more shocking. That was the Lotus Goddess who had almost destroyed heaven and earth. The most evil demon in the world, the Lotus Goddess? She was a monster who could fight against all the monsters in the world. But now, Yin Chuan was still facing her calmly. Even if that was the Lotus Goddess clone, it was still not something that a human could fight against. However, Yin Chuan was still so calm. 9 heavenly veins? Yin Chuan could control all of those legendary things? Rumble. For a moment, the entire outer east continent of the Netherworld was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Not only the outer east continent, but the entire Netherworld was covered by dark clouds in an instant. A vast aura suppressed the entire Netherworld. Has the heavens been alarmed? Someone analyzed. The 9 heavenly veins surrounded the Lotus Goddess. The endless repulsive force in the surroundings crazily rejected the 9 heavenly veins. However, the 9 heavenly veins had their own fierce side. They were firmly fixed between heaven and earth, welcoming the repulsive force of heaven and earth. Crack, crack, crack. A thin net gradually appeared between heaven and earth. The net of heaven gradually appeared under the repulsive force. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhou are advancing in formation. 9 heavenly veins? This isn't from this world. The Lotus Goddess expression changed. Yin Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Of course not. This is a treasure left behind by me in my first life. The Great Thousand World, the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones. Come out. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom. Nearly 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly rushed out of the sky-burying coffin and appeared with a loud bang, instantly connecting heaven and earth. Boom. Boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out, and a heavenly Tao forest suddenly appeared around them. In an instant, it densely surrounded the area where the Lotus Goddess was. Yin Chuan's heavenly Tao clones were all substantial, but the heavenly Tao clones that the Lotus Goddess controlled through the heaven and earth altar were all illusory. Meow. In the distance, Meow, who was fighting, suddenly saw the heavenly Tao forest not far away and cried out in surprise. It wasn't just Meow. In the starry sky, the Butterfly Queen had also been watching the battle, but she had never made a move. However, when she saw the heavenly Tao forest suddenly appear, the Butterfly Queen widened her eyes in surprise. 3,000 heavenly Tao? This is the 3,000 heavenly Tao? The Butterfly Queen exclaimed. This wasn't an illusion, but a clone that could only be created after completely mastering the 3,000 heavenly Tao. When did Yin Chuan master the 3,000 heavenly Tao? Boom! Countless explosions sounded. The heavenly Tao net became denser and denser. However, Yin Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao was also abnormally fierce. The terrifying repulsive force gradually repelled the surrounding heavenly Tao net out of this area. In this area, only Yin Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao net was left. Even the heavenly Tao nest control was repelled. The butterfly queen's mouth was wide open. The great Qin city's sages also looked at the sky with their mouths agape. Was this real? Was the heavenly Tao net being repelled? Boom! Outside Yin Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao forest, yellow clouds rolled. As the yellow clouds rolled, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! The crack slowly opened, revealing an incomparably huge eye. The heavenly eye. The heavenly eye stared at Yin Chuan from outside the heavenly Tao forest. Clearly, everything that happened today was no longer as simple as shocking the heavens. Yin Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao clones were fighting for a piece of heaven and earth, a piece of heaven and earth that belonged to him. Even the heavens couldn't control it. In the heavenly Tao forest, suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound above the lotus goddess's head, and a crack appeared. The crack slowly opened. As it opened, another huge eye appeared, an eye with a golden pupil. It was incomparably vast and intimidating. Outside the heavenly Tao forest, the heavenly eye's pupils constricted as it looked at the golden eye inside the heavenly Tao forest in shock. Another heavenly eye? The butterfly queen exclaimed on a star. The lotus goddess wanted to see Yin Chuan's backup plan, and the butterfly queen also wanted to see what Yin Chuan's backup plan was. However, the butterfly queen didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so exaggerated. 3,000 heavenly Tao clones, and even a heavenly eye? What was Yin Chuan trying to do? Outside the heavenly Tao forest, the heavenly Tao net gathered densely. However, the heavenly eye didn't attack the heavenly Tao forest. Instead, it stared intently. Within the heavenly Tao forest, Yin Chuan's face revealed a trace of difficulty. Clearly, even controlling the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones was extremely difficult. The 3,000 heavenly Tao clones trapped the lotus goddess in the center. The binding power of the 3,000 heavenly Tao clones was like countless chains binding the lotus goddess. The huge golden eye in the sky also shot down a terrifying binding power. The lotus goddess was shocked and found it difficult to move. 3,000 heavenly Tao clones from the great wide world? You came from the great wide world. Are you from the great wide world? The lotus goddess said with a ferocious expression. Lotus goddess, this isn't your main body. The 13 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm is your limit. You can only control one heaven and earth altar at most. You haven't mastered any of the heavenly Tao here. I won this battle again. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom! Behind Yin Chuan, a black great Tao suddenly shot into the sky. The moment the great Tao appeared, Yin Chuan's strength increased by several times. Although he was fighting earlier, he didn't use his black dragon great Tao. Yin Chuan took a step forward and charged towards the lotus goddess. In the heavenly Tao forest, Yin Chuan was a god. He instantly appeared in front of the lotus goddess. The lotus goddess was bound, but Yin Chuan's strength increased. Lotus blooms for ages. The lotus goddess waved her hand. Instantly, millions of green lotuses appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Yin Chuan. It's useless. This is my home ground, Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! On the black dragon great Tao, the dragon tail suddenly swung, and all the green lotuses were swept away. Zombie Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of the lotus goddess and grabbed her body with both hands. A heaven and earth altar appeared under his feet. Boom! The heaven and earth altar landed on the heaven and earth altar under the lotus goddess's feet. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan opened his mouth and quickly swallowed. The lotus goddess revealed a cold smile and said, I didn't expect you to have such an item. I will be back, Yin Chuan. When I return, I will bring the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the great evil world. I will fight you again. Whoosh! Zhuo Xiao, who was controlled by the lotus goddess, entered Yin Chuan's stomach along with the green lotuses above his head. Wu Tian's clones immediately flew out from the other sky-burying coffin. The moment these clones appeared, they transformed into white lotuses. Roar! Yin Chuan quickly swallowed them. 9 Wu Tians and 1 Zhuochuanqios from the Yang world quickly swallowed them. On the other side, the battle below suddenly stopped when the green lotuses were swallowed. The Zhuochuanqios clones instantly transformed into black lotuses. Yin Chuan extended his hand, and the black lotuses flew into Yin Chuan's mouth. He waved his hand. The heavenly Tao forest and the giant golden eye instantly entered the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and arms, and his body emitted a dazzling 15-colored light. The heaven and earth altar under his feet completely transformed into a huge black heaven and earth altar. Boom! Yin Chuan's body trembled. 8th firmament ancestral immortal? The butterfly queen had a strange expression. Yin Chuan shouted, "From today onwards, the great perfection holy court will officially be promoted to the heavenly court. Those who obey the great perfection holy court will prosper, and those who defy it will die." Boom! Yin Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the netherworld. Chapter 1357. From today onwards, the Great Jun Celestial Court will be promoted to the Heavenly Court. Those who obey Great Jun will prosper, and those who defy Great Jun will die. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the netherworld. A few days ago, many commoners lent their strength to Yin Chuan, but they didn't know what the result would be. Now that they heard this, they were instantly excited. Heavenly Court? Great Jun Celestial Court? Long live the Celestial Emperor! Long live the Great Jun Celestial Court! Just like an immortal realm, endless cheers gathered from all over the world. Above Great Jun's Sea of Providence, a dazzling 15-colored light bloomed. Great Qin City was also filled with cheers. All the officials were extremely excited. Dugu Wudi led a group of people from Heaven Mending Pavilion and disappeared into the crowd. The supreme beings of the nation looked at the sky excitedly. Following Great Jun's promotion to the Heavenly Court, many of the officials, the supreme beings of the nation, and the Empress suddenly appeared under their feet. A heaven and earth altar appeared under the feet of many of the officials. The entire nation was promoted to the Great Jun Celestial Court. Yin Chuan stood on the heaven and earth altar of habitual qi and listened to the cheers of the cities gathered by the Sea of Providence. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent, Great Qing Heavenly Court. Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan led a group of officials out of the Underworld Palace and looked towards the east. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Wu Jiong led a group of officials out of the Taiji Palace and looked towards the east. Heavenly Emperor, the Eastern Weather, the Great Jun Celestial Court has been established. Yuan Tiangang said solemnly. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and nodded. Yin Chuan? He has the ability. Southern Outer Continent Kong family. Peacock Z and Blind Kong walked out of palace. Peacock Z frowned and looked towards the northeast. Ever since Saint Ziwei stopped using fog to cover his face, most of the other sages also stopped using fog to cover their faces. Great Jun Celestial Court? Peacock Z frowned. Yes, Yin Chuan has become a heavenly emperor. Blind Kong nodded. Peacock Z's expression became serious. Master, what's wrong? What's wrong? Blind Kong asked curiously. I'm thinking that Yin Chuan is also a relative of my Kong clan. If Yin Chuan's Great Jun Heavenly Court were to become a vassal of my Kong clan, what would happen then? Peacock's son said in a deep voice. Blind Kong's expression changed, and he immediately cried out, Master, you must not have such thoughts. Oh, why? Peacock Z asked solemnly. Right now, the Jun and our Kong family are related by blood. Therefore, both sides are still allies. However, once family heads' intentions are exposed, this alliance will cease to exist. The Jun's Yin Chuan is not someone to be trifled with. Blind Kong said immediately. I know. If it wasn't for his ability, why would I take a fancy to him? It's not like you don't know what the old ancestor is capable of. Even if he becomes a vassal, he won't embarrass others. Peacock's son said solemnly. No, a monarch would never be willing to submit to another, especially a celestial emperor like this. Family head, please don't have such thoughts. Blind Kong advised again. Peacock frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. Outer North Continent, roaming Jade Palace. Tong Tian walked out of roaming Jade Palace with a group of disciples behind him. Dejun's heavenly court? Huh, this is how you were back then. Tong Tian revealed a smile. Middle Heaven Continent. Zhu, Czar, and Yao Tianshang looked towards the east. Dejun has ascended to the heavenly court. Yao Tianshang said solemnly. It's just killing a saint to establish the heavenly court. We could do it too. Czar said solemnly. Zhu nodded. However, so what if he became a celestial emperor? Our greatest enemy is Kong Huangtian. We have to think of a way to break through again. Czar said solemnly. Break through? Zhu squinted his eyes at Czar. Czar stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. In the end, he didn't continue speaking. For a moment, countless experts in the world looked towards the east. Whether it was the Netherworld or the Yang world, countless experts felt the aura from the east. Netherworld, outside Great Qin City. After Yin Chuan put away his 3,000 copies of the Great Path, he looked up at the sky. The net of heaven that was squeezed out by the 3,000 copies of the Great Path quickly covered the surroundings. Everything returned to normal, but the yellow clouds in the sky didn't disperse. The huge eye of heaven didn't disappear either. Instead, it appeared above Yin Chuan's head. A huge eye stared at Yin Chuan. A wave of heavenly might pressed down. Plop! Countless cultivators knelt down. A belief that they couldn't resist suddenly appeared. Fortunately, now that Dejun had ascended to the heavenly court, many important ministers, national beasts, and empresses already had heaven and earth altars. They didn't need to kneel when they stepped on the heaven and earth altars. However, they all looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. The Great Thousand Realms, 3,000 copies of the Great Path. Nest's voice came from the void. Yin Chuan flapped his dragon bone wings and retracted them back into Yin Chuan's body. The fangs in his mouth also retracted. Yin Chuan returned to his original appearance. It's just a copy. In the past, Hongjun also controlled the 3,000 copies of the Great Thousand Realms. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it in his battle with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so surprised. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, You killed a saint that I appointed, the karmic rank of heaven and earth that I bestowed upon him. Nest's voice sounded again. Ha! Karmic rank of heaven and earth? The karmic rank of heaven and earth wasn't bestowed by you, but by the birth of the 3,000 great paths. You're just fate and have the right to issue it. The grace of the karmic rank of heaven and earth comes from the 3,000 great paths, not you. I won't be controlled by you. Yin Chuan said with determination in his eyes. The eye of heaven stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan also looked at the heavenly emperor without giving in. Around them, the ministers of Zhun looked worried. Meow. Meow curled up in ZZ's arms, as if it suddenly didn't know what to do. Good, very good. Chao's voice sounded in the void again. I only knew about you in the past because of other reasons, but you started too late. I didn't expect you to be someone. Good, very good. I'll look forward to your next performance. Zhun's heavenly court? Chao's voice sounded again. In the distance, the butterfly queen sighed in relief because there was no anger in Chao's voice. Meow Meow's complexion improved as well. Yin Chuan looked at the eye of heaven and smiled confidently. My next performance? Ha! Dejun's heavenly court, this is just the beginning. I'll walk in front of you. You, on the other hand, shouldn't end too early. Ha ha ha! Chao's laughter sounded in the void. As it laughed, the eye of heaven slowly closed. As the eye of heaven closed, the endless yellow clouds also slowly dispersed. The heavens no longer paid attention to Dejun. Yin Chuan was left alone in the sky. He looked at the eye of heaven that had disappeared and took a deep breath. Turning his head, Yin Chuan glanced at a star in the distance. After just a glance, Yin Chuan ignored it and flew back to the great Qin city in front of the central palace. On the star, the butterfly queen raised her brows. Yin Chuan just broke through, and he's only at the 8th level of the ancestral immortal realm. How'd he see me? Yin Chuan landed in front of the central palace. On his back, the golden dragon of Providence rushed out. Roar! The 18-claws golden dragon of Providence rushed out, and the entire great Qin city bloomed with millions of rays of light. Boom! The golden dragon of Providence entered the sea of Providence clouds. Then, it turned into a statue of Yin Chuan. However, at this moment, a golden wheel of light suddenly appeared behind the head of Yin Chuan's statue. The wheel of light was like a sun that slowly rose behind Yin Chuan. In an instant, Yin Chuan's statue looked much more sacred. A large amount of providence gathered from all over the world and then flowed back. In the sky above the countless cities in Great Zhun, there was originally a small stream of providence connected to the Great Qin city. At this moment, above these small streams of providence, small golden dragons quickly turned into statues of city lords. Is that providence? Gue Guzi sighed as he looked at the wheel of light behind Yin Chuan. Li Si, Yin Chuan called out. Here, announce to the world that Great Zhun has advanced to the heavenly court. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Also, publish a recruitment notice and invite all the geniuses in the world to come to Great Zhun to prepare for the world exam. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Wenrua. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Wenrua. Here, you will preside over the new world exam. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meng Wenrua was slightly surprised but still said gratefully, Yes, thank you, Holy King. All these years, Meng Wenrua had been sent to protect Meng Rongrong and missed many opportunities to make contributions. This world exam was a chance for Meng Wenrua to make up for it. In Hentian, Yin Chuan called out, Your servant is here. At this moment, Yin Henshin's body was also emitting a strange, colorful light. After Zhua Chuanxiu's death, the dual pupil clan's mystiques quickly gathered towards Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian seemed to be in the midst of a breakthrough. How's the dual pupil mystique? Yin Chuan asked first. Thank you, Holy King. My mystique is still increasing. Yin Hentian said excitedly. Yin Chuan nodded. The Zhua family has no leader. Now, I allow you to lead the 5th Legion to take revenge on the Yin family. The Yin family's revenge? Yin Henshin's eyes instantly moistened. Yes, thank you, Holy King. Thank you. Yin Hentian bowed. At the same time, Netherworld, Inner South Continent, Zhua family. At the entrance of a large hall, the Nether King, who was dressed in a black robe, stepped out from the hall with a look of excitement on his face. At the same time, he turned his head and looked towards the east. Zhua Chunxiu, I knew you would fail. It's a pity that you didn't know how to use this pool of essence. If you did, the outcome would be uncertain. The Nether King said with a look of disdain. Who's there? Immediately, someone noticed the Nether King. The Nether King revealed a cold smile and pointed his finger. Swish! A wisp of black gas rushed towards that person. Instantly, that person was surrounded by a lotus-shaped black gas. Before he could say anything else, his blood essence and flesh were sucked dry. He turned into a pile of bones and fell to the ground. The black gas quickly flew back to the Nether King. The Nether King sniffed and inhaled the black gas. Not bad, but it's a pity that there's too little essence. The Nether King sighed. As he spoke, the Nether King stepped into the air and stood on a black lotus. Who's there? Instantly, there were cries of surprise. Ha 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 ha, that's more like it. Go! The Nether King shouted. The lotus flower beneath his feet suddenly transformed into a clump of black mist that spread out in all directions. A few days later, Great Qin City, in the study room, the officials were still immersed in the joy of Dezhun's advancement when a piece of news suddenly came. Yin Henshin's face was extremely ugly. Holy King, the guards have sent news. The Zhua family, The Zhuo family's headquarters was annihilated overnight. Everyone in the family turned into a pile of bones. What? The Zhuo family was annihilated? In the study room, the officials were shocked. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Did you find out who did it? No, it was done overnight. The Zhuo family was annihilated. In Hentian smiled bitterly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.